So
That
yeah.
that is. I'm sorry. That is good to know. Am I going to get more specifics about this?
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily the easiest to. I don't think that they're selling them in Ukraine at the moment. Let me go back here and find the.
Well,
Let
I have
me.
several pictures from people that I'm going to when I hit the ground. I'm going to poll a couple of Levivites. How would you say that in English? Livyanim, Livyanim, or whatever. Anyway, and see,
Levyaniv?
yeah, Livyan, Livyan is one. Livyana, anyway. People who live,
I'm
citizens of Lviv, and find out where the best Vishvanka place is for custom made stuff. We'll see.
well. Kiev Pride is doing a special run of some Pride Vishivankas.
So
Yes.
I may be. I hope I'm going to be in Kiev for a couple of days. So
These are and you can buy them online. They're like 4,000 rivnas. They're I don't know how much that is. It's over $100, I think. Um, but yeah, it's linen. Yeah, I sent you a DM. But yeah, Kiev Pride has done a special run of Vishivankas for Pride this year, and they are pretty freaking amazing and spectacular.
yeah,
So
that is beautiful. I like that
isn't
a
that
lot.
isn't that pretty?
Are they very
So
monotone, or do they have lots of colors?
oh, they're rainbow. They're like rainbow. Hang on, let me
I know, of course they are. I was just
No, they're
making a
do.
dumb
completely
joke.
black, Adam. What do you think?
Yeah, let me do that because I just sent Robin the one. I just sent Robin the one that had the order page on it. But here's the main tweet from Kiev Pride because nothing wrong with talking about Vichy Vonkas even if they are Pride ones.
Yeah,
Um,
and actually, Adam is.
Ooh, those are
Tell
cute.
me. I think the latest I saw was 400 driven to the dollar. Is that right? Because that would only be $100 then, which is not a lot for a
no,
Vishivanka.
it's 100 and something. It was 100 and something when I went and looked at it.
Well, yeah,
I can't remember.
it depends on the exchange rate, which unfortunately for Ukraine it became less favorable in the last day or two.
Yeah, they're
But
about 100 from what I look at. What I see when I look at the website is they're $132. So yeah, but yeah, but they're pretty nice. Those are some pretty nice Vishivankas. And really the gay pride part really sort of makes my heart sing. But yeah, because yeah, I like that. So yes, somebody sent me those last night, and it was pretty awesome. I thought they were pretty awesome because, well, what can you say?
yeah, I
What
think
can
they're
you
pretty
say?
awesome.
I can't believe there's not more rainbow Vishivankas. They're always like these two color or three color little patterns, and it's very interesting. It's beautiful to
So
see it
yes,
like
somebody.
rainbowed.
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't muted, and I was just restarting the YouTube stream and double checking. It works again. Hi guys, welcome back. So yeah, um, and I actually just logged in to check the chat and see how they were doing because sometimes chat over there on YouTube is pretty darn funny. Speaking of which, I need to trim the nest.
Yeah, and there's one of our listeners over there gets in touch with me in the back channel all the time, and I wish we could figure out a way. I think he's too shy to talk anyway, but I sort of wish we could figure out a way
Oh
to.
no,
To
the person
oh,
that person has been permanently excommunicated from X, I guess.
oh dear.
Yeah, yeah.
I see
So
they do custom. It says individuality here. They do custom
yeah,
sizes
I
for
don't know
this
what
too.
that. Oh, do they? I
That's
don't
what that
know.
means. Yeah, that means
Ah,
you should be able to get it for
Think
you
about
know
it. Sound it out. Individuality.
individual.
yeah, no, but I didn't know what they meant by that. I wasn't quite sure. So anyway, that
Yeah,
doesn't
I just
matter.
love
But
those words where they just phoneticize a English or a French word.
Yes,
to
it
make it
makes life so much easier. Yeah, I think of those as little gifts to myself. Every time I run into a word that as I actually well, like our set of verbs, Adam. Planuvane, planuvate, scanuvate. I like that one too. What else? There are a bunch of them.
Oh, you can uvate any verb, and they'll just
Yeah, yeah,
laugh
no,
as
but those
much
are
as I'm
real.
speak
Those are real
English.
words, though. Those are real words.
Oh, I know. It's good to have the real ones, but it's good to
Speak
just like,
uvate, drive
yeah,
uvate, right?
yeah, exactly. If you're just in the middle of a sentence and you know the English word and you know that they know the English word and you just say uvate at the end and you always get a laugh.
In German, you can do the same thing with ihren. That's the ending they put on foreign loan words. There's a wonderful patter song in Fledermaus, well, which is a wonderful 19th century operetta where it's the all of the words are words like the French words with ihren put on the end. It's very funny. So same idea.
All
I
right.
have a
So
question for Robin.
cool.
Robin,
All right.
what was the tipping tip that you got for Ukraine? I tipped like a
Oh,
mad Dutchman when I was in Ukraine. So maybe I just gave everyone
yes, I was
no,
told that if
what's
I
the
do
deal?
that, they'll think I'm an idiot. Ben said
Oh, they
Ben
saw my
said
face
most
and
that
thought I was an idiot anyways.
yeah, well,
They all knew
I
I
mean,
was.
I also that was my feeling. I wouldn't bother me that much, but beneficial said that generally tipping is not expected, and that if you tip, never over 10%. So, and this coming from New York, where you have to tip to get them to say hello to you when you walk into a store, is just beyond me. When I go and order a slice of pizza, there's a little jar at the register, and they give you a significant look if you don't throw something in it. I mean, it's crazy. It's just a cup of coffee at Starbucks. There's a thing when you order a cup of coffee, how much tip are you going to give? So this is a different world to me. I'm sure I will over tip and they'll think I'm an idiot, but what the heck? I'm supporting the Ukrainian economy, so what do I care?
Exactly. Like what the if I was in the and when I was in the service industry, I never thought a big tipper was an idiot. I always thought that they were a great person having a fun night. So if maybe the other people with you would think you're an idiot, but I don't care about that. That's just silly. Lots of these people like their actual wage only pays half their rent, like especially in places like New York, Toronto, Vancouver. But that's not the case in Ukraine. But yeah, if that's what makes me an idiot, then I'll go do it.
Yeah. And there's me wondering if I need to tip the vegetable delivery guy $2 because that's what it defaults as.
Yeah, well, in this country, if you don't tip them, you're never going to get service again. I know, like with
This
Instacart,
is
which I
this
don't
is
use, but here, if you don't, and you have to put it on the tip before you ever get the delivery. And I know if you don't put at least a 20% tip in New York, nobody delivers your food. I mean, it's just you just nobody picks you out of the list. You just sit there and mold.
well, no. See, here's the thing: is that for the last I don't know how many years I've been using this vegetable delivery service, right? And it's like an imperfect or misfit produce kind of place, right? So they're the seconds and rejects that they won't sell in the store. Well, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they start saying you can tip your driver. So I'm looking at this and I've been going, I haven't been tipping my driver for 5 years, and now all of a sudden you want me to tip my driver? Oh,
I like the way they say
It's
you
because they cut
can.
a corner and didn't, and they decided not to do the annual raise for the dudes this year. And they're like, "Well, just let them tip you."
yeah, something, but it's like, yeah, now it's like automatically defaults to a $2 tip to walk from my curb.
How about just pay a living wage?
Yeah,
I got an
yeah,
idea.
right. To walk from the curb to my door and back. That's what they do.
I'm even more excited about going to Ukraine now because I know I don't have to tip.
Of course you are.
Yeah, he's gonna pay double for everything because he'll
Well,
just talk to him.
it reinforces the worst behavior in people. People who I have an uncle who lived in America, and he always told me the secret isn't tipping, the secret is in over tipping, because he got treated incredibly well. So I I do tip people in America, but I much prefer places where you don't have to tip, because it reinforces the worst behavior in people. People who are greedy, cruel, and assholes, they don't tip at all anyway. And those of us who would then feel guilty, and we, like Robin, gets into over tipping. Why not just pay people a living wage everywhere, and then if somebody does something really incredible for you, or you feel like doing it, you can. But this, oh, they'll get tips so we don't have to pay them appropriately, is bullshit.
Oh, Will, you're such a commie.
I know, aren't I? This is why I get called a godless communist. Everywhere before this war started, everybody called me a godless communist because I have all these ideas like that. But since they found out how I'm into being a godless communist by choice in countries that defend themselves appropriately, now I get called like some right wing idiot. Oh,
Isn't that the
warmonger, I
thing?
think, is where they said they landed.
Hey, Will, I did whatever. I jumped the
Yeah.
shark or whatever you called it. I rounded the bend. I've got a tweet that I put up 22 hours ago in the nest.
Round the horn.
That's
Oh,
it. I rounded the horn.
See, I should have mercilessly trimmed the nest when I was up. I never think of even looking at it. My loss.
It's okay. I trimmed it myself. I trimmed the nest and
Pruned it.
pruned the nest. Okay, trimmed the nest.
That
Pruned the
sounds
nest.
more appropriate because trim the nest could be taken in an innuendo sort of way.
Oh,
Yeah,
but Will and Heather would never get involved in off-color innuendo. What are you thinking, Adam?
Oh no, especially
I'm
when
just
it
trying to
happens.
steer totally clear, just like steer clear.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, give him a tug, pal. You're never going to get away from it.
Oh boy, oh boy. So yeah, so
That's
Robin,
why I brought it up, because I was just trying to steer clear. Swear to God.
yeah, I felt like an idiot last night, because I was pushed, I was pressed for time. Anyway, there's a whole story associated with it. And so I just grabbed some food and I grabbed peanut butter and crackers. And eating peanut butter and crackers while you're co-hosting, and not the pre-made kind. I mean, like I had the a glob of the chunk of the creamy peanut butter and Ritz crackers, and I'm making them as I go along. And you know how hard it is to talk when you got a mouthful of peanut butter and Ritz crackers? And there's a little shower going on and all kinds of stuff. But what I should have done was had some easy borscht. It would have been just as good. And I can eat that very quietly, and it doesn't make me go,
Shots fired.
Shots fired. I have easy borscht. All I got to do is go open a can. It takes no time at all.
She's doubling down, folks.
I've become desensitized to this, Prince Heather, I'm afraid. Still does make my skin crawl a little bit, not like it used to.
Yeah, I know. So anyway,
You've overused the toxin.
yeah, well, she'll detox while she's in Ukraine, and she will eat all kinds of amazing borscht while she's in Ukraine, and she'll come back and she'll hear me say easy borscht, and she is just going to have a conniption fit and pass out, and then she'll come on the space and yell at me.
She's going to be hanging out in like a super fancy European university university area. God damn my brain, in the middle of Lviv, and I don't think detoxification is gonna be on the menu.
Well, not detoxing that way. Yeah, we should get boxed wine to give her some drinking tips before she leaves.
Oh, I don't,
Um,
believe me, I don't need that. And by the way, Adam, I have a 23-hour stopover in Munich, and I have gotten myself a little B&B room that is a stone's throw away from the Augustiner beer keller. So I'm planning on checking myself in 5 o'clock in the afternoon and going to the beer keller and getting myself one of those half-gallon mugs of beer, and we'll stagger back to the hotel in time to get back to the airport.
at least it's good to have plans. It's good to have goals. Good to
Exactly.
have goals, you know. It's like if you drink all the way, well, you're just drinking over the ocean at that point, I guess. I was gonna say you could try to drink over every country, but you know, so much of that trip is over the ocean. But you do have to give me your flight information so I can track your flight all the way across. I have done that with people before. I've
Well,
done that
sure, I
with
will do that. Yeah.
yeah. It's like it. Well, I'll be honest here. We'll talk about it. When Christopher flew over for oh, what was he going for? I think it was when he was. I don't remember. I think it was when he was going to Germany at Christmas time. I followed his flight and I tracked his flight, and he like flew practically right over where Mockers lives, and I was like, Mockers, go flip the sky off. Christopher's flying overhead. So yeah, you know, I could do fun things like that.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping I fly over Tracy's house so I can wave to her on the way at least.
That would be good. That would be good too. But yeah, the flight track was a little farther north than where Tracy is. So yeah. Boxed wine, how are you doing?
Nobody ever flies over my house.
There might be a good reason for that. I have to go do
We don't have rockets. It's peaceful. Sorry, Box.
say what did you just say?
Never mind. I'm just being silly tonight. Go ahead.
Oh. Oh, well, it's about time somebody was being silly.
I was waiting for you.
I have to go do something, but I just had to come up and take note that my name was being taken in vain. So there's that.
And
That's it.
yeah, you say that like this is an issue. Yeah. Boy, there goes the neighborhood. Boxed wine is up. Yeah.
Have we ever tried to just fill up the panel by invoking people when it's empty like this? Like go box wine, box wine, box wine.
I don't know.
Gripping, gripping, gripping.
Edmonton
Oh.
Oilers.
Say F16,
Easy borscht.
F16. Easy borscht, easy borscht, easy borscht. And then you could say Winnipeg Jets, Winnipeg Jets, Winnipeg Jets. I can't think of any others right now.
How about I can see Russia from my house?
Uh-oh.
Sorry. I just
Yeah, well, that's hilarious because I just saw our Alaskan friend laughing down in the listeners.
I saw her pop into the space. That's why I said it. She got a little lab in her garage. I know that. She's just making herself some Molotov cocktails and napalm. And she's been practicing her sniper training. And I'm telling you what, if Russia ever screws with Alaska, I keep on wanting to say a bad word, but warning, I'm on pain meds tonight.
Klyate. That's a good one. Just think of a Ukrainian word. Klyate Rossyane.
Did you say Chianti?
That was good. That was a great pun. Thank you very much. Prince,
Yeah,
shall we get to some business here?
we
Because
can.
we've just been
We
having
can. We
a
can.
silly time.
We can. And we can talk about people who are actually older than boxed wine. And that's an achievement.
Are you still invoking?
Invoking what? boxed wine.
Oh, I thought you're calling out somebody else.
No.
Are you talking about an Artical?
I was talking about an Artical. And just because boxed wine is there, it's just easiest to rag on her because I don't think there's many people older than boxed wine. And I won't ever let it go because it's just fun. Oh, don't do that.
No, you made her
No, I
sad.
didn't make her sad. She's laughing
This is
her
what
butt off
happened.
is what she's doing.
Now she's going to Karen's place and to the lab to help her with the Molotovs. That's what's going to happen.
Well, that, yeah. And the thing is, she's got to go to Karen's to do that because she lives a little too close to the Pentagon to get away with it at home.
Yeah, better idea to do it miles from the Moscow border than from the Pentagon.
Well, did you hear about that guy that was in France? The guy blew acetone up in his hand while he was trying to make a bomb to plant on equipment that was going to Russia. Did you hear about that?
Nuh-uh.
Okay, now I gotta go find the article because it's pretty darn funny. The guy, seriously, it was a Russian guy in France who was building an explosive to do damage to equipment that France was sending to Ukraine. And and he freaking blew it up he freaking blew himself up. He got arrested.
His whole self or just
I
his
think
hand?
just his hand. I don't know, but still, I have to find an article about that now because I've seen it on and off throughout the day, and I haven't saved it. But yeah, dude did that. And I'm like,
He was probably just trying to go for 3 square in a fancy French prison.
yeah, that could be.
Maybe he was looking for a spot. He just should have just thrown a bottle out a window or
Well,
something. But,
guarantee that.
He's a Moscow.
Yeah, I guarantee the food in the French prisons is better than the ones in the Russian prisons. Pretty much guarantee that. I'll find an article. They're not too far. It can't be too far away. But yeah, I know that happened because it's crazy. Oh, come on. It can't be that old. It can't be older than that.
So I
Okay.
hear there's boomies tonight.
There are some boomies.
Okay, cool. This is cool.
Is it the refinery in Rostov, or is that older news? Is it a closer one?
I think it's a refinery in Rostov.
Bitumen. They hit some bitumen.
Bitumen?
Linda, right before. Yeah. As an Albertan, I sit on top of thousands of decaliters, millions of decaliters of bitumen. But yeah, Will was explaining it in his way, in his oil field expertise way, just right before we started, Linda. But yeah, there are boomies in Rostov, and it's an oil refinery that hits bitumen that they use it in road construction, like in mixing asphalt. I believe can be a very good ingredient for that. So could have been some logistical forward thinking in terms of them building roads in occupied areas and repairing bridges.
Yes, but no, seriously.
You don't put asphalt on bridges, dum-dum, Adam. Never mind. I was vamping.
They don't put. Yeah, well, okay, I don't even know that, but that makes sense, I suppose.
It's like the black roads.
I know
bridges are, concrete and steel.
Yeah, no, I know what it is. I actually looked at making it.
Although if anyone was going to put it on a bridge, it'd probably be them.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about making a patio out in the backyard with that, but no, decided not to. So now I have gravel.
That's hot work. That stuff, you apply it when it's boiling, molten, gooey rocks.
I know.
And tar.
And if I can't find this story, it's going to frustrate me, but that's okay. Let's talk about old people. So Linda went down to the liquor store and they wouldn't send her alcohol. Yeah, there.
Was it the reverse age limit? That's not.
Yeah,
It's a thing in
I got
Canada.
Is it
Yeah.
really?
No,
Okay.
that would cause riots.
Wouldn't it
Oh
though?
heck, that'd be a hilarious riot.
No, but I want to talk about the 98-year-old grandma from Kaminsky, Olena Organista. Organista. Yeah, it looks like Organista. I want to talk about her. This grandma, there is a grandma, there is a babusha. 98 years old. She keeps herself a war diary. This woman, she keeps track of all of the numbers, the number of destroyed soldiers in the Russian army. Their equipment is recorded every day. She is 98 years old and lives in the village of Vestelitz in the Kliminski region. And her war diary dates back to the first days of Russia's full-scale invasion. And yeah, she volunteers and monitors on the map which settlements have been liberated by the Ukrainian defenders. But yes, she has been entering data on enemy losses in her diary, has written off 3 notebooks and separate sheets. She says she listens to the news on the radio and the television and shows everything on the map. Says now she's and there's a picture of her at her table with her notebook and a map and a magnifying glass. Sweet, sweet thing. Now here's Volchansk. There are fierce battles. I'm really worried, says the grandmother. She turns 98 on June 5th. So today still in North America, yesterday. She says she keeps records every day and took a break. She did take a break for 2 months when she was sick. But yes, she writes everything down. This is fresh. Then yesterday, the day before yesterday, I take away already 1,300 Russian soldiers. And here there are planes, special equipment, ships, helicopters. It's not enough, but it shows, but, and so she's showing them all this stuff. Her niece said that she follows and observe events and notes how many of our people, even of the Ukrainian people, are destroyed. She survived the Holodomor at age 5. She says many died. There were many chubby, scary people. When it dawned on me, we looked for grass to crush or cut to eat. All grain was taken away, all to Russia, but only a little was left to sow, she recalls of the times. Yeah, and she said that the niece says then that there is a topic when it comes to the topic of bread, the old woman still gets very upset and very hurt. And talks about the news about the blocking of Ukrainian bread grain at the border. There was such a case when grain was dumped from wagons in Poland, and she watched all this and remembered her life during the Holodomor, and she was so disturbed. She wrote her memoirs in 3 days. Wouldn't you love to read those? I would love to read what this woman says about that. They didn't cover it in this story, but yeah, during the Second World War, she was 16 years old, and she was taken to Germany for forced labor. And then they brought us to when they brought them back, they brought them to Sheptivka by train. We jumped out of those cars and kissed our land of ours, says the grandmother. It's just how sweet. She said she worries about the Donbass because her sister and her children are in the Donbass, and every time, where are they now and where are ours? Maybe they've already been released, maybe further, maybe further. It's hard to read because of the translation isn't very good here. But yeah, um, during the winter and the autumn, she and her niece knit warm socks for the Ukrainian soldiers, and they hope that they will still not allow the enemy who is raging so much now. The enemy is very much raging, but they don't give up, says the grandmother. The Ukrainians don't give up. She confesses that she reads the Bible and prays for victory of Ukraine every day. That's that is a Ukrainian right there. He's 98 years old, right? And keeping track. She sounds like she could give Chuck Farr a run for his money. Definitely give Will a run for his money. But of course, well, that's Will. But I'm just kidding. Will is amazing. But to sit and write that kind of detail every single day about what is happening and have the memories of the Holodomor and see. And, because they thought about that when they spilled the grain at the border. When they spilled the grain at the border, it's like, what are you guys doing? Duh. I mean, I realized they were being complete jerks and they were Russian controlled protesters, but the impact, the psychological impact that must have had on this 98-year-old babusa, I can't imagine, right? So what do you think, Adam?
I think she's amazing, and I think there's probably lots like her out there. And maybe she's one of the major OSINT accounts on Twitter. We don't know that.
She could be.
It could be.
I would follow her if she was one of the major
Could be
OSINT accounts.
fella OSINT Brosint 69.
Yeah, but we know who he is. I can't.
Or 98.
Yeah. We could make her OSINT Brosint 98. That would be good. I really do. Yeah. But I saw that today and I was like, oh, grandma, she's just so sweet. But what is it?
I know, I can just see in the video so neat where she's, like doing hand drawing the notes and maps too, of course. She's writing it all down. And which is just, yeah, beyond precious.
Exactly. And the thing is, I know, and I'm sure that Boxed Wine can tell us about this. As you age, some things are some things you end up doing not because I don't know how to word this. I see what she's doing here by tracking the war, something that affects her people, affects her. And my dad didn't necessarily do that. What my dad did is it was just part of his day. He called and checked the stock market for the one piece of stock he owned. If it was up, he never did anything with his stock. He never did anything. He never would have bought any stock intentionally on his own, independent of the fact that when he retired, he became a greeter at Walmart, and they automatically get stock. And so,
Oh my God, she's got the losses in a ledger book, in
I
like
know,
an
right?
old school coil ledger book. The bottom picture is the cutest, right next to the embroidered flower crochet piece. So the Russian losses diary. I love her.
The Russian lost his diary. And that's on Suspline. I don't know if I spelled that right, and I didn't find it on. I didn't look
Suspilne.
I didn't look for it on Twitter, because it is truly a Ukrainian article, and I actually didn't even I didn't even watch the video. I just read the article because I knew I wouldn't be able um to understand it. But yeah, so I just think it's fabulous, and I do not know if it's on anywhere on Twitter or not. I suppose I could tweet it out. That's an idea, isn't it?
Crazy talk. So suspilne means social, but like as in the adverb, like You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a neat word. It doesn't exactly mean social, but it means like kind of like working together, society. So Spielness, so it's like social news of the Khmelnytsky region. That's why I was confused with the wording when you translate these articles, Prince. It when you hit translate, it says it was like Khmelnytsky talked to blah blah blah, and I'm like, wait, who's that? That's the like Hetman Bogdan Khmelnytsky. Who's talking to her? She's not that old, but yeah, they were talking about the publication in question. So
Ah,
that kind of confused me through the article.
yeah, well, and then they at least the way mine translated, it kept on calling her he throughout the article, and I'm like, no, that's a she. It's like, um,
Yeah, and I think it because it defaults to that because I think they're using whatever case that it does where you're just saying about the person as a singular them, right? So if then it would default to male in English, I think is what happens there. I'm not going to spend time looking at the Ukrainian translation to figure out what they did on live radio, though. That's silliness.
yeah, yeah, but I just put it in the nest. I tweeted it out, put it in the nest, and it was just like one of my favorite stories that I think I've come across. Um, so yeah, this is it. I think I just love it. I just absolutely love it. I love the babushas and the things that they do. I mean, I don't want to. Okay, so I have to, but I do have to. I have to. I have to go to the next story in my mind here because the next story in my mind also is about a 98-year-old woman. I'm telling you, the babusas are beasts. They're just beasts. You guys remember the 98-year-old woman, Lydia, who walked 10 kilometers on foot to flee the Russian occupation in Donetsk Oblast not too long ago? And she finally left.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she fell and she was, using two walking sticks, the whole 9 yards. And this isn't the long one. I don't have a really long story about this one. But Monobank, which is, I guess, a Ukrainian bank, um, they bought her a house. They bought her a house, and she has a couple of new canes, and looks like maybe she's gotten a haircut, and you can just see her smiling. They're helping her get to her new house, and baking her, a cute little house. I'm sure it's just a small little house that does the trick, and some I would assume that's special kind of bread, but they have like because there's wheat stalks sticking up out of it. I know that's a Christmas meal, isn't it, Adam? Part of the Christmas meal.
Oh, I can't see the picture. Is that in the tweet?
Yeah. Hang on. I'll send you. I should just put that one in the nest too.
No, I found it. That is not necessarily Christmas. That just looks like some good old Ukrainian baking that looks super fancy.
Yeah, and
The kolache that I'm thinking of is more of like a braided thing, and then you'll have a sheaf of wheat beside it, as part of your table dressing. But putting it in the baking is that's some modern Ukrainian fusion pastry action right there.
so it looks like they have a little gift for her and all kinds of stuff. So that just makes me so happy, because that was one of the things that stood out in the original story about her was, it was a house that she had built, you know, and she lived in, and she now had lost everything. When she walked away from that, she walked away with only what she was wearing. And, what she was wearing, it looked like several layers of clothes and her two walking
She
sticks,
raised her kids in that house, maybe her grandkids.
right?
She might have been raised in that house. Her mother might have been raised, her father might have been raised in that house. There might have been 3 generations old embroidery lace doilies that her grandma made, all kinds of stuff like that. So it's not just everything, it's everything.
It is
I don't know how else to
history.
put it.
She has left her entire history behind. She's left her entire history behind. Her entire life, 98 years of life. I am so glad that they have gotten her a home. I am so glad that they have gotten her a place. And you know what? I bet you she's gonna have some awesome neighbors and awesome people around her who are going to help her every step of the way. But yeah, it just makes my heart happy. And there you have two 98-year-old women, two 98-year-old Ukrainian women who are just boss, you know? And what does this tell you about the Ukrainian people, though? I was listening earlier, and it's like, if
So sorry,
go ahead.
Prince, but you got to put into context of what they lived through, right? If you listen to book club on Sundays, we've been in the middle of the Bloodlands era from the end of the First World War until the end of the Second World War, where an estimated between 1 in 3 to 1 in 5 of all Ukrainian soldiers and civilians passed away. So these two women in these two stories, both in the early part of their lives, lived through some of the greatest civilian decimation in history, industrialized mass death events that took place in the world in history. They both lived through that, because not only the Holodomor, then the Stalin's purges in the late 30s, and then the horror of World War II in the Eastern Front in the 40s. So that's part of it that really hits me.
Yeah, exactly. World War One, the Holodomor, yeah, in World War Two, and it just on and on and on and on and on. And what they have lived through, what they have seen in their lives, through the USSR, through freedom, through the last 10 years of war, depending on where they lived, right? And well, no matter where they lived, but the history that these women,
Well, if she was walking out of Donetsk, then
well,
yeah,
yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
the amount of history that these women have seen and lived through and experienced is just amazing. So yeah, I think it's great. And I was so excited when I found that article, because I check out that one website, pretty much every day. I don't usually actually find much on there. But I know that it's a place where I can get like sort of a summary of what's happened during the day. But when I came across this story from yesterday, I was just like, oh, that is just freaking gold. That is just freaking gold. And then of course I'd had the story about Lydia, the 98-year-old woman who walked 10 kilometers. I'd had that saved for a couple of days. But they just, I tell you what, I'm, yeah, I couldn't do that. Definitely not today.
Heck no.
So yeah, so those are a couple of awesome stories that I came across. And I don't know if you ever run across a 98-year-old Ukrainian woman, total respect. It reminds me, actually.
My Baba died when she was in I think 96. And she had 12 kids and raised them on the farm with limited modern amenities. So yeah,
Yeah,
respect.
yeah, absolutely.
She got out. She got here to Canada in 1912 or something like that, right before the crap went down. So she didn't live through anything that these guys lived through.
Yeah, that's I'm but boy, I bet you she had an interesting journey to Canada in 1912. I'd have to go back and look what year my grandma came over. It had to have been in the I think it was probably in the 1920s because I mean, I don't think they wasted time having kids. And my dad was born in 32 and he has older brothers, so they were born in the 20s. So yeah, anyway. And yeah. But that's how it went though too, right? I mean, I don't know how it went for your grandma. But if for my grandparents from Hungary, my grandpa was already there and he was working in the fields with, somebody that he knew from church. Um and they were talking and stuff and the one guy says to my grandpa, he says, my sister really wants to come to Canada. And my grandpa looks at him and says, bring her over, I'll marry her. Seriously, that's how my grandparents got engaged. Bring her over, I'll marry her. So she ended up.
Sight unseen, or was there a folded black and white picture in a
I don't.
wallet or
I don't
something,
know
or
that
in a
there. I
locket?
don't know that there was a picture. Even I don't even know that there was a picture. I have no clue. I found a picture that looks like it was probably when.
A lock of her fragrant
Yeah,
hair.
I don't know. I doubt it. I mean, how fragrant would it be after it traveled by mail from Hungary to Canada?
I don't know. Maybe he had very
I don't
sensitive
think she probably. I
olfactory
don't think they would
senses.
have put that in a Ziploc bag.
No, it would have been wrapped in like a newspaper, a greasy newspaper full of ash or something.
Yeah, I don't know, but that literally is how my grandparents got engaged. Yeah, bring her over, I'll marry her. And so she came over, and before they got married, I don't know how long, but I found it in a census, a Canadian census. She worked. Actually, it was written down, I believe, as a slave, if I remember right. I don't. I have to go and look at it again, but it was written down so it looked like she was like she basically worked for another family that we knew. And but it was, as a she worked for them and like domestic kind of stuff. And so yeah, anyway, they were all Hungarian families. And then she married my grandpa and started popping out them babies.
It was the Sabos and the Wabos and the Babos.
No, these were in Saskatchewan. The Sabos were in Edmonton, or well, yeah, the Sabos were like in Warburg, out in that area. The Sabos were their farm was out in Warburg. So yeah, but the churches were affiliated, so they did visit and stuff like that. So no, my dad went to school in a caboose in the wintertime. You know what a caboose is, Adam? It's like a teeny little house.
I got one in the moose with the hoose.
The moose and the hoose and the caboose. It's like a teeny little house on skis with a little pot-bellied stove in it that's horse-drawn.
Oh, I imagined the back car of the train.
Yeah, no, no. This is just like a teeny little house on skis and with a pot-bellied stove in it and a little opening so they could see out and a little opening for the reins so that they could drive the horses to school. Yeah, pretty crazy, huh?
That is amazing. I think I've seen those. Yeah, and it's got the little chimney. Yeah, and
Yep.
just a little slit for your arms to come
Yeah.
out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if it was drawn by hoofed wild beasts, would it be care moose?
I don't know, but no. And of course, they had cousins that lived all around, and of course they all my there were 6 boys and 2 girls in my dad's family. And so, that's a lot of testosterone to send to school in a enclosed area. And and and
With a hot stove
with
in
a
it.
hot stove in it. Exactly. And then, of course, they had cousins, and they used to, I guess, try to I mean, I'm thinking, imagine watching Little House on the Prairie, right, people? And so these guys would try to sneak up on each other and scare the other guy's horses so that the horses would start running wild and the caboose would tip over. And yes, you're right, with the pot-bellied stove. So yeah, yeah. Anyway, so what kind of stories do you have? I've talked about old people, of course, for a change, older than Linda. Box wine.
Yeah, I got a couple stories. I got a bedtime story for later, you know, when I go to bed. Um, so our good friend Professor Snyder made a scathing speech on U.S. foreign policy in regards to Ukraine. And I don't know if anyone's talked about that on the space. I wasn't listening today. Did anyone read anything about that?
This was a new one I see. I don't know that I've heard anybody talk about this one specifically. I know Karen has talked about another one recently, but I don't know that it was this one, and I haven't had the time to read this one, but I can
Well, it's a
imagine.
Euromaidan, or I think it's from June 5th. So it's this article's brand new. I don't know when the speech happened. Lecture on international law and diplomacy in New York City on April 18th. Oh, there you go. That's an oldie moldy. Maybe I've already seen this one. Why would Euromaidan decide to talk about it on June the 6th?
I don't know, because oh, geez, because that's when they got around to it. I have no answer. Yeah.
Well, moving on. I think I did already actually speak about or talk about another article about his speech earlier when it happened. So I've got another one from Cave Independent by Kate Tsurkan, and it's 10 authors shaping contemporary Ukrainian literature. The Cave Independent has put together a list of 10 interesting writers in Ukraine today, some of whose works are already available in English translation. So maybe this would be a more Sunday before book club one, but we'll have a go. Ukraine is a thriving contemporary literature scene with writers from across the country working in multiple genres. There's a wide variety of texts for readers to choose from, whether they prefer the immersive realm of science fiction novel or a work of thought-provoking literary criticism. This persistence of literary culture during the full-scale Russian invasion serves as a testament to Ukrainian authors' talents. Bookstores continue to open across the country, and literary festivals and book events consistently draw major crowds. The cultural renaissance underway in Ukraine post-2014 is also significant, given Rusia's centuries-long history of attempting to suppress the Ukrainian language and persecute Ukrainian authors through bans, imprisonment, and violence. I'll pause there and say one of the disgusting statistics from Stalin's takeover of the Soviet Union is that there was 260 writers publishing in Ukrainian during the 20s in Soviet Ukraine when they were doing a Ukrainianization, and 230 of them were killed or imprisoned. So that's how that goes with those guys. Not a new story. Yet again, Ukrainian culture is under threat, but many writers have either enlisted in Ukraine's armed forces or taken up volunteer work to defend it. Here's a list of 10 interesting writers in Ukraine today, some of whose work are already available in English translation. So the first one is arguably the premier novelist in Ukraine today, Serhiy Zhaidan. Ukraine's most celebrated author today, both at home and abroad, Serhiy Zhaidan has become the voice of a wartime generation. Zaidan's prose and poetry frequently explore themes of national identity and consciousness, as well as the impact of Rusia's war on the lives of ordinary Ukrainians. In his novel, The Orphanage, the reader witnesses the start of the war in Donetsk in 2014 through the eyes of an apolitical school teacher. Zhaidan's novel, Voroshilovgrad, follows a young man who leaves Kharkiv for his native Starobilsk in Luhansk Oblast to assume responsibility for his brother's gas station after his disappearance while contending with local criminals who want to take control of it. What makes Zaidan's work so appealing to his fans is that he's constantly experimenting with new forms of storytelling. Before the start of the full-scale invasion, he penned an operatic libretto about Wilhelm von Hatzberg, otherwise known as Vasil Veshevany, an Austrian archduke who embraced the Ukrainian identity and fought for Ukrainian independence until his death in 1948 in a Soviet police prison. So they don't mention in the article that Zhaidan is recently signed up to become part of the Ukrainian armed forces. And right before the mobilization bill was passed. So there we have another one, an amazing artist world-class artist in danger from Moscow slaughter. So the next guy is Andriy Lyubka. A talent across literary genres, Andriy Lyubka began his career with poetry before focusing more on fiction and nonfiction prose. His body of work has consistently been imbued with a sense of irreverence and humor, even as much as it contends with the weight of searching for meaning in a complex and often cruel world. His satirical debut novel, Carbide, which was published in English translation in 2019, follows a drunken history professor in a small Transcarpathian town who, after the Euromaidan revolution of 2014, naively enlists the help of local criminals to dig a tunnel into the European Union and smuggle all 40 million plus Ukrainians into Europe. His latest book, that sounds like a fun read. His latest book of essays, War from the Rear, released to wide acclaim in Ukraine in late 2024. Late 2024, they say, but they must mean 2023. Details his adventures as a volunteer for the armed forces after the start of the full-scale invasion. The book recounts his experiences ranging from the comic to alarming, not only purchasing, but delivering hundreds of vehicles to the front line, all the while coming to terms with lingering prejudices concerning religion, for example, that no longer apply when everyone is involved in doing their own part in the fight for survival. That would be, that sounds like a good book too.
Sounds like he would be a lot of fun to talk to, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yuri Andrukhovich. Yuri Andrukhovich was a pioneer of Ukrainian language and culture even during the times of the Soviet Union, when it could land people in serious trouble with the authorities. In 1985, he co-founded the legendary Boo Ba Boo, Burlesque, Balgan, and Buffonada literary performance group with Viktor Neborak and Alexander Irvanets. This ensemble boldly explored through the prism of the carnivalesque the cultural landscape of the Soviet Union's decline and Ukraine's push toward independence. Today, Andrukovich's work continues to captivate readers, showcasing not only his lyrical wit, but also his remarkable ability to interlace multiple literary allusions and important cultural and historical figures in his texts, situating Ukrainian literature within a larger European narrative. His novel Moscoviad translated into English in 2009, chronicles the absurd events of a single day in the life of a Ukrainian poet in Moscow as he tries to secure his passage back to Kiev. This work has since become a cornerstone of post-colonial literature. Radio Night, Andrukovich's most recent novel that is currently being translated, has been described by the author himself as a novel that has a sound. It follows the story of a former revolutionary who becomes the host of a radio program broadcasting music and poetry from a prison island. Neat. These all sound like great books. Number 4, I believe, is Oksana Zabusko. Oksana Zabuska is perhaps best known among foreign readers for her groundbreaking novels like Fieldwork in Ukrainian Sex and The Museum of Abandoned Secrets, both of which address questions of personal and collective memory, as well as that of national identity and consciousness. Fieldwork in Ukrainian Sex is also a raw introspective of gender dynamics and power struggles in Ukrainian society through the stream of consciousness narrative of its female protagonist. While The Museum of Abandoned Secrets is a daunting, multi-generational epic that reflects on important elements of Ukrainian history, such as Holodomor and the role of the Ukrainian insurgent
Hey,
army,
Adam,
or UPA.
that Museum of Abandoned Secrets looks like it might be good for a book club. I just wonder.
Yeah, it sounds like a 100 Years of Solitude, but in Ukraine, or one of those fantastic realism epics. Have you ever read a book like that?
No, I don't. I didn't read a lot growing up, and that's just because of the way my brain processes information. Um, I dare you to do Fieldwork in Ukrainian Sex as a book club book. I think that would be funny. Sorry.
Maybe that'll be an after the war book club book.
It just, I can see our advertising cards now. Sorry.
Yeah, that would get the trolls going real
Right?
good. That would be like a troll honeypot. We would just like bring them in for those 2 hours, catalog and block.
Yeah, it would be something.
So, however, some of Zabushko's most engaging work has arguably been done in literary criticism. The book Notre Dame de Ukraine, Ukrainka and the Conflict of Mythologies, examines the 19th century work of author Lasya Ukrainka to illuminate aspects of Ukrainian culture and society that Russia has long sought to suppress. The book challenges the derogatory term Little Russians, used by Russia for centuries to describe Ukraine, and highlights the richness of Ukrainian cultural identity that has persisted despite Russia's efforts to dismiss and marginalize it. With a foreign audience in mind, Zabuska recently wrote The Longest History, which breaks down the historical origins of Russia's war against Ukraine. Something tells me that last one might be a little bit more appropriate for book club friends.
Appropriate. Appropriate. Why are you so worried about appropriate?
Think of the donors.
I know. I'm just. I'm just kidding. Because
Oh, I
Yeah.
know. I'm just being the straight man to your wild lady. It's a comedy duo.
Yes.
Irena Karpa. Hey, I had a Ukrainian teacher here in Edmonton, and he was Mr. Karpa, grade 5. Anyways, beloved by readers for her unflinchingly bold, sensual, and provocative prose, Irena Karpa challenges the conventions of a society that in many respects remains deeply rooted in tradition. Despite, perhaps because of, her audacious literary style, she's secured her place as one of Ukraine's most popular authors. Having lived abroad for many years now, Karpa infuses her prose with a cosmopolitan sensibility that transcends linguistic and cultural boundaries. Her writing is enriched by its candid social commentary and steadfast commitment to authenticity, creating a work that resonates deeply across audiences. Her latest novel, Just Don't Tell Anyone About It, became a bestseller during the full-scale invasion. It tells the journey of Margot, a beautiful Ukrainian woman residing in Paris. Margot aspires to overcome her sex addiction to achieve a fairy tale romance with the man she loves back in Ukraine. Parallel to her personal struggles, Margot becomes captivated by the exploits of a vigilante in Kyiv who targets men guilty of abusing women. That sounds like pretty saucy stuff. Karpa's literary prowess extends beyond fiction, though. Her nonfiction prose includes the whimsical relationship guide, How to Get Married as Many Times as You Want.
I think
Recognizing
we should send that one to Will. The first
You had to turn off the mic for the rest of my cackle.
the first tip is don't buy all your ex-wives' houses. It's you know. Oh my God.
It just shows that he lives up to his left-wing principles.
Yeah.
He's a good man.
Oh
all
no,
around.
he is. I absolutely
thorough.
love Will. I absolutely love Will. Don't get me wrong there at all. I adore him. But I just still like teasing him because he's still looking for ex-wife number 3. If it was a secret, that would be one thing.
I think wasn't there going to be there was going to be wasn't there going to be a contest at one point?
Oh, I don't know. That could be. Who could stand Will the longest?
I can't remember. I don't know. But yeah, anyways. Karpa's literary prowess extends beyond fiction, though. How to Get Married as Many Times as You Want. That's where the reading derailed, because that's really a funny name for a relationship guide. Recognizing the therapeutic power of writing, Karpa has also conducted writing workshops across Europe for the Ukrainian diaspora. Her commitment to healing through words culminated in the creation of a collection, I Don't Know How to Write About It, featuring writing by Ukrainian women on the full-scale invasion. So the next one, these Ukrainian articles, prints, always say they have like a list of 10, but then they never number the list. And I always feel like I got to remember the number. It's anyways. Oksana Lutsachena, a celebrated novelist, poet, and literary scholar, originally from Uzhhorod, but based in the US, incorporates feminism as a cornerstone of much of her writing. Her female characters often take a stand in some form or another against the silencing forces of a patriarchal society. Most English language readers were introduced to her work through her acclaimed novel, Ivan and Phoebe, which won her Ukraine's prestigious Shevchenko Prize in 2021 and appeared in English translation in 2023. In the novel, Lutsachena portrays the gradual disintegration of a marriage in the 90s in Uzhhorod. Ivan, the titular character, is a disillusioned former revolutionary who participated in the revolution on granite, but is struggling to adapt to the mundanity of everyday life. So Revolution on Granite was one of the major student protests that ended the Ukraine Soviet Socialist Republic. Just for context. Meanwhile, his wife Maria, who goes by Phoebe, suffers as motherhood and an unfulfilling marriage swallow up her dreams of becoming a poet. Lutsachena's novel Love Life, published in English translation in 2024, delves into themes of self-discovery as its protagonist grapples with heartbreak and the challenges of establishing a new life in a foreign country. Lutsachena's work not only illuminates the personal struggles faced by her characters, but also serves as a pointed critique of the broader societal norms that perpetuate gender inequality. Her heroines, while confronted with formidable challenges, are never portrayed as entirely helpless. They embody a profound realism in their suffering and an unwavering determination to live with dignity, showcasing resilience and strength despite the adversities they encounter. The next author is Artem Chapai. While much of Artem Chapai's work is rooted in the Ukrainian experience, his left-leaning anti-authoritarian perspective brings a universal appeal to his writing that will resonate with readers worldwide. His collection, The Ukraine, which was, oh, I don't even like saying it, even when I'm reading it, and it's in quotations, oof, which was published in English translation to critical acclaim in 2024, includes both fiction and nonfiction pieces that take the reader on a journey across Ukraine. In some stories, stereotypes about a stark divide between the east and west of the country are dismantled through interactions between characters from both regions. Terms like Banderite and Machnovite suddenly lose their accusatory undertones with such encounters, and these moments emphasize the unifying factors of dialogue and open-mindedness as a steadfast remedies to bridge perceived differences and guard against propaganda meant to divide a society. In other stories, inconvenient oh my god, Siri. In other stories, inconvenient truths about corruption and poverty in Ukrainian society linger, serving as reminders that no country is perfect and that the pursuit of progress is an ongoing effort. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, Chapai has been serving in Ukraine's armed forces. That's number 2. Next author is Lyubko Deresh. Lyubko Deresh shot to fame in Ukraine for his novel Cult when he was still a teenager. The novel is memorable for its exploration of societal taboos and is driven by a timeless struggle between moral dichotomies. Through his intriguing characters, Deresh's novels have continued over the years to probe the existential depths of the human condition. His works have been widely translated into multiple European languages, but English language readers will unfortunately have to wait a little longer before getting better acquainted with him. His latest novel, Where the Wind Blows, follows a beloved turned critically panned writer who, against the backdrop of Rusia's war, ends up accompanying a group of first-year university students as a gonzo journalist on a journey across Ukraine, leading him to engage with the world around him anew and to try to better understand his role in it. Since the start of the full-scale Rusian invasion, Deresh has been working as a volunteer and creative writing mentor for Ukrainians, including civilians, active military personnel, and veterans who have witnessed Russian aggression. The next author, Prince, is another Artem. I've never met an Artem in real life. This is Artem Chek. Artem Chek's success as a writer was cemented by his essay collection, Absolute Zero, a reflection on his military service in the armed forces of Ukraine from 2015 to 2016 that began as posts on Facebook. In the book, Chek's prose offers a realistic, unromanticized portrayal of life during wartime. At the start of the full-scale invasion in 2022, Chek resumed his military service as well as writing, stirring and sometimes unsettling reflections on war, including how he, as a soldier, has had to come to terms with the possibility of his death. However, his literary talent is not limited to war commentary. Chek also excels as a fiction writer. His best-selling novel, Who Are You? Achtote, traverses the tumultuous landscapes of 1990s Ukraine and explores the relationship between a young boy and a veteran suffering from PTSD following the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. The novel has been adapted into the film Rock, Paper, Grenade by his wife, Irina Tsilik. Chek's latest novel, Song of the Open Road, which was released in 2024, is a historical adventure novel about a former Ukrainian serf who finds himself in the U.S. fighting on the side of the North during the American Civil War. What?
That is rather intense. That is rather crazy and intense.
Yeah.
Right? But he's also another one that's fighting, who's resumed his military service, right?
Yeah, sounds like he went in after Maidan, did his tour, and then went in again in February 22. So the next author is Oleg Sentsov. Better known in Ukraine and abroad for his work as a filmmaker, Oleg Sentsov is equally gifted as a prose writer. His narrative style has a unique and compelling immediacy that engages readers so vividly that they feel as if they are seated directly before him, absorbed in the unfolding of his story. This remarkable ability to captivate and enchant his audience is a testament to his literary gift, transforming reading into an immersive, almost conversational experience. Life Went On Anyway, his autobiographical story collection, published in English translation in 2019, recounts his moments from his childhood into young adulthood that shaped him into the man he would later become. In 2014, Sentsov opposed the illegal annexation of his native Crimea and was jailed for 5 years in a Russian prison. Diary of a Hungry Striker, which was released in English translation in 2024, details his grueling 145-day-long hunger strike in an effort to secure and release of all of the Kremlin's Ukrainian prisoners of war. At the same time, the book is also a reflection on literature, music, and film. Sentsov also dabbled in fiction. His science fiction novel, the second one is also worth buying, is about an alien invasion. Sentsov joined the armed forces of Ukraine following Russia's full-scale invasion and since released short films taking on helmet cameras from trenches. Jeez Louise. So that was number 10. So that was about half of them who are active armed forces members, unfortunately, Prince. That's rough. I mean, it's rough that anyone is fighting, but yeah, they're sending their best and brightest, of course, or their best and brightest are volunteering because they know it's right and they're brave, strong people, and that's what you do. And Slava Ukraini to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Slava Ukraini is right. That's a lot of the guys, but so much talent in Ukraine. Um, I understand that the writers are absolutely amazing, and I know that you guys were talking about a book having to do with a penguin lately. You and Karen and Stephen, didn't you write about the? Didn't you talk about that book?
Yeah, last Wednesday, or it was on Sunday, I can't remember, but there's a writer named something Kurikov, and his book called, I'm thinking like Master and Margarita, but it's Death and the Penguin, and it's actually, I think, from 1996, and it's been translated into English, and it's a book. So we've talked, and it's a movie too that's on Talkflix. So it actually started months ago when someone told us when Lydia from Toronto, who we have up on Wednesdays sometimes, and we should do that again soon. I've forgotten about that little trick in the bag, but she did a talk about great Ukrainian films, and it was Death and the Penguin, and she was talking about it in movie form and in book form, and then yeah, we were just talking about it in book form. I have not partaken of any of those yet, but I will soon.
Yeah, and we're just getting what in the bag. Death and the Penguin is a novel by a Ukrainian author, Andrei Kurkov, originally published in 1996 in Russian as another name.
Okay, I just got to pat myself
Yeah.
on the back in a very un-Canadian way because I got everything except his first name, even the year of the
Yeah.
book.
And it was translated and published in English in 2001. The events of the novel take place between 1996 and 1997. So yeah. So yeah, absolutely. That I have heard good things about that book. I've heard it was very good. A little dark, but you know what? Nothing wrong with a little dark. So anyway.
Post-Soviet, 90s post-Soviet, I think couldn't help but be dark in those times writing books.
Yeah. So yeah. So is there a game on tonight?
No, there ain't no games until Saturday. It's been so long since we were in the Stanley Cup final. Woo! That I didn't realize that they would give them such a long break before the last series starts, because usually it starts right away. So we are this whole week without any games, my friend.
Are you gonna have withdrawals?
No, I'll be okay. I work too much. I've been kind of doing 2 jobs and replacing and trying to train the guy who's going to be doing the second job at the same time. So that's why I haven't been on the space
Ah,
as much. I've been doing lots of homework.
yeah, that'll do it to you. That'll do it to you. We do have Curry who just came up and put his hand up. Go ahead, Curry. And then he drops. So anyway, yeah. So it seems to have been sort of a quiet night so far around here. We're gonna start calling people out and see if we can get them to come up. But no, I'm just kidding. Well, we might. I never do that kind of thing. I only do it now and then.
No, not
No,
you,
not me,
never.
never. No, not me, never. It's not something I would do. Um, yeah, and I did find out um about the guy. French police have arrested a 26-year-old. It says Ukrainian Russian man. I had seen it as a Russian man prior. After he blew himself up on an explosive materials in a hotel room north of Paris. And they said on Wednesday, let's see, the man was treated by firefighters after he suffered significant burns following an explosion on Monday. The subsequent search of his room led to discovery of products and materials intended to manufacture explosive devices. So it looks like there may be some more information to come out from that story in the long run. So yeah, not quite sure about that. We'll see, huh?
His name was Ilya Bomyabamov.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that sounds legit to me. Um, Curry, did you manage to get here today this time?
I'm here. I'm here, my friend. Well, thank you so much. I've been in and out of this space here tonight, and I really am appreciative of all the sort of deep. I wouldn't say deep, but certainly a little more in-depth scholarly discussion about writers and so on. But I live in northern Minnesota, which is the red district, uh, and uh, um, and we and I think where I've been focusing my I listen. I'm a retired gentleman, and that's why I'm able to listen to MriyaReport at various times during the day. And by the way, Heather, or Prince Heather, I mean, I am so envious that you're going to Ukraine. That is just awesome.
I'm not
And
going
the
to
fact that,
Ukraine.
oh, pardon me, who was it?
Robin.
Oh, pardon me, Robin. Well, well, why don't you join her? But in any case, the I've said this before that this is quite an awesome forum worldwide where we can discuss these things and to get it down to let's say a local level like myself. I'm in the 8th district of northern Minnesota. I have sort of a compatriot who I've discussed with, um, and some of the people we were discussing, I that were just being talked about. I know a few of the authors, but I don't know many of them, and that's great that um, I've been exposed to those names and concepts and so on. But the fact of the matter is, we're in the election cycle. What is Mr. Joe Biden going to do, and all the conjecture that goes with that? And the fact of the matter is, with myself living in a sort of a purple district on the northern edge, which of that borders Canada and goes down toward the Twin Cities area. Um, I wouldn't say I've had trouble, but I used to get calls from our congressperson say, well, we have an online uh, debate or discussion, whereas we used to have a real live debate and discussion, at a local venue. And but what I want to say is that this shows to me that and my congressperson is a Republican. He's a backer of Mr. Trump, and but one has to be a little bit diligent. And I've written to my congressperson. I've called them time and time again. And thankfully, one of his local offices in my district is just 5 miles away. So I pop up and I had a nice discussion with their office personnel. I've never been disrespectful, and the fact of the matter is, if you get about 4 or 5, say 5 people together, you can actually have request, a conference. Maybe not with the congressperson themselves, but perhaps one of their top staff. And so that being said, we I think I don't know about I have an educational background. I taught in Austria. I can speak a couple languages, but I spent most of my career in the railroad industry, and they have a certain impetus or influence. And what is perplexing to me is when I've invited a few people to come and join me. Oh, well, we'll just go through the union or go through whatever. I said, no, that's fine and good. That is one of the voices that you get to use. I said, but the fact of the matter is, you and myself as an individual have our own individual voice. And wouldn't you know it, even when some would not join me, I went up to my congressperson's office, and by the way, these are my neighbors and my friends. They're not my enemies. I want them to hear my voice, and they have. They say, "Oh, look, you've." They have record when I've either have called or sent a letter, et cetera, et cetera. And it wasn't, and some of the issues I brought up were not just about Ukraine, but I did bring it up. And there's a couple of certain issues that are really pertinent to my congressperson, and I got a reply. Not from him personally, but his local person who handles things when our congressperson is out of the area. He gave me a call. We had a most wonderful conversation. You can each and every one of us can be an influencer, and they're not my enemies. They are my neighbors. They're my friends. And again, like I said, I'm retired, and I get to speak with some of the retired people, and some are still working and not working. And we discuss things at the coffee table. And one thing, Mr. Oberst, my congressperson, Mr. not Oberstar, pardon me, uh, my president congressperson from the 8th district, he has an F on the scale from some groups that say that, because of his support from, as far as being a congressperson not supporting Ukraine. So what is my job? I want them to hear my voice, and I did that respectfully, and we had a great discussion. And I used to get calls from, instead of having a real live debate, which we had from our previous Congress person, Mr. Blatnick, is we have online discussion or a debate, and you call in, or they'll call you up, and then you make your response, but your voice is not necessarily broadcast. So in any case, I want to say, just be diligent. And that includes some of the various wonderful efforts through so many good voices on this platform who have said, well, I think Cece, I don't remember her moniker on this platform, but call this congressperson, call this senator, and so on. And so I just do that. Let's not be like the Bible would say. Let us not be weary in well doing. And the voices that you share. I, I'm 65 plus years old, and I want to thank you each from all the different information that you've given to me, be it learning about KIT and various things where we do where I get to participate in and to throw in a few dollars to help with um, the projects that you have highlighted. It's just wonderful. It's like Air America 2.0, worldwide. And the fact of the matter is, I wouldn't say most, but too many of us in Mid America, we have a certain sense of security because we have these oceans between us. Be it we're so far from Asia and so on. We just don't have the cultural or historical. I want to say not evidence. I want to say the word evidence, but that's not right. We have a certain sense of false security because we are so far away. We don't have to pay attention to it, but we really do. And that is one of the challenges before us. But anyways, I'm going to shut up right now. I want to thank you for this platform. I've shared where I can among my own local community. And I appreciate some of the talks about borscht, for example. I got a kick out of that. In Finnish, it's borsikaito. So if you want to know that, I could say that 3 times and maybe some of our Finnish friends would jump on. But I just want to say
Borsikaito.
borsikaito, borscht
like
soup, basically. But depending how you use it in the Finnish language, and it's a god awful language. Even though I grew up speaking.
Oh no, it's great.
No, it's a
Sounds
wonderful
awesome.
language.
You sound automatically Viking when you're speaking in
You know what?
Finnish, like it.
Oh, yeah, right. But I could talk much more about my own Finnish background and so on. I haven't been to Finland for a long time, and I was blessed with the fact that my parents were older when I was born, so I learned a lot of Finnish. We had Finnish neighbor. Anyways, that's just my own personal history, and but Finland has changed. Well, I'm not going to talk about Finland. I really appreciate hearing the Finnish voices that do come on this platform, because there's a certain subtlety and humor that. Uh, Anyways, that being said, I really appreciate this space.
Stabilizer Finn.
Mitä?
Remember that guy?
What's that?
Oh, my Finnish electrician friend from the space here. Stabilizer Finn.
I don't remember which one,
moniker.
but you've had a couple good ones on it. Of course, I think it was Metta, who was, every time you said Grippin 3 times, she would come on, that killed me. But at the end of the day, even myself as a retired person, I have certain skills. I speak languages, and I drive trains. And by the way, I did a little research, and I sent the link to Mr. Headley, who's a railroad man, and one of the companies who's providing locomotives for Ukraine. It's based out of Pennsylvania, and because of and I won't get into it comes through the import fund that is available for economic development and so on. And because of that, Ukraine will get like 60 locomotive locomotive engines, and that actually provides 900 jobs to one of the entities, and here in not in my state, but in Pennsylvania. to the I don't remember the exact number, but they're providing at least through the Export Import Fund of the United States. It's quite significant. So those are the things I wanted to share tonight. I appreciate you all. So Slava Ukraine, and by the way, Heather, I'm trying to learn Ukraine, and it's a bit of a mix up, but I'm plugging along on Duolingo and so on. So God bless you all, and Slava Ukraine.
Get on Slava. And yeah, thank you. Learning Ukrainian is a challenge. And I think Adam has us all beat in the ability to speak Ukrainian.
I cheated.
You cheated? You went to Ukrainian school growing up?
Yeah, Mama taught me before English. She would speak. I knew talk before yes.
Yes, it doesn't surprise me. I have talked to people who had to learn English so that they could go to kindergarten.
Mama tried to raise me better.
Yeah, no, I've talked to some people whose parents had to teach them English, or no, who had to learn English in order to go to kindergarten. Yeah,
My dad.
really, and he spoke Ukrainian.
Yeah, got into fights about it. He got beat up because bullied because he had no English.
Yeah.
But he, a vicious young boy, apparently he gave back, learned English quickly, but also fought back quite. It was the 50s.
Yeah, well, I could imagine a greasy hair and a leather jacket, walking around saying, "Hey."
Yeah, I just imagine like the kid fights in, yeah, or the kid fights in that movie, A Christmas Story.
Yes, yes,
Remember
yes,
that one with the blonde
absolutely.
kid?
That was a
That's what I always imagined, like teenager kid fights in the 50s.
Yeah.
Like, and with big snow
I
suits.
love that movie. I do love that movie. All evidenced by my one Christmas decoration.
When his brother gets knocked over and
Yes,
can't stand
yes,
up.
yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. You'll shoot your eye out. You know what one Christmas decoration I do have, right, Adam?
What is it, the Red Ryder rifle?
No.
Oh, is it
Electric
the lamp?
sex, yes.
Yeah, you have that
I
lamp in your
do.
house?
Yes.
Now?
It's in the spare bedroom till Christmas comes around again.
That makes me so
Yeah,
happy.
no, and it's a big one. It goes in the middle of the front window every year, and it is the only Christmas decoration I have.
That is the only one
Yeah.
you need, and everyone will be wishing a
Yeah.
Merry Christmas in
Yeah.
the most ironic and
Yeah.
hilarious way when they walk
Yeah.
by your house. I love it. That
Yeah, no,
speechless.
I don't put up a Christmas tree, nothing. Yeah, no, I thought you knew that. Yeah, it's the only thing I have is the
No, I probably would have came over for last Christmas if I
the
heard
only
you.
Christmas decoration I have is the leg lamp. Yeah. The only Christmas decoration.
Okay, I'll bring the
You'll
turkey.
bring the turkey. Yeah. Okay, we'll be going out for Chinese food, I fully expect.
Sorry,
No, I don't. I eat meat again. No. Yeah,
Oh,
no.
okay.
And I wouldn't touch tofurkey even when I was a vegan.
Then turducken.
Next thing you know, you're gonna
Triple foul.
try to talk about sweaty balls. But that's enough.
This is what happens when no one comes up to talk to us. It gets zany. Oh,
Here
good.
comes
Here's
zero. But
zero.
yes, no,
Bring in some sanity, hopefully, or
I have
That'll never
thought
make
about
it to the podcast. Hopefully,
I have thought about making a display in I wanted to put it in my laundry room with the Red Ryder BB gun. So yeah. So anyway,
the decoder ring.
ring.
Buy more cheese nuts. What? That's the message.
No, wasn't it drink more malto milk or something like that?
Yeah, but it was like buy more stuff, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get the super secret spy message," and it's like drink more milk. What?
Yeah. Hey Zero, how are you?
Oh, Dean. I've just popped in really quickly to tell you I'm laughing my head off listening to you guys today. It's so funny. And I was gonna say to you, Prince Heather, you're like easy borscht, easy Christmas girl, aren't you?
Yes, I lead a very easy life. I'm not
Good on
complicated.
ya.
Yeah, not complicated. And she goes from there. She goes. That's it. Thank you, Dryfly. Drink more Ovaltine. I knew it would make sense. I knew malto milk.
Malto milk.
That's what came to mind.
I was right there with you. Thanks, Dryfly.
Drink more Ovaltine.
Is malto milk a thing?
Yeah, I think it is. But
Because it sounds like what Ovaltine
Yeah.
is. You know, malty
exactly.
milk.
Yeah, drink more Ovaltine. That's exactly what it was. Thank you, Dryfly.
How the heck was malto milk not more popular than Ovaltine?
Not a
It is
clue.
subjectively a cooler
Yeah,
name.
it really is. It really is. But no, the kid, the Ralphie. Is it Ralph? No, what's the little brother's name? Anyway, rolling around in the snowsuit cracks me up. Admit this, Adam. Admit this. I mean, you grew up in Edmonton. It gets freeze your nose hairs cold up there. Did you ever try to lick lick a metal pole in the middle of winter?
No, because that movie came out in 1982, and I already knew by the time I entered school that that was a bad idea. I was in the perfect demographic to to never do that again. That is the most frightening scene ever.
Double dog dare ya. Okay.
That poor kid, the way he's wailing, oh, it's visceral.
I told you. I told you. I'm on pain meds tonight. It's like, yeah.
This is awesome. I call it community building. Let's laugh together. It's not all about blood and bullets. We're a community. We can share stories and laugh sometimes, interspersed with articles and stories about talking languages and driving trains from Curry.
You betcha. Go ahead, Curry.
Well, when you were describing the story about the Christmas story, that was my early life. We had a kid in my local rural high school who put his tongue on like just like the movie, put his tongue on the pole and had to get some hot water warm water to get it frozen off. And I was a kid with glasses. I was with Ralphie. My dad would allow me to shoot like a 22 caliber rifle. He said the phrase in our family was, "What I wanted to buy a Red Ryder BB gun from the local store because I saved up my money I earned as a young kid." But my mother and my dad said, "No way, you'll shoot your damn eye out." So, so I experienced that.
So you're Ralphie.
Oh, I am Ralphie. And so I just wanted to share that that long memory from long ago, and when we were watching the Christmas story during a Christmas time with my family, my mother came around a corner after she had a cigarette with my one of our family members, and just then he came up with that when Ralphie got his glasses damaged, and my mother said, "Oh, my dad's name was Matt," and said, "Matt, Matt would never give me carry a BB gun, he would have shot his damn eye out, and we all fell on the floor. So anyways, that has nothing to do with Ukraine, but the fact of the matter is we have those cultural memories, and so I just wanted to share that with you. But we didn't go down to the Chinese restaurant to get food and whatnot. There were no Chinese restaurants in our area. But the fact of the matter is that this should be more about Ukraine, beside not about my own memories and such. But we have these uh, interesting cultural things that happen in our history, and that remain today, and so, and I don't know if I'm of a different generation, and I don't understand some of the experiences of my children, and so on, um, and now looking toward Ukraine, because of my own family's background. One of my dad's uncles, or pardon me, brothers, he was a Redfin, and he ended up he's in a grave on the north end of Lake Lagoda and Sondamorch, and I learned the history about that. And the fact of the matter is that I also know Dr. Mearsheimer personally, listened to his lectures, was invited to not a private dinner, but a sort of a gathering, and Mr. Mearsheimer, who was a frequent lecturer up here in northern Minnesota, through the sponsorship of some people here who had a little bit more means to sponsor it. At one time said that he wrote an article. Oh, I don't remember the exact, but you can look it up. I don't know the date right offhand, but he wrote an article talking about the case for a nuclear Ukraine, and that was like in the early, like about 1993. And I look how his political bent, and I'm fairly leftist, but I tell you what, I'm not, and I always have been. But I'm more of a, if you want to categorize me, I'm a Roosevelt progressive, and that's what my and. Anyways, that being said, and I look at what Mr. Mearsheimer has been writing in the last 20 years, and I don't recognize the man. I had dinner with him, and this is disturbing. He was part of the agreement, part of the process when as for the denuclearization of Ukraine. But he wrote that article, "The Case for a Nuclear Ukraine," and you can find it. You can Google it. You can find it in a foreign policy magazine, and I don't remember the exact date and time, but it is there. And what happens to a person who seemed to have a certain sense of principle and just is I don't I have two words going in my mind, one in German, one in Finnish, but has failed that's not that doesn't describe it, but has abandoned it. And what is it for? And it's and but I want to say to the crowd, the people who are listening at hand, if you want to hear about, if you want to understand Eastern Europe, Ukraine, and so on, the go-to guy for me, and has been for a long time, since 2008, has been Timothy Snyder. He is the one who has the most clearest voice, has the greatest understanding. He is the voice for our times. It's just that simple. So I'm going to end with this, and I'm going to end for the night. Thank you so much again for this space, and we'll and catch up with you later. Thank you very much.
Love me some Professor Snyder too. Agreed on that. I think they got some compromat on Mearsheimer, because that definitely was a 180-degree turn of silliness. Go ahead, Zero.
Whoops, sorry, sticky mic. Yeah, Adam, I have a question to ask you. it was a little while ago. You talked about a Ukrainian, like it's like Netflix, but it's the Ukrainian Netflix. I don't suppose you could remind me what the name of it is. I want to see if I can watch some old Ukrainian movies on it, and I just forgotten the name. What was the name?
It's so good. It's called Takflix, Takflix, and I don't remember if it's .com or .ua, but if you just Google Takflix, it's the first thing that comes up, and it means Tak is yes in Ukrainian, so it means yes flicks, and it's so good, and the exchange rate, like we were talking about with Robin earlier at the beginning of the shift, is so good. So I rented a movie called, and we talked about it on the space like last year sometime, right after I started hosting, called Mustache Funk. And it was about the explosion of funk slash Ukrainian folk music that was happening in Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic in the 70s during a time of limited cultural freedom that they would go up and down in terms of their cultural repression throughout the things. But these Ukrainian young guys at the time and gals just decided they really liked funk music and the bell bottoms and the big hair and the paisley shirts so I rented this great documentary on Talkflix, and it ended up being, I think, $2.35 Canadian, because it was like 100 hryvnia to rent it on Talkflix for 2 days. So that was even just the cherry on top. Zero is that it's super cheap.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll get onto it. Yeah, I want to watch. I've got just the movies from my childhood. I want to go and watch, and I'll explore other things as well. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's lots of older stuff and lots of contemporary stuff. And another trick that I've done is I've turned my VPN to Kyiv and just went straight to netflix.com, and they've got Ukrainian content on there that's contemporary. Just you can sometimes they'll say, "Oh, you're using a blocker," and it might stop you, but you just reload your browser and try again, and it works.
Дякую.
Нема за що, пані.
Look at you guys go. Ugh. So Adam, I don't know that we've talked about this. And this is old news. It's way back in my notes, but I thought I would bring it up because I think it's very interesting, and I know you appreciate the arts and such. But at the end of the yeah, you. At the end of May, 2 plays about Ukraine received awards in the USA. Did you know that?
Nuh-uh,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Playwright, author of both plays, Sasha Denisova, told Ukrainiform about this. So on May 20th, the prestigious prize, the 2024 Elliot Norton Awards, issued by the Boston Theater Critic Association, was received by the play The Hague, staged at the Harlequin Players Theater in Boston, and its director, Sasha Denisova. This performance is an imaginary trial of Putin, told by an orphan girl from Mariupol, in whose imagination appear the criminal henchmen of the Russian dictator, from Kadyrov to Kovlechik. A record number of 18 actors from New York, Los Angeles, and Boston took part in the performance. The virtual performance was watched by viewers from all over the country, thanks to the director of Ukrainian origin, Ihor Golyak, I think is what it is. In Washington on May 20th, the Helen Hayes Award for Best Play of the Year went to the performance based on Sasha Denisova's play My Mother and the Full-Scale Invasion. The play told the story of the playwright's 82-year-old mother. It was staged by two of the largest U.S. theaters, Woolly Mammoth Theater and the Wilma Theater. The set designers also won both awards. Both plays received great response and reviews in the Washington Post and the New York Guardian. Ukraine won on the theater front by telling the terrible truth about crimes of the Russian Federation on Ukrainian soil and the incredible resistance of Ukrainians through theatrical means, noted playwright Sasha Denisova, commenting on the presentation of awards to two plays based on her works. Of course, this is an incredible match to receive the title of the best director and author of the best play in the United States on the same day. I'm incredibly happy. It is important for Americans to know about the war in Ukraine through the lens of ordinary human life destroyed by war, she said in a comment. She noted that the play, The Hague, has already been staged in Poland, the USA, Sofia, Toulouse, and performances are currently being prepared in Romania and Amsterdam. The show ran, like everything else in America, for 3 weeks, and then another 3 weeks on the stream in a virtual version made by Goliath, and a huge number of viewers could see it. According to the director, it was very important that the topic of Ukraine resonates with on American stages, and not only in the news, that real Ukrainians become close in a human way. She also added, the words addressed to the American elite, which were spoken by Patrushev, were quite harsh. It was you who delayed the aid. It was you who traded with us. You allowed Ukraine to bleed, the director emphasized. So yeah, that's pretty kind of cool, right, Adam? I'll send you this article if you haven't.
Yeah, that sounds like a really neat play. Yeah, I was just thinking about the poor actor who had to play Huila.
Right?
How would you live that down?
Yeah. But sometimes,
unless he gets,
I tell you, Adam.
Punished at the end.
Sometimes though, for I guess I have to think about it this way, Adam. If it's to get such an important message out, wouldn't you be willing to play the villain? If it meant, yeah.
Oh yeah, some of the best actors.
Yeah,
the guy who died, who was in Harry Potter, who was Professor Snape, and
oh yeah,
the diehard
but
bad
he was
guy.
not a bad guy.
He's the best. Well, not Snape in the end, but he always was the best bad guy.
He always seemed like a bad guy, but he was never a bad guy.
Alan
diehard guy was
Alan Rickman.
Bad.
Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman, thank you.
I used to have a crush on him.
And
so there's that.
Oh, really?
I know.
I just wanted to do my Alan Rickman impression. You don't sure.
You had a crush on Alan Rickman? I knew there was something wrong with you. Anyway,
yeah, him and Paul Newman.
Why do you go so hard on Linda all the time?
She hates me.
It makes me uncomfortable.
No,
she discriminates against me.
I absolutely adore her.
I put my hand up, and she made me wait for 20 minutes before bringing me up because she doesn't want me to speak.
I was trying to read, you dork. Oh, jeez.
That was actually my bad. When one is reading, the other should be watching for requesties.
See, okay. Now I'm getting a don't knock it, Heather. I did too. I had a crush on Alan Rickman too. At least I had a crush on.
He's pretty rad.
I had a crush on Susan Sarandon, and that's embarrassing now because of who she is.
Yes, that's very embarrassing.
I know, right? It is, but I had a really big crush on Susan Sarandon, and then I figured out that she was older than my mom's, and so that just didn't work for me either. So yeah, yeah. I gotta check and see if she's older than you.
Dude, it sounds like
Is
it.
she all MAGA now? Is that Susan Sarandon?
What's that?
Is she all MAGA or
She's
crazy
she's
politically
gone
somehow
politically
now?
crazy. Yes.
Yes, she's gone to the other side. Yeah. Switch her to have change it, make have a crush on Dolly Parton instead.
Nah, that's okay.
She's good people. Yeah.
No, I'm okay with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
You are
okay,
older
fine.
than Susan's. You
She
are older
buys
than. You are older than.
every Christmas Dolly Parton. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You are
You two
older
quit
than
fighting.
Susan Sarandon.
Oh my God.
Oh, see, I was just trying to interrupt the burn. Every year, Dolly Parton orders a case of Staunichy's Mondaire sausage, the world famous Ukrainian, Albertan, Canadian garlic sausage from Mondaire, Alberta, and she buys a case for her family every year to this day. I love Dolly.
She's great.
Go ahead, Nancy. We're being silly.
No, there's nothing silly about this stuff. I just had to jump in because, yeah, I liked Alan Rickman and also Paul Newman. I have so much respect for that man because in his, oh goodness, Linda, you're going to have to keep me honest here, but in the early 2000s, when he was either in his late 70s or early 80s, I saw him race cars at the Daytona Rolex 24-hour endurance race. And to see a man of that age jump into a 24-hour endurance race racing automobile like it was nothing was just amazing. So props to the old guys. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, cool hand Luke right there. Have you ever seen Hudsucker Proxy? No one's ever seen this movie but me. Yeah, sure. The kid with the dingus.
You sound like me asking people if they've ever seen the movie Eulogy. Anyway, okay, we have to get back to something serious. Otherwise, I'm going to start talking about blowing Grandpa up again. And that's as soon as it stopped raining, Grandpa, best line out of any movie ever. Seriously, best line out of any movie ever. How can I go and talk about that now? Okay, but
I'm gonna go back to Christmas Story when he, with the leg lamp, when he says "fragile," it's from France.
Yes, fragile. Anyway, okay, so let's find something else to talk about. Okay, but I guess I'm gonna have to go down this road. There was an article in the BBC last week that was really, really good that I've never talked about. And it has to do with one of my favorite subjects, kids. And I have to go and open the BBC story really quick. The children adapting the Ukraine war, the children adapting to survive Russia's invasion. That is what the title of the article is. But I'm just going to go through a short thread here that describes some of the stories of some of the kids, and that sort of gives you a feel for the story, and it was just a really good story. Nancy, did you find this? Did you read this story ever? Nancy doesn't know.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay.
Now I'm still I'm still trying to research whether an author's work has been translated to English. Sorry.
Yeah, I know you're down a rabbit hole. Okay,
I've been down that rabbit hole for months.
aren't we all? People say I'm strong. Not everyone could get through something like this. This is Lyra. One of her legs was shattered, and the other was badly burned in a Russian missile attack. She's walking again, but the damage done by the war on Ukraine, runs deeper than Lyra's scars. Daniel is from Kharkiv, and he lives in western Ukraine now for safety. But he can't escape the war. His dad is on the front lines, and Daniel worries. Sirens upset him too. Others like going to the shelter and missing class. For Daniel, it means somewhere in Ukraine there is danger. And Adam just left. Did Adam yeet himself out of the space? Anyway, but that's Daniel, and that is that is Daniel. Angelina, she looks very young, very, very young. Angelina spent the first days of the full-scale invasion in her basement. Then the 16-story block of flats next to her was destroyed, and she was scared. She was scared she would be buried under the rubble. Angelina is from Kharkiv, which is now under renewed Russian attack. All these children are adapting to the war because they have to. But the invasion, the injury, the loss, the displacement, the transformed childhood, right across Ukraine. There are many programs to help, but many need more are needed. The need is enormous. I'll put the link to this up in the nest also, because it does the last tweet in this thread is a link to the actual article itself, and it just every time I run across this article, it just makes me think for a second. Of course, the question is, can I find it in my oh good Lord, can I find it in my bookmarks? That is the question. Oh yes, I just did. There it is. I need to clean up my bookmarks again, people. When I can't find things. Anyway, so the entire article is really good. And of course, it obviously goes more in depth than just the little brief snippets that I gave you. But it is a good look at what some of the kids have to do to adapt, and what some of the kids have been through. And I gave you a verbal description, but there are pictures along in the tweet thread, and then there are pictures, of course, in the article also. And there are of course impacts that happen. The littlest girl looks like she's 8 years old, but she looks smaller. At least the way the picture was, but I suppose that was the first few days of the invasion. She may have been 6 then. I imagine I hear and I read stories about the kids who have pretty much spent their entire life during this full scale invasion. Makes me think of the nice little girl who does the cooking shows. You know who I'm talking about, Adam? You know who I'm talking about? The girl who does the cooking shows.
What? There's a Ukrainian girl that does cooking shows? I've not heard about it.
Are you kidding me? Oh, now we gotta find them. Now we gotta find her. Oh man, what is her name? She often shows up on Anton Goroshenko's page. He shares her a lot. She's so cute. I mean, she's got everything pre-measured. Her mom, yeah, but no, I mean, the kid makes vareniki, like does it does like a cooking show on how to make vareniki, and she's so freaking cute. And she did one for Easter bread. If anybody remembers her name and can send me a video of her, that would be great. But then I've also seen videos of the same little girl crying in her mother's arms during an air raid alert because she wants it to stop, or noticing that her cat is stressed out and going and trying to comfort her cat, during an air raid. But the videos of her cooking, oh my goodness, it is just delightful. She is the most adorable thing, and I wish I could remember her name right now. Um, but she's absolutely fabulous. Yeah, she does little cooking show videos, and they're just amazing. She did one for Easter bread, and she's done one for vareniki, and I don't know what else she's done them for, but yeah, she does them rather often.
Holopchi,
Holchi?
cabbage rolls.
I don't know if she's done that.
Holopchi.
I don't know if she's done holopchi. Boxed wine?
Why do I always get so hungry by the end of our shifts?
Is that the same little girl that does she teaches cooking? It's the same little one that was she was eating with her little plate was her bowl was shaking during a raid?
No, I don't
Is
think
that the
no,
same
I
little?
don't think that's the same little girl.
Oh, okay. Okay, because
Yeah.
that's pretty heartbreaking as well. Yeah.
That video I've seen, and she's spilling the milk.
Yeah.
It's just brutal.
I just found the vareniki one, Adam. And this is from February of last year. She is just freaking adorable.
Aha.
Yeah. She is just freaking adorable. Yeah.
If I can relearn to make all these recipes that I didn't write down and have nearly forgotten
Oh,
by watching a cute kid on YouTube to remind me that that's a bonus.
yeah.
Win-win.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Um Yeah, but no, this little girl has gotten some attention, and I really wish I could make her name. I really wish I could remember her name. But Anton Goroshenko tweets her quite often. Yeah,
Well, her TikTok name is Nadine.
Chef Nadia, Nadiya. I think is. Can I just see a Reddit
Oh
post?
my God, her little
And she,
cheeks are, well, there's anything but little. Her cheeks are insane.
yeah, isn't she adorable?
Put that in the nest.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I gotta bookmark it real
And then trim your dang nest after that. It's hanging all over.
quick. Trim your nest. It's a good thing they called it a nest. Yeah, no, she is just amazing.
Would it be a zest now in the new paradigm?
No, that's
I hate it. I
wrong.
never say it. I always just call it Twitter. There is no torn
Yeah,
in my soul in terms of that.
yeah,
Just Twitter.
yeah. Chef Nadia. But I wish I could find some of the more recent ones. Because she is just she did one for Easter this year. But yeah, and she's just adorable kid. Just an adorable kid. And I never play around on TikTok, so I don't know.
I love how the videos like Oh, she takes a bite of it. Oh, she's eating the potatoes right in there between making pierogies. That's a foul. You can't do that with the potato spoon. Come on, Baba.
You really think it matters? I found her. Oh, she's got an Instagram account. I'll look at Instagram over. Oh, and I think she has her own. She may have her own YouTube also. Maybe not.
That's what we need is YouTube. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't tick the talk.
Yeah, I don't take the talk either. But yes, this looks like a YouTube. But yeah, she is just absolutely freaking adorable. And yeah, that she doesn't have very much on, but the Instagram, it might be okay. Anyway, we're getting way sidetracked here. Except for we're talking about the most adorable little Ukrainian girl. If you guys have seen her before, come up and talk to us because really, she is worth it,
And she also has a Vyshyvanka chef's hat,
right?
and it's the business.
Yeah.
There's 3 words that I thought of that to say after the before business came out. That would have been swear jar words.
Is shiznit a swear word?
Oh yeah, that one didn't come up.
Yeah. But no, she's absolutely this little girl is adorable and she does little cooking shows. Yeah. When you get done co-hosting, you've got to go and listen to it because she goes and she's giving you instructions all the way through too. It's absolutely precious. So yeah, she is an amazing little child and she makes me so happy when I see a video from her. But I have also seen the videos of her crying because she's scared. And and that's also the reality, right? Um really, that's also the reality that we have to be aware of, you know. I'm looking at their Instagram right
Some
now.
of those trolls who accuse Ukrainians of not living in a war because there's videos of them and pictures of them in pizza places and cafes would say to the cooking videos of the girl as opposed to the crying videos of the girl would be like, well, she's not really in a war because she had time to make a cooking video.
Yeah. Except for that's just not quite the truth. So yeah, she is just a cute, cute, cute little girl. I wish I could find the one from Easter this year. But yeah.
Well, I've got to just completely switch gears. I've got Ukraine World article on Moscow propaganda, since we've been very naughty tonight and led our poor listeners astray with silliness and personnel stories.
I don't know. I've got
Maybe it's time for something. What
I've
do you
got
got?
I've got some I've gotten some feedback that people are kind of laughing their butts off occasionally.
Well, we are being funny.
Yeah.
That's why
But
I'm like, oh, community building.
we're not
Let's be
all
funny. Come up and be funny with us. It's a slow night.
it is a slow night and it really quite honestly we're being more appropriate than mockers is sometimes than mockers and myself can be. So
See, and that's when I'm sleeping. I don't know the bar that's set because I'm snoozing away, and
oh
I
there
make it
there
early.
is no bar. The bar is the bar is a pipe laid deep underground.
It's an unlimboable bar.
Yes, it is not possible to limbo that bar. It is yeah. There are times that I end up laughing so hard I can't even speak. But I also have a warped sense of humor. Anyway, but tell us about the propaganda, please, because yeah, We have had our
Well,
Nadia.
speaking of warp sense of
Yeah, we have
humor,
had our Vareniki timeline cleanse.
yeah, it's totally was like a cute kids kittens making Veronica. You know, I've eaten off the potato spoon before, but I did get yelled at for it. So, and was made to wash the spoon. But maybe that was just a lesson that was learned, and maybe that's why when I saw it, I was like, "Don't do it, child. Mama will be mad." And here comes Grandma. Uh-oh, time to get scolded again. Where are you, Grandma? Anyways, well, for every child might get a hand up, but I'll read this Ukrainian World article that was posted. May 31st, 2024. How does Russian state propaganda shape the worldviews of Belarusians military personnel? Belarusians army's atrocities in Ukraine reach barbaric scales, shocking the world. The oath of allegiance to committing war crimes taken by officers is not enough for Russia. Well, you know what? I'm going to pause it because I just started, and for every child might have had something cogent to say. She got her hand up. Go ahead, my friend.
Hi, Adam. Hi, Prince. I had nothing cogent to say, but I was walking around doing things, finishing up for the night, and I wasn't near the phone, and and I you wanted people to come up, and when I come up, sometimes it takes me 10 minutes to get everything together. It worked perfectly this time. I guess I finally got the sequence. It's take my whatever AirPods out, disconnect them, then turn on the speaker, and then after you call on me and I can't answer at all, I get to put the AirPods back in and wait another few minutes before they engage again. But I didn't have to reset the phone and come back. So there's my grand adventure. I had absolutely nothing to say except I so enjoyed everything you guys are saying, and Prince. I did see the videos of this young girl cooking, but it was nowhere near the information you gave me or gave us, sharing about her family and all the things that you said was much more than I knew before. I had reposted two of her videos, but it was much better to know the background on her. And I had actually I reposted more than two because I saw the video of her comforting the kitty, and I reposted that. But I had no idea it was the same girl. I hadn't put that together. So no, I'm just fighting off a little bit of sleep and trying to to do some things. But you want speakers, and I don't know how I can be a speaker when I'm not paying attention to anything except walking around doing things.
Well, thanks for taking the call. That's okay. We're just having kind of a funny, silly night. So it wasn't a serious request, but thanks for taking the call. As always, for every child. Karen.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with my icons. I've been having some major Twitter issues, or I might have come up sooner. It showed that all the people I was following, and I was following quite a few, it read 0, and it won't let me follow anybody back. And so I've been fussing with my app, so I'm probably going to be off and on. I had some medical stuff I had to take care of today, so I was busy doing that, and uh, so it's been a quiet day. In some ways, no news is good news. In other ways, I wish there were some good news to report. I guess one story that did catch my eye, I don't know if you've already talked about it, it was in Radio Free Europe, and that is Ukrainian soldiers are freezing their sperm now as this it says as this demographic crisis looms. So yeah, and to me that says something. It says that there are a lot of people going to war that are making practical arrangements in case they don't return or are unable to, you know, reproduce if they return. And I think it's sad, but I'm not surprised to see it.
Yeah. What I will say actually also, there's actually an article, where was it that I saw it? I think it actually was in Radio Svoboda too. And I was actually gonna try to hold it off until Sunday because it's so much up NAFO Dave's alley. Where is it? Oh, I swear I have it here. So there we go. What radio? Oh, nope, it was in the Sushi Pine. Clean. Yeah, this is this one though. It's not having to do with sperm, but this is having to do with DNA in a DNA database that Ukraine is getting some help with. So I do want to talk to Dave about this one very specifically. But the Director General for the International Commission on Missing Persons, and it was an interview about a single registered DNA analysis and investigation of cases. And so this is talking about creating a DNA database of people in Ukraine, so that the unfortunate reality is so that people can be identified after they've been killed, so that soldiers can be identified after they've been killed, so that missing children can be found and identified in Russia. Whole long list of reasons to be able to do this. But I was just talking about this yesterday, just sort of tangentially, because I was talking about another article from where's that article about the number of a number of people who had not been identified. I know why I can't find it. It's over here. About 2 to 3% of the bodies of the dead Ukrainians returned as part of exchanges cannot be identified at this point, and they don't have any DNA matches for them, and or they cannot get DNA from what was sent back, which I know are two different things. So I actually think that a conversation with Dave is what is best when it comes to those two topics. But I've also heard that they've been freezing I've heard for months that they've been freezing their sperm as a insurance, as a just in case. Freezing sperm and freezing eggs, it's a smart thing to do before you go into battle. Unfortunately, it's a reality, and we're at that point in our technology where we can do that. I also hope that Ukraine is starting to take DNA samples of every soldier who signs up. And I don't like that that's a fact. I personally think they probably need to do a DNA sample of every person in Ukraine and refugees outside of Ukraine, people who left in the first days of the war. You never know if one of their relatives may be involved. And so anyway, for every child.
Excuse me.
Karen? Yeah.
I'm gonna drop again because I'm having some Twitter issues. I have no control over my icons. I can't see them. So I'm gonna drop and you can bring me back up in a few minutes.
Alrighty. So, yeah. And Adam, I'm gonna quit sending you videos I'm just gonna tell you the search criteria to look for, and you're gonna find all kinds of
Don't, just
cuteness.
don't, because I didn't even hear anything for the last 10 minutes because she's the cute. Did you see when how she cracks the eggs and they just like
Yes.
smash and oh my
Yeah.
God, I died. I'm dead.
Sorry. For every child, go ahead. You had your hand up.
No, I was going to answer or make a comment about followers disappearing. I'll wait till she comes back.
All right, no problem. So when it comes to the DNA stuff, definitely want to talk to Dave about that kind of stuff. I mean, he's the guy who can tell you about the DNA, and he knows more about DNA than just rats and mice too. So I realize rats and mice are his specialty, but
Forte.
yes, or yeah, yes, rats and mice are his forte. But anyway, so go ahead for every child.
I'm
Karen's back
writing
up.
that sentence down. That's a great sentence.
Oh, Karen, can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes, I can. Hi. So
Are,
you
are
had
you?
some.
Yes. Are you using a laptop when your followers disappear? Is that what you're doing?
Well, no, I'm using my tablet. I have a Samsung tablet, but when I shift over to my PC, it also shows that way on my PC. So
Oh,
it's just crazy.
okay. Well, I'm on different. I'm on an iPhone, which is different from a Samsung. But in the iPhone, when my followers disappear, I can still follow new people. I just can't access any of the followers that I have. However, I anticipated this new ownership messing around with my ability to access data, and so I've saved a lot of followers in my contact book, and I've saved a lot of followers in my text replacement auto, where I can just hit two or three things and bring up people that I want to find. Like it used to be that when I wanted to send a message to someone like Adam, I could just I could just do like one or two letters of his name and the whole thing would come up. But now, before I can send Adam anything at all, I had to just make up a file called "Good Morning Grands" with with Adam in the list, because I every time I wanted to send anything to you, Adam, I couldn't bring it up the way I had. The system just would not let me bring your name up at all. I've got it whipped though. No matter how many times they give me zero on my followers, I can still bring you up, Adam.
I think she loves you.
Thanks,
Go
Grant.
ahead,
Thanks,
Karen.
Baba. Babusia. Дякую.
Yeah. Well, I have that issue too. Beefeater has told me that he has had problems being shadow banned. And it used to be that with Beefeater, I could type like BE or BEF, and then it would bring up Beefeater fella. And now I have to type out his entire handle, and nothing, it takes me to his account, but nothing, there's no autofill available. And I think maybe that is part of Shadowban. And it's just, you know, we just, we know what's going on with Twitter, or rather X, and we just kind of have to roll with punches. And this will probably clear up in a few hours. But thank you. Now my hand won't go down.
Put your
Okay,
hand down, Karen. What the heck?
go ahead, Forever Child.
Oh yes, I understand. I I started adding text replacement for fellas in different in different states or different countries. And Adam is also listed under Canadian fellows, so that I can help circumvent that, especially when I have something special for a certain region, so that I can post to specific regions to the fellas. Uh, this week, um, a request came for Texas fellas to get a certain message, and I didn't have any way at all to do that because I can't do the kind of searches that used to be ordinary, and so now I've got a text replacement with Texas fellows, and I've got a text replacement with Canadian fellows, and I'm working on other areas too.
That's smart. Skip the search ban algorithm. Yeah, I've been really appreciating and looking forward to those good morning grand tweets because I haven't been very active on Twitter because I've been so busy with work, but I always get a notification or two thanks to For Every Child, and it's always um, very like cogent and interesting and current little story that I haven't heard before. So I just wanted to tell you in person, as close as we can get. Babusia, thank you very much. Those have been lovely, all of them.
Alrighty. Time stories.
Yeah, you want? Is it time? Oh, look at
I
that.
don't. It's quarter. Yeah, it's quarter to 10 or quarter to 11 for you.
Just let me.
In
Oh,
the
it's on a
Edmund
whole
shop.
nother desktop. In the Edmundchuk. The
Chunk.
free Edmundchuk.
Chunk.
Three. So this is one that I didn't get to the other night, and it's called. Yes, that sounded me putting the bowl of ice cream in the freezer for you guys because my snack timing is impeccable, Prince.
At least it's not pizza in a frying pan, you dork.
Oh my gosh, I shouldn't have brought any of it up just because I'll never live that one down. The fire alarm tech who was testing his fire smoke detector live on the air. The story of Ivan and the daughter of the sun. So this is one of our fabled Ukrainian fables. I like them a lot. They're pretty cute, and especially since they're translated by Robert Nisbin Bain. It sounds very Victorian, so the language always gives me a chuckle too. But there's somewhere around 100 of them, and so we've got a few weeks to get through, Prince. There was once upon a time 4 brethren, and 3 of them remained at home, while the 4th went out to seek for work. His youngest brother came to a strange land and hired himself out to a husbandman for 3 gold pieces a year. That is not a living wage. Get well up here. For 3 years he served his master faithfully. So at the end of his time he departed with 9 gold pieces in his pocket. The first thing he did now was to go to a spring, and into the spring he threw 3 of his gold pieces. Holy moly. Let us see now, said he. If I have been honest, they will come swimming back to me. Not how it works, Ivan. Then he lay down by the side of the spring and went fast asleep. How long he slept there, who can tell? But at any rate, he woke up at last and went to the spring, but there was no sign of his money to be seen. Then he threw 3 more of the gold pieces into the spring, and again he lay down by the side of it and slept. Then he got up and went and looked into the spring, and there was still no sign of the money. Oh my gosh. So he then threw his 3 remaining gold pieces and again lay down and slept. The third time he arose and looked into a spring, and there, sure enough, was his money. All 9 of the gold pieces were floating on the surface of water. Floating gold. And now, wouldn't that make the whole Lord of the Rings story like kaput? It just wouldn't have happened. And now his heart felt lighter, and he gathered up the 9 gold pieces and went on his way. On the road, he fell in 3 katsape. This is why I wanted to read this story, because it has katsap in it. And 3 katsape on the road, he fell in with 3 katsape with a laden wagon. He asked them concerning their wares, and they said that they were carrying a load of incense. He begged them straight away to sell him this incense. And they sold it to him for the gold pieces. And when he had bought it and they had departed, he kindled fire and burnt the incense and offered it up to God as a sweet-smelling sacrifice. Then an angel flew down to him and said, "O thou that hast offered this sweet-smelling sacrifice to God, what dost thou want for thine own self? Dost thou want a tsardom, or great riches? Or perchance the desire of thy heart is a good wife? Speak, for God will give thee whatsoever thou desirest." When the man had listened to the angel, he said to him, "Tarry a while, I will go and ask those people who are plowing yonder." Now those people who were plowing there were his own brethren, but he did not know that they were his own brethren. So he went up and said to the elder brother, "Tell me, uncle, what shall I ask of God? A tzadam or great riches, or a good wife? Tell me, which of the 3 is the best gift to ask for?" And his eldest brother said to him, "I know not. And who does know? Go and ask someone else." What a snarky guy. Eh? So he went to the second brother, who was plowing a little farther on. He asked him the same question, but the man only shrugged his shoulders and said he didn't know either. Pardon me. Then he went on to the third brother, who was the youngest of the 3, and also plowing there. And he asked him, saying, "Tell me now, which is the best gift to ask of God, a tsardom, or great riches, or a good wife?" And the third brother said, "What a question! Thou art too young for a tsardom, and the great riches last but for a while. Ask God for a good wife. For if it please God to give thee a good wife, 'tis a gift that will bless thee all thy long life." So he went back to the angel and asked for a good wife. Then he went on his way till he came to a certain wood, and looking about him, he perceived that in this wood was a lake. And while he was looking at it, 3 wild doves came flying along and lit down upon this lake. They threw off their plumage and plunged into the water. And then he saw that they were not wild doves, but 3 fair ladies. They bathed in the lake, and in the meantime the youth crept up and took the raiment of one of them and hid it behind the bushes. Classic. When they came out of the water, the third lady missed her clothes. Then the youth said to her, "I know where thy clothes are, but I will not give them to me unless thou wilt be my wife." "Good," cried she, "thy wife I will be." Then she dressed herself, and they went together to the nearest village. When they got there, she said to him, "Now go to the nobleman who owns the land here, and beg him for a place where we may build us a hut." So he went right up to the nobleman's castle and entered his reception room and said, "Glory be to God, Slava Isusu Christu."
Slava Naviki.
"Forever and ever," replied the nobleman. "What dost thou want here, Ivan?" "I have come, sir, to beg thee a place where I may build me a hut." "A place for a hut, eh? Good, very good. Go home, and I'll speak to my overseer, and he shall appoint thee a place." So he returned from the nobleman's castle, and his wife said to him, "Go now into the forest and cut down an oak, a young oak, that thou canst span round with both arms." That thou canst span round with both arms. That wouldn't be a very young oak, but I'll let it pass. So he cut down such an oak as his wife had told him, and she built a hut of the oak, for the overseer had come and shown them a place where they might build their hut. But when the overseer returned home, he praised loudly to his master the wife for his Ivan. She is such and such," said he. "Fair she may be," replied the nobleman, "but she is another's." "She need not be another's for long," replied the overseer.
This Ivan is in our hands. Let us send him to see why it is the sun grows so red when he sets. That's just the same as if you sent him to a place whence he can never return. All the better, said the overseer. Then they sent for Ivan and gave him this errand, and he returned home to his wife, weeping bitterly. Then his wife asked him all about it and said, Well, I can tell thee all about the ways of the sun, for I am the sun's own daughter. So now I'll tell thee the whole matter. Go back to this nobleman and say to him that the reason why the sun turns so red as he sets is this. Just as the sun is going down into the sea, three fair ladies rise out of it. And at this sight of them, which makes and it is the sight of them which makes him turn so red all over. So he went back and told them. Oh no, they cried. If you can go so far as that, you may now go a little farther. So they told him to go to hell and see how it was there. Yes, said his wife, I know the road that leads to hell also very well. But the nobleman must let the overseer go with thee, or else he will never believe that thou really didst go to hell. So the nobleman told his overseer that he must go to hell too. So they went together. And when they got there, the rulers of hell laid hands upon the overseer straightway. Thou dog, they roared, we've been looking out for thee for some time. So Ivan returned without the overseer, and the nobleman said to him, Where's my overseer? I left him in hell, said Ivan. And they said that they were there waiting for you too, sir. When the nobleman heard this, he hanged himself. But Ivan lived happily ever after with his wife.
And they all
Na
lived happily ever
dobranoc.
after. Na dobranoc? Naviki. Naviki. Did I get it right?
Yeah, Slava Naviki Viki, or Slava Isusu Christu.
Slava Naviki.
Yeah.
Karen, go ahead.
Well, I tagged a Bill Browder, no, a Gary Kasparov tweet for you. Evidently, Gary Kasparov and Bill Browder were at a dinner in Oslo. And Gary asked Bill, he said, is this water yours or mine? And Bill Browder said, Gary, it doesn't matter. They'd both be poisoned. And Gary Kasparov said that he thinks that Bill Browder is developing a Soviet sense of humor.
Sometimes
All right.
wonder if Huila poisoned Medvedev and only puts the antidote in his vodka. And that explains why. That explains many things.
All right.
That is my very cogent geopolitical analysis after
There you
bedtime
go.
story.
I love your bedtime stories. And I'm just sending somebody the link to the 10 authors. There you go. And yeah. And I am going to say that I have already sent Mockers the numbers. And, if you want to hear the numbers, you better retweet the space because you know what Mockers is like. Of course, I haven't seen hide nor hair that she's awake yet. And somebody actually just sent me the Bill Browder story. Yeah. Doesn't matter. They'd both be poisoned. That's pretty funny. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, I can hardly wait until Mockers gets on because I have been hearing about yet another oil refinery, an especially large one that got hit. But we can't talk
In
about it until Mockers.
Rostov-on-Don. We talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
We talked about it earlier tonight when Will was up.
Oh, and I missed it. Okay. Well, anyway, I hope there are more booms to talk about as well.
Will
Thank
said
you.
it was a bitumen refinery, which is a really heavy grade, low grade of oil. We actually produce a lot of it here in Alberta. The infamous tar sands, as you might have heard about, my American friends. And he was saying that they use it in asphalt, and it's summertime. It's road building season, so that's what Will was saying about it. Karen, was that it was very timely for that reason, logistically.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's great. That they got that one. I think he said it's not the first time they've hit it. So yeah, I think it's not the first time that they've hit it. So that's that's a good news. And we'll see what else has been hit overnight. I haven't kept track of what's been hit overnight because I've been talking to Adam. Go ahead, Karen.
All right. Now we know that Zelensky went to Qatar. Okay, after he left Singapore, but I guess he should be in France now, and I guess he'll be meeting Biden there. And I guess now, when exactly is the G7? Because he and Biden are both going to be at the G7, and that should be in just a couple days, right? Do you know the date of that?
I have not consulted Dr. Google on that, but I do know that Biden and Zelensky are planning on talking in Normandy also. So I have heard, I believe that was, I can't remember where I read that. I want to say it was Andre Yermak, but that doesn't sound like something Andre Yermak would announce. So I'm not quite sure. I'll have to message Andre and see if I might be right. Just kidding. I don't have a hotline to Andre Yermak. That'd be pretty cool if I did, though, wouldn't it? But I do not have one. So, and then G7 Summit 2024 in Italy will be in June. Well, are you kidding? You're not even saying me. I told you people I'm on drugs and it's good. June 13th to 15th. June 13th.
Ice cream on the floor. You're hilarious.
Well, I'm serious, man. I've been in a lot of pain for a week, and I did something today to make the pain even worse. I mean, to the point where when I was literally, you ever been in so much pain that you're nauseous? Yeah,
Yep.
it's been fun. But the pain pill kicked in really good, and so I'm not in pain. It's one of those times when the pain pill feels so good because it like finally relieves the pain. Yeah, it's been one of those days, Adam. Been one of those days. So yes, the G7 is dates are the 13th to the 15th. Do you know what it is today? It is not today yet for me, but it is for everybody else. I believe. I know it is. It's Forrest's
D-Day.
birthday. It's D-Day. It's the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Oh, I just had an idea. It's 80th anniversary of D-Day. Donate $80. Donate $80 in remembrance of D-Day. I think that is a good idea. We started a new fundraiser today, and I should plug that, I suppose, because I haven't at all. I don't think I've plugged this fundraiser at all yet. I am a very, very bad human. Who the person who would call me on it is not listening. So that's a good thing. Yeah, the new fundraiser has started, and we are doing an equipment fundraiser. We are going to be raising funds for demining equipment, such as multi-tools and hearing protection, for the state emergency services of Ukraine. The war will end when the last mine is destroyed. Uh, that's going to take a long time. The right equipment will allow Ukrainian friends to fight back Russians and free their land more effectively. Please consider donating to our demining effort, and we are going to help get that taken care of. They'll be demining playgrounds, agricultural lands, buildings, all kinds of different environments. They do demining in, and so they they need some equipment to be able to do that more effectively. Now, I always try to make an argument for how something can be life saving. I think hearing protection can be life saving, not just hearing saving, but life saving. Because if you have something really loud explode next to you, your hearing is going to be buzzed out for a little while. You're not going to be able to hear crap. And if they're yelling at you to get it out of the way because of something else that might explode, you won't be able to hear them when your hearing is buzzing. But if you have the ear protection that would stop that from happening, protect your ears from the explosion, but would still allow you to hear your buddies yelling at you to do something smart instead of stupid, so another explosion doesn't happen. That's a good thing. That's how I see hearing protection as being life saving. We'll give you the opportunity to hear when somebody says, "Dude, don't take another step." Heard another explosion somewhere else, and you can't hear anything because it was so loud. So that was my rambling. Donate $80 for D-Day, $80 for the 80th anniversary of D-Day, in memory of all those who gave their lives on D-Day, to defend the freedoms that we have now. Just like Ukraine is defending the freedoms that we have now by fighting on their own land, for their own land, for their own democracy. Because we know that if Ukraine is overcome, Putin will not stop there. He will continue to come, and he will continue to um, to invade more lands. Yenny, good morning. How are you?
Tired. Good morning. Do you know what else it is today?
It's Forrest's birthday.
Oh my gosh, there's so much things to happen today. Today is the birthday of my country. Today we turn
Ooh,
we turned 503 years old today. We There was a thing called the Stockholm's bloodbath. The Danes had tried to, well, there was a Danish king. He claimed the throne of Sweden, and then he killed all the other in the all the previous kings, all his helpers and aides and stuff, and the aristocracy. And then he said, "What are the Swedes going to do? They're just a bunch of peasants." So the peasants did an uprising, and we killed a bunch of Danes, and then we pushed them out of Sweden, and then the new king was crowned on June 6th, 1521. So Sweden is 503 years old today. It is actually one of the older nations in the world.
So
So
was 2020 then a big celebration? The 500th year, was it a huge jubilee?
it was well, because it was COVID, you know, the plague.
Oh yeah, the plague put the damper on it. But did
Yeah,
they have any? They have any? They must have gave it a nod at least.
there was some celebration, but it was dampened. It was in 2021, and uh, there there was like there were a few little things, but had it not been for the plague, then the celebration would have been much bigger. And it's really funny because I've been asked, I'm like, so does Sweden have like an Independence Day? And I'm like, no, we have never been occupied. A portion of what's today Sweden has been occupied, but Sweden has never been occupied by a foreign power. And so we don't have an Independence Day. We have never been um, under, like, been ruled by anybody else from the time of the Vikings until now. there has always been the people that eventually turn into Sweden. They were called Svear, and this is why we're called Sweden. Anyway, so yay. So if you want to donate $5.03, 503, or if you want to donate $50.30, or if you want to donate $503, take your pick. So either you do the 80 or you do the play with the 50, the 503.
No, okay, we're not done though. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
I have
this
more.
month, this month there's going to be a lot of numbers. Just saying. Go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of numbers, and your number is going to be one of them. But no, I'm gonna
Shots
suggest.
fired.
No, it's okay. My number is going to be one of them too.
She's so
So-
aggressive tonight, you guys.
So I'm suggesting to people, if you can, donate $503 for Sweden, or 50, or 3, or 53, or whatever. Take a play on that, or $80 for the 80th anniversary for the D-Day, or we do have a birthday, Forrest. So I was thinking that Forrest, I believe he said that he was born on the 43rd anniversary of D-Day, which means he would be 37. So let's just round up. 40 for Forrest. 40 for Forrest's birthday. 4 or 40.
Now she's
503.
putting Forrest over the hill ahead of his time, guys.
Yeah, I'm putting Forrest over the hill. Hey, I might upgrade mine. You know, last year was great. 55 for 55 was really good. 56 for 56 doesn't sound quite as good. So I'm thinking maybe 60 for 56 might be, I just, however it works out is fine. A donation, whatever you can give, would be absolutely fabulous. Just, I'm just suggesting everybody save your nickels, dimes, pennies, quarters, and everything for next year when Linda has a birthday, because that's going to be, that one's going to bite you in the butt. That one's going to bite you in the butt. It's going to remind you of Normandy this year. So yeah.
Brutal.
Truthful. Go ahead, for every child.
I have 2 or 3 or 4 movies, war movies, and 3 of them were World War II. But one, I don't want to spit out the name because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get it. One of these movies was uh, Germans on the Eastern Front fighting Russia, and then it switched with the survivors of that after they got out of the hospital from their injuries fighting Russia. They moved over to the D-Day invasion, before the invasion and after and during and so forth. But while they were in Russia, they introduced the German feeling about fighting Russians. A German nurse volunteered to stay and take care of the wounded, and she wasn't supposed to. When the German officer in charge discovered that there was a woman in the camp when they were surrounded by Russians, he went around and instructed the soldiers around her that when, and they expected it to be when the Russians break through, shoot her, because we know what Russians will do to women. That was in according to that movie. That was the feeling the Germans had towards Russians, was that they would rather shoot their women than allow them to be captured. Um, but going on towards the D-Day part of the movie, the German officer who had been on the Russian front and was now on the Western front um, was being introduced to the people that he was now consulting with. I think he was there as a consultant, and one of them was a Ukrainian. And he said, "Well, why do you have a Ukrainian here?" And they said, "Well, he's here." And he said, "Well, how can you communicate with him? We have a real issue with being able to handle our communications very quickly without errors. How do you communicate with him?" And they said, "Oh well, we do." Uh, and it turns out that as the movie went on, um, the um, come on now, the Americans showed up at that position, and they were coming into the headquarters where the Ukrainian and 3 or 4 or 5 German officers had gone to try to hide and escape through a back exit. And as the Americans were firing their way through the underground headquarters, um, just before they rounded the corner to shoot the remaining Germans, the American soldiers heard all these discharges. I think he might have even been um, a machine gun. I'm not certain, but when they got there, all of the Germans were dead, and the Ukrainian had shot them all. But back to where he was just being introduced as a Ukrainian, uh, uh, somebody the new German officer said, um, how do you oh I said, oh, he's not a Ukrainian, he's a Russian. And the Ukrainian knew enough German to say, "No, I hate Russians." Apparently, he hated Germans too, because when it came to the Americans showing up, he shot all the Germans that were around him as well. I know this is fiction; it's total fiction, but nevertheless, they actually portrayed a Ukrainian and his relationship to the Russians and the way he felt about the Germans at his first opportunity offing them. So maybe that's of interest. I don't know.
Mockers, good morning.
Morning. I see there's a. In fact, when I say a couple of refineries on fire, I mean a couple. So there's 2 oil refineries on fire, by the way. One of them had an anti-drone mesh installed. Would you know? Seems that worked really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Shall we tell the people the other thing that happened just now?
What's the other thing? Go on.
Oh, Mocker sends me sends me a message of this really inspiring story, and I don't even bother reading the story because I know what it is. I reply to Mockers, "Yeah, I know him."
Yeah, I know.
Does that
That's
surprise you? Nick
typical.
Vucic. Nick Vucic. Yeah, he grew up in the same church that I did, even though he grew up in Australia. But we grew up in the same, basically like denomination. Seen him at church camps and things such as that. And some of his relatives actually live very close to me. And yeah, so there you go. Yeah, it's like I know him.
And he's a very strong supporter of Ukraine.
Oh well, yes, he would be. Yeah, he would be. I do believe he would be. That makes sense. I hadn't looked into it. I haven't followed him very closely. I follow him mostly on Facebook, and it's been fun to see him get married and have kids. It's been absolutely wonderful to see him as a dad.
Should it? Is it worth just telling people who are listening in that this guy has no arms or legs?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, he was born with no arms and no legs, and he's basically he's very, I would say, along the evangelical lines, but he is an inspirational speaker, I guess you would say. And that's pretty much what he does for a living. He goes around and speaks to big, large crowds. Um, and actually, I have some friends who have adopted children without limbs. The people that I grew up with, um, here in Oregon have adopted children without limbs, and he's formed a special relationship with them, and it's pretty darn cool. So yeah, it's yep, that's Nick. It's like he sent me a picture of Nick, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's Nick.
Yeah, but one thing about Nick is, have you noticed what's draped over his shoulders?
Yeah, yellow and
Yellow
blue.
and blue. Yeah, yellow and blue
Yep.
scarf. Yeah.
Yep.
So I just wonder if he's got particularly involved because he sees a group of people who are losing their limbs, and
Yep.
he's an extremely positive person considering
Yes,
his
he is.
circumstances. And
That
so,
has
you
a
know, I have a feeling that this guy is going to be giving talks to soldiers.
yeah, this guy has a big, huge amount of faith, and his faith is what gives him that joy, I believe, and that is always part of his message also, and so that is that, but that's just Nick. That's just that's the way I've always known Nick. And yeah, but he's a good guy. He is a really really good guy. I didn't even actually read the uh the thread, but I'll just go read the thread through. People all over the world ask me the same question: how do you enjoy life? I try to see happiness around me instead of disappointment. View every trial and difficulty as a stepping stone, ready to make me strong and experienced. After all, a man who is hungry better understands what it is to want to eat than one who lost loved ones. Better to feel sorry, the one who lost loved ones, the better to feel sorry for the loss. The toughest of situations, I pray and I believe that God is in control, trying to ask the questions for what, not why am I all not why am I all this for? Try looking at your difficulties from another angle, and pray God hears you. Nick Vucic. Yes,
Now,
Nick.
I have a bunch of extremely bad jokes, but one of them is try looking at it from a different angle. Well, he is at a very different angle. Apologies.
Yes, he is. He is, and but he does have a very, very good fancy wheelchair. And he gets sat up in that wheelchair just fine. He did really have a dream of driving, and I have seen some videos where they tried to figure out a way to configure things for him to be able to drive, and I don't think they ever were successful. Um, but yeah, he's a pretty incredible guy. Incredible guy. Lives here in the
Sorry, I was just going to say he seems very determined for somebody who was born without limbs, I must say. So he's done an awful lot for a man without any arms and legs.
Yes, he has. Yes, he absolutely has. Curry, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to, um, well, I wanted to say, yeah, I hear what you're saying, Heather, or Princess, but um, when I was going through college, um, one of my professors introduced me to the book by Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for a Meaning, in which he says, Trotz allem sag ja zum Leben. In spite of everything, say yes to life. And what you just articulated sort of mirrors that. And some about 3.5 or 4 years later, when I was teaching English in Austria, they're happy. A person was giving a lecture at at the local Stadthalle in Wiener Neustadt, which is about 45 or 60 miles north of Vienna, was Viktor Frankl, and I got to meet him. And what you articulated just now, really reverberates and says the same thing. towards allem som jag skulle name, in spite of everything, say yes to life. And that has been, this has reverberated through my life. And I'm just appreciative of what you just shared, because it echoes with so many things that happen in my life where if I'm willing to say yes to life, some really unexpected things happen. And so as we are going to through this through this space for the support of Ukraine, we are saying yes to life. And I could go through a myriad of my own family's history, but I don't think it would be completely pertinent. But the fact of the matter is, I think most people want to say yes to life, but are encapsulated within systems that push them through something else. And unfortunately today is what is happening in the current well, I want to say Soviet, but Russian Federation. They they don't know how to say yes to life. And well, I'm going to leave it at that. But I'm going. Oh my gosh! I mean, as a young college student, a professor introduces me to the book "Man's Search for Life," Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl, and within about 2.5 or 3 years, I got to meet the guy. I mean, das ist, well, auf Deutsch gesagt, zutreffend. That is really meaningful. And so, I mean, I'm so gifted. And at the end of the day, I want to say all of you are gifted. Each of us who are part of this congregation, community, we are all saying yes to life. So God bless you all. Heather, I really appreciate what you shared tonight. Thank you very much. I'm going to drop down now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Curry. Well, I wouldn't have probably spotted it if it hadn't have been for Mockers sending it to me, because it's not within the realm of Ukrainian things, really. Like I said, most of what I follow, what it has to do with Nick is on Facebook, just because we have so many mutual friends. So yeah. But yeah. Anyway, Nick's a good guy. Very, very famous motivational speaker and evangelist, and an author and an entrepreneur. And yeah, he's a pretty amazing guy. So Mockers, it is morning. I am drugged, but I am
Amazing.
I'm finally drugged to a point where I feel a little bit better because the pain isn't as bad for a change. So I told her I didn't tell everybody. I
that you
didn't
fell on
tell.
your ass.
No, I did not tell everybody what I did. Really,
Don't.
really bad.
All right.
I have a really. I just said I have a really bad back. I have really bad back, and it's been flared up for over a week. And then this morning, then today, something happened to make it a whole lot worse again. I didn't say exactly what happened. Mockers
Well,
knows.
in that case, I'll not talk about you falling on your ass. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you won't talk. Yeah, if in that case, you won't talk about me falling out of bed onto my ass. Okay, that's fine.
Sorry. Nah. You can always trust me to turn up, tell everybody all your secrets. Don't you worry.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I've got a big old mouth. So, there's a few things I've got to say, and one of them is on fire in Belgorod. That's right. Yes, another oil processing plant. Maybe on fire in Belgorod, and that's not the only one.
There's the one in Rostov, and I can't remember the word they use now. Will talked about it earlier. It's making a special kind of thing. It's not lube, so we can't tease them about lube. It's the part that they need for making asphalt in the summertime for paving roads. It's what they make at So
Bitumen.
bitumen, that's it. Sounds like
Think
vitamin.
that
Yeah, that stuff.
that stuff, it stinks. Yeah, I can't bear the smell of it. So that's the one in Rostov, is it? Well, the one in
Yes.
Rostov is giving off the most beautiful sort of just art. Some of these pictures, they're just beautiful. So a fire broke out at the Novoshatynsky oil refinery, and the cause is unknown. I think we know what the cause was, don't we? Sorry. I think we can confirm that the cause was probably one of those kinetic sanctions. Oh no! So it's unknown about any casualties, of course, but the capacity of Novoshatinsk or Shatinsk, that one, Novoshatinsk, that one, oil refinery is 5 million tons per year. As a result of a drone attack, oh yes, a fire train had to be brought. The fire was apparently around the height of a 15-story building. Ooh, just 170 kilometres from the front line. And it is worth knowing that an anti-drone mesh was visible, installed on the refinery. Everything inside it was on fire, but it stood up. Anyway, I think the wider world has pretty much given up on Russia providing lots of volume of oil in the future. Didn't OPEC just up the amount that they were putting out? That's right. And so there's also one on fire in Belgorod as well. That's lovely. Let me just get to the bit about Belgorod, because you know how it is. Because I want Belgorod, I can only find the information about Rostov. That's typical. So all right, get over it. Oh, right, okay. Did you see the UFO in Krasnodar, by the way? Proper
Oh,
looked
I
like
missed
a
that.
UFO. Oh, yeah, I'll send you a video as soon as I find it. But it proper looks like a UFO. I think somebody's having a giggle. And they've sent a drone over that looks like a UFO. Comment from a video that somebody's taken of the Novoshatinsk refinery. Well, what can I tell you, comrades? Effed up. Our oil industry was blown up again. Sorry. The you know the what are they called? The oh, it's gone out of my head. Anyway, you know, the very fact that they know it. They know it's coming. So here we go. I found Belgorod. So the governor of Belgorod region also reported a kamikaze drone strike on the Stary Oskil oil depot. There we go. Which resulted in an oil tank catching fire, or a fuel tank catching fire, whatever. So couple of bavovnas for you there, and something else. Now, I've just seen, here we go. There was an explosion in the area of the Zagorsky plant. Now, the Zagorsky plant in Moscow has been producing observation equipment, medical equipment, and laboratory instruments. Workers have been evacuated from the factory following an explosion. Now, I have a feeling that this one might actually be Misadventure, but I'll just retweet it and you can see. Misadventure of some kind, anyway. It's a big boom. And I would love to get some opinions on that, because it is only sort of like it's very thick white smoke. So I'm assuming that's what Will would call a class A. So, you know, stuff rather than fuel. But well, it's a big fire. So I'm just wondering if that was a drone or whether they just had a accident. Now, because Belgorod is so spicy these days, they've come up with a plan, Prince. They've come up with a plan on how to transport workers to and from a particular business. So the Agro Belogroi business, they purchased a load of buses to transport these people around. Now, do you remember who it was that they were transporting around in those buses? That's right. It was apparently Iranian drone instructors and drone, what do you call it? Operators, that's the word. So, what happened is these buses of their employees, because they're all in military garb, every now and again, the buses get blown up. And so there have been several attacks on the company's buses. And so they have decided to purchase an armoured vehicle equipped with electronic warfare equipment. So it kind of looks like a cash van, you know, the kind of thing that you would have delivered to post offices and banks. They would come and they would bring or take money. When I worked in the post office, my cash van man was called Danny, and he used to turn up in all his gear and then stand about while I gave him lots of money, or the other way around. It was a very strange relationship I had with Danny. We generally used to swap like a couple of hundreds of thousands of pounds. And then he'd go, "Thank you very much." And he'd be off on his way with all his money. Yeah. And so, anyway, it's a strange job transporting cash, but they bought a cash transportation vehicle with apparently an attached electronic warfare system. So there you go. That is just for their employees to be able to get to work. Do you feel as though there's a lot of bad news going on in Belgorod at the moment?
Yeah, did you see the video? Oh man, I'd have to try and find it again. Of some like official who went to visit Belgorod and was supposed to be like it was no big deal. And then like the air raid sirens went off and he about pooped himself and went into
Oh,
a
yeah.
shelter.
Oh, yes. And he stood in the shelter talking about how safe Belgorod is with like,
yeah.
you know, that sort of pasted on sort of like half smile while his eyes are going, "Oh my God, I'm going to die." Yeah.
It's exactly it. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to die.
I've come to visit this backwater and now I'm going to die." Yes. I thought that was quite funny. Now, would you believe
What?
Russia, they've requested a UN Security Council meeting on June the 14th because Ukraine's hitting them back and they don't like it. I know, it's a bit sad for them, isn't it? Ukraine's hitting us back and we don't like it. I have a funny feeling that they might actually go ahead with that meeting just to laugh.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine? It just did. Hello. Oh, Corey. Yeah, there we go. Could you imagine, right? That meeting, they'd come in and they'd go, "Ukraine's hitting us with your weapons," and everyone would go, "Yes." And that's what I kind of want. I kind of want them to have that meeting and for everybody to like high five themselves. You know, everyone else like be high fiving. Yes, I know. It's fabulous, isn't it? Don't you enjoy it? Oh no, you don't. Go home. You know.
and you act like this is an issue. And I do have something I want to talk to you about this morning for a change. But I do see Curry has his hand up. Curry?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to disparage anything that has been discussed to this point on, but the fact of it is, we have not with obviously just with intention, we have not we have forgotten Belarus. For example, one person who has really strong connections to Belarus is Lev Parnes. His wife is from Belarus, and there was a certain point of time when Belarus, even under Tomashenko, really made sort of about 25 or something years ago, he made a sort of a little bit of a Spaltung, sort of a move toward the west. And at some point, he found that that was not beneficial for him to remain in power. Belarus is a country of about 11 people, 1,100 million people to 1,200 people, and it's always been called the small Russian. And boy, if you have any sort of contacts with people who are from Belarus, who have, after the Spaltung, the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and I mean there are a lot of them in West Germany, and through also the EU. There's a certain and then there was a well a what should you call it? Well, they call it a val. I mean, a choice, in an election that happened, and Mr. Tomashenko somehow managed to abrogate that, and through some of the support from the Soviet Union. I'm not going to give you the exact dates, but the fact of the matter was, we have found after which Tomashenko allied himself with Russia and has abrogated and brought in policies that have diminutive the really the low Russia, or the language of that region from that area, and it's just we have to be aware of that. That is what I want to tell you, and this is, in fact, Lev Parnas, his wife, comes from Belarus. Belarus language is a little bit different from the Russian language, and they have made an exclusive policy to diminish and destroy that language, and we have to be aware of that. And I have so many friends because I've taught Finnish and German and English in these ensuing years. But there actually was a point when Tomashenko actually, before 2001, 2003, he made a real sort of a measure to move toward the West. But that has disappeared because of his own self-interest. And so I want to, we don't talk about the impact about Belarus, White Russia. I want to say that we have to we really should be a little more attentive to that.
Well, what I
because
can be attentive about when it comes to Belarus is what they are doing to Ukrainian children and what they are doing to make sure that Ukrainian children can be indoctrinated and then eventually taken to Russia also. So, you know, the fact that they had Russia on their land and were letting Russia shoot into Ukraine and attack Ukraine from Belarus. These are all things that really should make them a combatant in the war, and Russia and Ukraine just has not fired back at them, mockers.
Oh, there's 3 oil places been hit, by the way. There's,
Aren't you happy?
somewhere else been hit. Yes. Third location is coming out. Satellites have recorded a fire at the long-suffering oil refinery in Slavyansk on Kuban, Krasnodar territory. That has also been reported. So, hat trick. Hey, good morning, Helsinki fella.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
All of the good. Watching the booms.
Very, very good. Very, very good. I am also kind of gearing up towards Ukraine, like almost like physically planning something. And I was really like meeting some people in this physical world, not in the X world. And I was really blown up by all the flags. I saw flags of maybe 20 units of Ukrainian army with the signatures of those people and the motivational badges, and I was deeply touched by it. I visit this kind of location as a military man, reservist, and I can smell the gear. I can smell the kind of if I all the Finnish reservists know this feeling when you go to the reserve training, you enter a Finnish military installation, and there is the smell of the military gear. I love it. I love it. Best smell ever. Thank you very much. I didn't get anything about your point, Kurre, about this Belarus. I don't know what view was on about. I'm sorry. Did he leave already? Maybe he went to sleep. But listen, these Belarus people, they are like ex-Soviet people. They should make revolution. Only good guys in Belarus are those fighting in the Kalinska brigade. Maybe Tsikhanouska also, but be more like Ukraine, because the only way. I was listening yesterday, and I am ranting now for all of you from Helsinki, is the issue that we have to support Ukraine. The Ukraine is only one who can change this situation. Nothing inside of Belarus or Russia will happen if the Ukraine is not. Ukraine military winning will change everything, and that is all. That is all. Forget about everything else. I was listening yesterday in Russian language. Maximilian, was it Antonov? Sorry, I forget his last name. But anyway, the Russian nickname is Caesar, the emperor, who is the Free Russian Legion guy from, I think, Nizhny Novgorod, and just, like talking about what has. The only way is the armed resistance. Forget about this Navalny, so Pevchik or FBK or this kind of thing. The only thing we need is physical force and delivering violence to the Russians, and this will change everything. And that is all. Forget about everything else. Thank you very much, and have a great summer day from Helsinki, Finland.
Thank you. And I wanted to talk about something really quick, mockers, because I don't know if you heard this or not. I don't know if you saw this, and I put it up in the nest, and I talked about it earlier tonight. But did you hear about the 98? I am calling her the 98-year-old OSINT grandma. Have you heard about her?
I have not. Please tell me about the 98-year-old OSINT grandma.
Yes, there is a babusha in Ukraine who keeps it in Klemensky, who keeps a war diary. She she literally has a ledger where she keeps track of the Russian losses every day. So since February of 2022, she has been entering data on enemy losses in her diary She has written off 3 notebooks in separate sheets. She says she listens to the news and radio and television and shows everything on a map. She has maps too, mockers. Not kidding. So, she's like, here in Volchansk, there are fierce battles. I'm worried. I'm worried, she says. But yes, I write everything down. And then, today and then yesterday and the day before yesterday, I already take away 1,310 Russian soldiers. And here there are planes, special equipment, ships, 2 helicopters. It's not enough, but and then she's showing these guys this all of her data there. And then she goes on and talks about the Holodomor when she was 5 years old. Many died. There were chubby, scary people. When it dawned, we looked for grass to crush and cut or eat. All grains were taken away, all to Russia. Only little was left to sow, she recalls. And then there was the time that really bothered her because she is still very touchy about the grain and the bread. There was such a case when the grain was dumped from wagons in Poland, and she watched all this and remembered her life during the Holodomor, and she was very, very disturbed. She wrote her memoirs then in 3 days. But yeah, she says that her sister and her sister's family live all in Donbass, and she's concerned about them. She knits socks and such during the autumn and the winter. And so yeah, no, that's what I'm calling her. I will send you what I tweeted. You'll have to translate it. But the sweet old babusa who sits in her house and keeps track of all of this stuff. And I have dubbed her the 98-year-old OSINT grandma, because I'm sorry, she's
Did your headphones just go?
what?
Did
Yeah,
your
they
headphones
did.
just go? Yeah.
Yeah, they did,
Okay.
but I'm back. Yeah. But she is epic. She is epic grandma, and I think I'm calling her the 98-year-old OSINT grandma. She turned 98 on June 5th. She turned 98 yesterday. And what is it about epic Ukrainian women who are 98 years old? It was a 98-year-old woman who made that 10-kilometer walk, right? And she's got her house now. And it's like yeah. This woman got sent to a work camp, a labor camp during World War II in Germany. All of these things that she has seen, and now she is tracking every single day what is happening in Ukraine, making maps, drawing maps herself. It's just absolutely crazy, absolutely fabulous. So yeah, I call her the 98-year-old OSINT grandma. She's fabulous. I just thought you would enjoy that.
I really do. They're made of some amazingly tough stuff, aren't they? These ladies. Now, I'd just like to note that Putin is rattled. In fact, he's shaken, very much so. He lost it, apparently, at a recent speech, referring to Western journalists as dumb as a table, referring to Western weapons as bullshit invented to fool their own population so they can hold on to their own imperialistic position of greatness. Oh, really, mate? Because that seems to be what you're doing. Apparently, don't form opinions about Russia based upon these fictions from the Western press. There is no need to create the image of Russia as an enemy. You make things worse for yourselves. Do you understand this? Oh, there's a threat. You've come up with the idea that Russia wants to attack NATO. Yes, it does. Have you lost your minds? Are you as dumb as this table? Who came up with that? This is nonsense. It would have been nonsense if it weren't invented to fool your own population. Mate, you're actually attacking us. They're saying Russia will attack us soon and we have to arm immediately. We need to immediately send weapons to Ukraine. Yes, that's right, mate. We do. In reality, you're just trying to hold on to your own imperialistic position of greatness. This is why this is being done. Oh dear, he's upset. It seems as though he thought Western weapons were inferior and wouldn't change anything. And yet, look at his mood. So he's a little bit upset. He says that Russia is considering supplying weapons to actors in other parts of the world that could strike the countries that have supplied weapons to Ukraine. Oh, so you're admitting you're an international terrorist then? Yes, okay. He goes on to say the Russian Federation will improve its air defense systems in response to the supply of high precision weapons to Ukraine. Sure you will, mate. He goes on to say, everyone accuses Russia of making nuclear threats, but they don't, let me see, do not provoke us to make nuclear threats. Dude, you have been making nuclear threats, a ridiculous amount of them for ages, so shut up. The West believes Russia will never use nuclear bombs. That is absolutely right. But if someone threatens our sovereignty or territorial integrity, we'll use any measures we have. Yeah, we don't want your stuff. We just want you to piss off. Do you not understand? So he says they steal more in the US Army than we do in the Russian Army. Projection. I think you'll find that they can't get away with stealing the amount of stuff that they do in the Russian Army. If someone in America was selling off tank engines out of Abrams tanks, somebody would notice and probably stop that, wouldn't they? But yeah, that happened in Russia a lot. So he goes on to say that the US is spending an awful lot of money to uphold its status as an empire. I tell you what, I wish they bloody would. I wish they would. They don't really want to be that empire, do they? Trying their best to not be. He goes on to lie that Russia has no imperial ambitions. Mate, what have you been saying for the past 2 years? And now you suddenly say, we have no imperial ambitions. Of course we don't. Oh, apart from this, yes. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Ignore that big war that we've just started for our imperial ambitions. He also says, yes, that there won't be any attacks on NATO. Goodness, no, we'll never attack NATO. Yeah. Yeah. Sure, mate. So anyway, he came out and he said virtually the opposite of what he's been saying for the last 2 years, which I thought was quite funny. So somebody, it's almost as though he's like, the lady doth protest too much. Yeah, somebody's upset.
Yes, she does.
He's upset, Prince. And I kind of like it. Well, all that whining. He's going to have a lot more whining to do today, you see, because, NASA firms data is coming in. And, wow.
Do I need to get out my violin?
You might need to get out your violin. NASA firms data from Rostov-on-Don shows that there is devastating damage. This is not just a fire, like one square. No, let me see, 5, 10, 15, 17, 18 squares in this particular location. And wow. Now, the Russians have said that this fire is 50 square meters, but firms data says that it's not. Firms data said that it's huge fire. So, lovely. So this is the Shitarsky or whatever it is, Novoshakhtinsk, that one in the Rostov region, complete with its drone nets. And there is another video that is pixelated halfway through, but before it gets pixelated, you can quite clearly see the distillation tower and processing unit completely engulfed in flames. Oh, beautiful. I mean, I'm going to imagine that Will would have been able to tell you that the distillation tower is the plant. Without it, you can only send out raw crude. Now, they're having problems already supplying their own people with gas and diesel. Soon the pipeline to Belarus might be in jeopardy because that's where they're getting a lot of their refined products from at the moment. And that distillation complex, according to that video, completely effed. Time and cost to build that? Well, maybe 2027 or 2028. Nice. Nale, welcome up.
Yes, thank you, and hello, everybody. Didn't Putin just give the perfect reason for every neighboring country of Russia to join NATO? Because he said that if you join NATO, they won't attack. I love it when they do these things. Oh, not very smart. So we can forget about the 4D chess because there is no 4D chess. It's just absolutely astounding amount of stupidity and mixed messaging, and I don't know, how can anybody fall for their threats of nuclear war and stuff like that? Looking at you, Jake Sullivan and Schultz, incredible stuff. So there we have it. Join NATO and live in peace. Thanks.
Yeah, he's been a fantastic salesman for NATO, hasn't he? Yeah, one of their best advocates, to be absolutely honest. There was him trying to crush NATO. What?
He won Salesman of the Year last year.
Indeed, indeed. And also, he pretty much said it right there in his speech. We're not going to nuke anyone unless they invade our territory and threaten our sovereignty. Well, no one wants to threaten your sovereignty, mate. They just want you to stop attacking them. So, you know, when he says invade our territory and threaten our sovereignty, well, nobody's taking them over. So he's not going to ever use his nukes, is he? Nale, do you want to come back on that?
Yes, exactly. So they won't use nukes if our side uses a rain of ATACMS and Gimlers and all of that. So I think the Biden administration could, you know, wake up a bit and give them permission, because this hindering Ukraine from striking Russia on Russian territory is quite silly. So with my permission, have at it, guys.
Well, one thing I want to just add there as well is, yeah, he's basically said, unless you are destroying Moscow, we won't be sending any nukes, because, you know, he doesn't care about the rest of the place, does he? Moscow and St. Petersburg, that's really all he cares about. So, oh, and it is various homes and palaces and like the yachts, those as well. That's what he cares about. So, you know, as long as those things aren't being blown up, doesn't really matter to him. He's just confirmed he won't use nukes. Nale?
Yes, isn't that just the way to take care of your citizens too? I couldn't imagine our president saying that as long as you don't attack Helsinki, everything is fine. So the people in Belgorod must feel really confident, and in Rostov on Don and places like that, because it will start raining ATACMS on them soon. So enjoy, guys, and vote for Putin in all of your make-believe elections, and be Russian and promote Ruski Mir, because it's a great thing, isn't it? Your culture sucks and your country sucks and your leaders don't care about you. Enjoy.
I know, it's a great life, isn't it? Jenny, my lovely, go ahead.
I like this. So I've heard Mocker speak, so obviously, you know, the UK wasn't nuked. And now I've heard a couple of Finns speak, so I know Finland's good too. And I'm here, so Sweden wasn't nuked either. We need a German and friend and
We weren't
somebody from
either.
France. I don't. Have they threatened to nuke the US?
I don't know, but they just threatened to nuke, so sure, let's include us. Otherwise,
That's
we'll feel
true.
left out, and the U.S. doesn't do well when they feel left out.
That is very, very true. You guys don't. You really don't. But I know, and from the calmness in Stabilizer's voice, I'm gonna say that they haven't invaded Finland, so the consequences for joining NATO was serious, but not serious enough to, walk over to you guys. That's awesome. Thank you. And Gotland is still there, as far as I know.
Yeah, I was going to say if that place had disappeared overnight, I imagine it'd be on your news by now. Karen. In fact, no. I'm calling on Karen. I've not even let her up as speaker yet. That would help. Nah. Don't mind me. It's still early here. I'm still on my first cup of coffee. Let's try this again. Karen, welcome up.
Well, I have a comment here. I just noticed that, how there haven't been a lot of enemy ships in the Black Sea. Okay, well, there are now 4 enemy ships in the Black Sea, and one is a carrier of caliber missiles with a total salvo of up to 8 missiles. There are no enemy ships in the Sea of Azov, and there is one. There's always been one hanging around in the Mediterranean, and they've got, possibly 8 missiles, but we're not worried about those. But are you thinking that we should expect some mischief fairly soon? Because all of a sudden they're back in the Black Sea.
I don't know what Mockers thinks. I actually don't keep track of the sea quite so closely, but what I can say is I did see indication a couple of days ago that the Tu-95s appeared to be getting ready again. And they were actually suggesting that maybe night before last they may pop up. And then I thought, well, I didn't see it happen then. Maybe it'll happen tonight. Didn't happen tonight. So, you never know. They might be. Who knows? They might just be playing Ring Around the Rosie, or I have no clue. I mean, I don't think that we have enough information to be able to predict when Russia is going to fire one of those calibers, or or when they're going to put the Tu-95s up. We may want to consult the 98-year-old OSINT grandma. She seems to know a lot. But we also know that, and not at all comparing ages, we also know that as far as the Black Sea is concerned, the person you want to talk to when it comes to MriyaReport in the Black Sea is Iona. Iona, go ahead. Good morning.
Hi, Prince. Good morning. Nice to see you up there. So I have very few opportunities to be there when you are co-hosting, and I'm here. So about this Black Sea question, I didn't even heard all the question because I'm doing stuff, but I kind of understand what it is about. So yes, indeed, a few days ago, the Russians brought back 4 ships from Azov, from the Sea of Azov, in the Black Sea. According to reports, one of them, or maybe even 2 of them, are caliber launching capable. And actually, there was a strike, missile wave a few days ago, and some of the launching places for those missiles were in the Black Sea. So probably the Russians are desperate. They really want to hurt Odessa, but don't get me wrong, they are not just hitting Odessa from the Black Sea. I believe that from one of the launching points in the Black Sea, they were targeting Lviv. So I think that they are desperate, and they risked their ships back to the Black Sea. And what can I say? The sea babies must be fed. So feed the sea babies. you know, I don't expect more from that. They will have to reload after the last missile wave. So I don't know exactly if they still have capabilities in Sevastopol to reload. That port was kind of under threat. Probably they have, but again, that's just a supposition. So as far as I'm concerned, sea babies get them. Just this. And for the ships in Mediterranean Sea, we don't have to worry about it. Turkey has applied the Montreux Convention, so those frigates there are there maybe to just show off and put some pressure, but they won't pass through the Bosphorus. But we can also say that actually Russia was in breach of the Montreux Convention by transporting military equipment on civilian ships through the Bosphorus, and Turkey kind of closed the eyes on this because they kind of repatriated some of the military stuff that they had in Syria, and they passed through the Bosphorus on civilian ships with that military equipment. And on some of the occasions, we can actually see the military equipment on the deck of the ships. Yoruk Ishlik is a marine observer from Turkey, and he is posting all the times pictures with ships that are transiting the Bosphorus. So if you want to see them, to see what is happening, just follow that account. I'm not in contact with him. He has kind of a closed account. You cannot reply to his posts, but he's posting all the time and very interesting information about the Bosphorus and the area.
Thank you very much, Joanna. A lovely comprehensive report there. Now, we do know that more recently, they have actually fired a couple of missiles from ships. It's taken them a while to get back to using ships to do that. And I think part of that is the sea babies, like you say, very hungry sea babies. And you know what's going to happen. If them ships put themselves in harm's way, there's going to be another swarm of drones after them. So something tells me that those ships won't be hanging around for too long, or they'll find themselves becoming a new coral reef. So, yeah, it's one of those things that if they're going out there, they're putting themselves in great, great danger. Oh, I kind of like that. Now then, I don't know if you noticed, but recently Russia have been building cages and all sorts of things, cope cages and all sorts of things. But I'd just like to add, if you put a cage around the engine and the cab, that's great. But that vehicle also has an exposed fuel tank right on the side, right, sort of like right just there, visible even. And they didn't put a cage on that. Just pointing that out. I'd just like to ask who thought that, because you've made a very large error. I also noticed something else that seemed strange, but did you notice there was an air defense system up on top of a tower?
I heard about that. I did not see it, but I heard about it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who's responsible for refueling that thing. I'm going to say that yeah, there's again a few issues with that, but never mind. Hey, I saw this thing and I thought, that's amazing. How the hell did they get that up there for a start? Well, okay, they got it up there, but when you refuel that thing, are you going to have to climb up like hundreds of steps with, you know, a couple of boxes, a couple of containers of fuel? That's the only way I can see that happening. So I thought that was fun. Also, what if you need to, you know, rearm it after it's, you know, shot at something?
There's all kinds of problems with that idea, isn't there?
Yeah, again, are you carrying a couple of missiles up on your back? Just, you know, questions. We have questions.
You think those missiles would fit into the elevator?
I have no idea. But
Which takes me back to the Big Bang Theory.
like, what the hell? What? Indeed, which takes us back to the Big Bang Theory. Indeed. Yeah. So I don't know if you've noticed that over the past like very short period of time, massive floods, massive fires, pestilence, plagues. If anyone spots the four horsemen of the apocalypse riding around, do let me know. But there is a fabulous tale from the Daily Beast that somebody brought me here, that a man drunkenly rode a horse up to a fifth floor apartment in order to apologize to his wife. Yes. Police in Russia's Kemerovo region are questioning a man who drunkenly rode a horse into an apartment building at 3 a.m. and presented it to his wife in order to make amends after a fight. Footage of the bizarre scene shows both a large pile of poo that the animal left in the building's entranceway, which neighbours are reportedly not happy about, and attempts to climb upon the horse. At one point, he thought better of trying to fit the horse into the elevator, thank goodness, to get to the fifth floor, and rode up instead on the horse. So he rode the horse up 5 sets of steps. Oh dear, there is a video of him trying to get on the horse as well. That's amazing. So, from all reports, the man is 33-year-old Sergei Antipov, and he took the horse from a farm where he used to work in order to show up as Prince Charming to his wife and make up with her. He chose a white horse for this very reason. So she subsequently recorded a video of a very confused-looking horse in the apartment, for which she quipped, "It was a gift for International Women's Day." So she said, "Here is a horse standing in my tiny apartment." Now, thankfully, the horse has been returned to the farm, but apparently she was quite amused by the whole thing. So there you go. That's how you make up with your wife in Russia. You borrow a horse and ride it into your apartment. Just so you know. It's a real romantic gesture, don't you think? Prince Charming turning up on his white horse.
I think that is one of the most fabulous things I've ever heard. No, not really. But I have seen videos of such adventures prior. And so, yeah, this just does not surprise me. The logistics of that may be a little crazy. I thought I was crazy for giving a horse a bath in the middle of my neighborhood in my front yard when I was a kid. My mom thought I was nuts.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I told you they've got a thing about horses, and they'll be riding them a lot more often in the future. So there you go. Alex, welcome up.
Thank you, Marcus. I figured you'd get a kick out of that horse story. I was the one who. Just as a way to say hi, because I told you I listen in on you every night.
As it did this purely for him, but they trolled him spectacularly with the award of the Order of the Stallion, which I just thought was the most beautiful thing. I'm quite sure they were trolling him, but bless him very much. I just think it's utterly hilarious that, yeah, everybody has a sense of humor, and Russia can't do an awful lot about it, can they? Because they're so strong. So a little bit more in the way of pestilence, fire, and floods. So in Moscow, there was, I believe, one of the metro stations was flooded. The passage under the MCC tracks was also flooded. So that's the subway passage, I suppose. Trams are standing still. A newly completed embankment in the Spanish Quarters residential complex completely washed away. They hate the West so much, by the way. Have you noticed they name everything after them? So yeah, the Spanish Quarters gone, and people were almost having to swim over the road in Semenovskaya. So I'm just, if it's not on fire, it's underwater. Oh, and yes, that's right. Locusts. Sorry, locusts. Yes, locusts and generally bugs are a problem at the moment in Russia. So everywhere where there's been flooding and there's now standing water, they have a real problem with midges. And I can imagine because stagnant water, there's all sorts of refuse in it, and it's chemicals and grossness. Biological waste, I think we could probably classify it as. And yeah, adding to that is the wildlife. That's the one. Yeah, so lots of additional biting insects. And just wanted to point that out, that pestilence, fires, floods, locusts. Yes, there has been a serious problem and uptick in the instance of locusts appearing in some areas of the east. And trying to find it now. There's been so much bad news for the Russians that I've run out of bookmark space, I think. I think so. So yes, here we go. There have been locust swarms in Russia before, but there's another one in particular at the moment. And why is it not here? Locusts, Russia. Sorry, I have to find it. There we go. So yeah, I think it's somewhere like the Tumen region. There are an awful lot of locusts eating their crops. So they've had fire and floods and now locusts. And it's Dagestan as well. There's been a video from Dagestan of an awful lot of locusts hopping around. So yeah, it's a thing that does happen to them on a yearly basis, but it's particularly bad because they've had terrible fires and floods and things that have, generally wrecked their food crops, and then along come the locusts to eat what's left. So just pointing that out, that it's all bad. All of it. And I have so much bad news. And I only have a short period of time to tell you all this terrible bad news. I might have to pop in and out during the morning as I'm getting ready to go, just to add some more bad news for you. So, shall we do some numbers as we're starting with the bad news for Russia? Because, well, the numbers are kind of, I would call this a not very good day. So here we go. We have approximately 1,300 liquidated personnel, a total of 515,000. And that's just the ones we know about. 22 tanks. Oh dear. That's quite bad. Bad for them. 40 armoured personnel vehicles. Now, there was me yesterday saying I think they were starting to run out. Well, they obviously found some. And Ukraine took them out. It's kind of them. So 48 artillery systems, again, smashing the absolute colours out of artillery systems here. 3 MLRS, nice. And 1 more anti-aircraft system. I've noticed that, you know, getting good at these. There's 41 UAVs on here now. I know that 17 out of 18 Shahed drones were shot down overnight. So a very good ratio, but I'm going to assume there is some damage. 63 vehicles and fuel tanks. Again, it's up there in the high numbers, isn't it? 63. My goodness. You wouldn't think that it would be in the 60s for like, well, in fact, between 60 and 101 for the last week. That's just ridiculous numbers. I mean, May, they had the highest losses that they'd had for the entire war. Just in May alone. They lost over 1,000 vehicles. I think armoured personnel vehicles, just in May alone. They're not doing very well. Oh, what's this? 7 more special equipment. And loving the fact that they're always hauling in lots of special equipment as well. Doing a damn fine job recently, aren't they? Sorry, I need
Yes,
to
they
calm.
are.
Yeah, sorry. Right, I feel better now. Now I've got that out. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, Prince, but Zelensky has been very, very busy recently, and he went off to do some things, and then he made a stop off in Qatar, which was completely unannounced. But he stopped off in Qatar for very good reason. He was speaking to the representatives there with regards to returning more children from Russia. So I don't know how that went, but I think that is really important to keep his finger on the pulse of that as well. I mean, it's part of his peace plan, is it not?
Yes, it is part of his peace plan.
Yeah. So I just think it's worth noting that he is always trying to keep ahead and in touch with all of the very important parts of what's going on. In a way, he is a warrior in his own right. I like to think of him like this because he's fighting a different battle, one of diplomacy and, diplomatic pressure and holding his country together as best he can throughout all of this, and still obviously finding time for his family and not burning out himself. I mean, he's aged a great many years within the last 2, but he's still really solid, dependable. It's something that I really sort of credit him for, to be honest. He's gone from being this sort of almost naive, wide-eyed, gentle-faced person to looking like a warrior. And he is fighting a battle of his own, is he not? Just from a different position than the front line. And I like to sort of in my head give that comparison because he's not stopped. He really has not stopped. I don't see him taking a day off ever. And one of the busiest people I can point to. Karen, you got your hand up.
All of his trips have been very purposeful. He's not just globetrotting aimlessly. Everything has had a purpose. But it did occur to me that while he is abroad and while he is making trips, sometimes without much notice, he may be safer than he would be at home. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, absolutely. This is probably why he doesn't necessarily announce these things 100%. And he's just made a detour while he's in the area. But it's important that he does, I think. And to see him always, making a point of keeping in touch with the important things. Now then, I've just had a question in the background about the horse inside, and how people were upset about the horse manure on the doorstep. But you remember what people do in elevators and hallways in these communal buildings?
Oh yeah, that hallway one was bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying, horse manure is the least of their problems. Karen?
Oh yeah.
There has been a bunch of coverage about the Shangri-La dialogue, that happened several days ago. But I'm just reading some additional comments by CNN. And of course, before Zelensky showed up, a defense minister of China was there, and he had a meeting with Lloyd Austin. And I understand that voices were raised. But it was interesting to note that Zelensky made comments in Singapore that if China continues to support Russia, the war will last longer, and it's bad for the whole world, not just Russia. I don't know if he got to talk to anybody from China. I don't know if anybody from China would have talked to him. But I'll tell you, when he was there, their ears must have been burning because he made some very pointed comments about the effect of their backing Russia is having, and that China's export of dual-use goods to Russia is powering their industrial base. And the U.S. has warned Beijing of consequences for such support. But the fact that this was coming from Zelensky must have really stung. It's another one of those events where I wish I could be a shapeshifter and have become a little mouse and hidden under a chair and listen to the whole thing, because that must have been some meeting.
Well, I particularly enjoy Spicy Zelensky. And, he's just about run out of patience. And I'm with him there, to be absolutely honest. So, what do we have for us today? Well, we have a lady who is in Mexico, young Russian lady. And believe it or not, she's upset. You see, she almost gets it. Almost. She's going on about why do people hate us Russians? Everybody hates us. Let me just see. I should go back to the beginning of this. I don't understand anything. I asked them to make me English. He looked at me and he said, Russo. I'm so sick of this story with Russo. Mexicans just hate us. We go there because we need to get to the US, but they hate Russians here. Sorry? You're trying to smuggle yourself into the US. Russians hate Russians. Mexicans hate Russians. I can't stand it anymore. Our real nationality is strong. We are very patient, but our passports are not as strong as Brazilian or Mexican passports. Why do they degrade our passports? Oh no. Why does everyone hate us so much? I get that we might be emotional or sincere, but we never do aggressive things. Love, I can tell you something. So she said, in the 90s, it was violent, but why does everyone have such an opinion of us? It humiliates me. We have lived in Brazil for half a year. My whole family is in Russia. I understand I want a calmer environment where people are more tolerant because everyone is very angry in Russia, and that's how the whole world sees the rest of us. They just think that we're some kind of white monkeys. You are nobody if you have a Russian passport. So anyway, yeah, she can't take it anymore. I don't know. You are nobody if you have a Russian passport. Even Russians hate Russians. These are telling statements, are they not? Karen?
And yet, in a different situation, this can happen if they come over without a passport. I'm thinking of the two men that came over from the Russian Far East and landed on Gamble Island. That's in Alaska, and it's not that far by boat. And this happened back in 2022. And every now and then I'll see something in the news about these guys, and they're working their way through the asylum process. And there is a church down in Washington, in Tacoma, that is not only helping Russians, but also helping Ukrainians that are trying to get away from the war. And they're helping Russian soldiers that not Russian soldiers, but people who don't want to become Russian soldiers. So I think it's different if you come in with a passport and claiming, and you're not there, you're there to cause mischief. You know, your desire to be in the U.S. is questionable. Is you're going to get a different reception than if you are somebody who is genuinely afraid and they're running away from something. And before these two gentlemen fled, there had been government officials going through their village and knocking on doors, and they didn't
Karen,
answer.
though.
Yeah. Yeah.
They can't really fault us for being suspicious, can they?
Oh, they
Really?
of course not. And you know, I'm in my 70s, so I can remember the Cold War years where we tended to welcome people from who were escaping communist countries with open arms. But now there is more reason for suspicion, and I totally understand that. But I'm really surprised there haven't been more refugees, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were, but we just haven't heard about them.
There
Yeah.
are loads, Karen. There are millions. I can assure you. There are a great deal of people who left Russia very quickly, especially men, especially the more intelligent of the people. And then sometime after, a lot of them then brought their families as well. So yes, a great deal of people have left Russia. A lot of them are hiding out in places like Uzbekistan, which they use as a stepping stone to then go further.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'll send you an article about this mission that is helping. It's kind of an interesting story. The article's a little older, but and I can understand these guys wanting their privacy too. But it seems like so far that nothing fishy has been discovered, and that's good because, yeah, we do have to be really careful. We don't know who's coming across. Thank you.
Well, yeah, in France, they caught another fella recently, I'll say. But this guy was a typical Russian, to be absolutely fair. He managed to get himself caught because he blew himself up while making explosives. So it's a good job they're also effing stupid or something like that. I'm sure that comes into play on a daily basis. Now, shall we have a few observations from Kharkiv? It is notable that Kharkiv has not been hit by any S-300 missiles now for 48 hours within the city itself. Who could have thought that destroying the launchers in Russian territory is much more efficient than intercepting missiles when they enter Ukrainian airspace? I know, it's incredible, isn't it? Destroying the launchers, and it stopped all of that horror and terror. If only this could have been done earlier, hey? And I think this is a lot of what the Free Russia Legion were trying to achieve when they were going into Belgorod. That unfortunately they never got as far as where these launchers were. But I believe this was one of their objectives, to try and take out those launchers. And you know, some people said, "Oh, well, it's inadvisable. It looks a bit desperate, all of this." But yeah, that was a real problem for them. And now look, they've had 48 hours without having any S-300s dropped upon their heads. It certainly is making a difference, isn't it? Just being able to hit back in the right places. Goodness me, why didn't we think of this earlier, hey? You know, I bet you Ukraine's been asking for this for 2 years. Honestly, I bet you they have. Now, 1 year ago, I'll have you know, was the day that Russians deliberately destroyed the Novakhovka Dam. In fact, recently released footage of the act shows that it was never reported on properly by any of the Western media. And it was indeed a deliberate act by Russia, and it wasn't just an unfortunate event, how they seem to, you know, frame it. So 12 months on, I think it is worth bringing that back to the attention of the press and saying, oh, by the way, there's more and obvious evidence now that it was Russia. So should we perhaps report on this correctly 12 months on? I just think it would be worth holding them to account on that, because, well, these things are important to get right. You know, historically, it's important. Anyway, shall we have some tales of woe, Prince? Because, oh, there's
Always
some
like
woe.
a tale of woe.
There's some woe. So, let me see. For starters, there was a crowded tram with faulty brakes in Kemerovo in Siberia. 2 people fell out of it due to the faulty brakes, but don't worry, they carried on. A bit later, the village collided with the vehicle, collided with another carriage and injured 30 people. So even though they knew the brakes weren't working, they carried on. You know how it is. So, what would we like first? Oh my goodness. Well, let's have this, because I think this is the most hilarious thing I've heard recently. So, Peskov says that Shoigu, Medvedev, and Dyumin will each oversee the defense industry in their own direction. Sorry, you've put 3 heads at the top of this snake. Okay, what could possibly go wrong? You see, Medvedev's strategy of doing war, I don't know, is sort of like reading out old messages from Stalin. That goes really well. Oh, in fact, you'll be glad to know that Medvedev plans to do this annually, because for the last 2 years he's done this, read out Stalin's telegrams to defense factories at a meeting on the military-industrial complex, because I'm sure that helps. Really inspirational, I'm sure. And with regards to Shoigu, well, he's been instructed to coordinate the work of the defense industry. Putin instructed him to complete work on the project of priority tasks of the defense industry, production volumes, and profitability. And he gave him basically 24 hours to do it. Yes, that's right. He instructed him to prepare instructions on the volume of production at most popular military plants. And he said, I ask you to do it tomorrow. Oh, right, okay. Nothing like straight away. Now, I've heard that if you don't fulfill a task of Putin's orders, sometimes it can be hazardous to your health. So perhaps he gives this impossible task for good reason. Just saying. It seems like all of these military positions where Putin, personally puts you in a job should come with a health warning label. Just saying, yeah. Certain days might be like gravity days or what have you. So that was quite amusing that the three of them are going to fix the defense industry. Of course they are. Whatever. Now then, we have this delight. So Igor Lipsitz is an expert on the Russian economy. And he's been having a little speak about what he's observed. And he said, I'm observing a stunning picture of the suicide of the Russian economy. Now, I like the way he puts this. So he begins with that statement and he says, it's scary but mesmerizing. Watching it is horrifyingly interesting. All of my colleagues, economists, understand that we happen to live in an amazing historical period where a great country is killing itself. It's scary, but terribly fascinating. Is it a reversible process? At this point, it's probably not. One more time, a country is first of all its people. And when it comes to people, there's a deficit in Russia because they're losing their population. We need human resources to boost the economy, people, money, and international cooperation. Nobody in the world ever accomplished that without international cooperation. Not a single country with closed borders can better themselves. It can only be that North Korea produces missiles. That's all they can do. I'm observing it falling apart, basically. So there are also people like this. A Russian living in the US, when he realized that his homeland was so very broken, he realized that it was okay now to criticize Putin because he's outside of the country and he's no longer worried about being arrested because he knows he can never go back there because the country has been just destroyed by its own government and there's no reason for him to go back there now. And he said, now I no longer have fear of the Russian government because they've proved themselves to be who they are. And he's no longer beholden to them. And I just thought that was a mindset change that, he himself had seen how horrendously the Russian government has treated their people and realized that they have no right to ask for respect of any kind. And because of that, the fear of them is gone. And I think that's important. And it is worth noting that, yes, like I said before, most of the intellectual capital, the people that were, the part of the brain drain, they left well at the beginning. Any well-educated people knew exactly what the war was going to do to the country. Now, I can only suggest that when Russia collapses, it will be spectacular. And I imagine that we will end up helping them because you know how we're so stupid. Yeah, I can see that happening. But I don't want people to starve to death. So I suppose, but it's their own fault. It's entirely their own fault. And that's the whole point. It's entirely their own fault. Now, Prune, my friend Prune, has been inundated with information about just how bad things are. So much so, she was trying to get everything written up before the central bank meeting. And maybe she will, but for right now, she thought she'd give a quick summary of some of the things that have been very noticeable that she thinks are terrible signs, which she'll do a deep dive on all of these. But here we have a summary, which I thought was very kind. So, agricultural organisations have yet again lowered the crop yield forecasts and have also indicated that it may decrease further. Ooh. So many have been debating whether or not the replanting scheme would be successful, as the later planting time may mean that the crops get frozen again before they're harvested. Oh dear. So the Ministry of Agriculture has not yet lowered their forecast. And we should not rely on anything they say because they have no assessment of reality. Now, issues with rail cars continue. The production of needed rail cars to replace old cars that weren't retired in a timely manner and are now falling apart is incredibly challenging. There's apparently an excellent quote in the article that she's found about just how bad the labour shortage is. And that's something to mull over. There have now been several stories indicating friction between Russia and China. You see, China is demanding more and more and more in exchange for their continued partnership. But there's complexity. Some Russians quoted are frustrated that China is putting additional tariffs on Russian imports without recognizing that Russia does exactly the same to them, and perhaps even more aggressively and unfairly. So, turnabout is fair play. Some Russians quoted are frustrated that prices increase without recognizing that continuing to do business with Russia in this time comes with a massive increased risk, which, guess what? It translates to higher prices. Some Russians quoted do have legitimate arguments that the market competition decreases significantly because they're only left with Chinese suppliers or Russian suppliers, and both behave very predatory. So basically, you get what you're given, and you pay through the nose for it, and that's that. It's sort of like a mafia scheme. Oh yeah, they should be used to that. So they seem increasingly intent on pushing a particular message ahead of the central bank meeting. Now, this message is laughable because they keep saying that the key rate will go down in the autumn. Absolute nonsense, right? All indications show that it may actually increase in the very near future, and there are no indications that show that it will decrease, but they're still telling people that it will. Employers have been surveyed, and goodness, there's a very massive, widespread problem of labour shortages. Now, surveys can be helpful for determining what the participants can see, such as labour shortages. But you cannot take the reason they give as the real or only one. This, of course, is their perception of the cause, which could also be altered by propaganda or misunderstandings. For example, many doctors know there's a medicine shortage when they're surveyed, but they state that the major cause of this is sanctions. But it's not. Nobody's sanctioned medicines. Russia just isn't buying them. Nothing to do with sanctions whatsoever. In the surveys related to labour shortages, many pointed to them being lost to the military-industrial complex. And while this is true, a lot of them are indeed funneled in that direction. It's not the only reason. You see, remember, Russia have sort of started this massive campaign against migrants within their country, and a lot of them went home because they were like, oh, right, okay, don't like it here. Yeah, that would also be a really good reason for labour shortages, because people just don't want to be there working for you when you make it so obvious that they're not welcome. So these are the things that Prune has been observing in general. And you know what, Prince? None of these problems are getting any better. In fact, they're getting a heck of a lot worse.
I'm shocked.
I know you are. It is very shocking indeed. It's not a surprise, though, at all, is it?
No, not at all. And I'm not shocked, and you know that. Unless I was changing an outlet and not turning off the electricity. Oh, wait, that is something I've done.
Yeah. You'll be glad to know that for some reason, remember me saying that there was an awful lot of new instances of people running around naked in Russia? I don't know whether the temperature's gone up or what, but
I don't think there are really that many new instances. I mean, I saw one video you posted this morning, and I'm like, I don't know what that guy was doing. I don't want to know what that guy was doing.
well, one half-naked Russian threw himself under a car, jumped into a river, and swam away. So a man wearing nothing but shorts completed this triathlon and managed to escape. However, when he got out of the river, he was fully naked and then ran off.
All right. Yeah, these things can happen.
So,
These
but
things can
he
happen.
probably lost his shorts when he dived in. You know how these things happen.
Yes, these things happen.
But decided not to go back to them. Just thought, you know what? I'll just carry on getting away. Now, babe.
What?
You know how beaver is on the menu?
They get so excited. I muted myself and unmuted. Beaver's on the menu. Oh boy.
Yeah, beaver's on the menu in Russia, but so is
Oh wait, I know where you're going with this. They're so cute.
alpacas. Well, they are cute, but they're also kind of feisty. They spit at you, and they're a bit grumpy sometimes. But
Yeah, well.
they are kind of gentle creatures mostly. You know, apart from the odd headbutt, you're really quite safe with alpacas. But anyway, alpaca meat has been added to Russian menus. This comes from Bolivia. Now, it's expected to be a niche food, but it is, you know, something that Bolivia has as a national dish, apparently. Part of its national dish uses alpaca meat with corn, potatoes, cheese, and eggs. I can't pronounce it, so I'm not going to tell you what it's called. Anyway, Prune is questioning the whole national dish of Bolivia claim, but while it is a dish traditionally made in Bolivia, amongst other countries, there are a few other dishes that also come up as national dishes of Bolivia, and it's not this one. So, apparently, somebody's tried alpaca in Chile. It's meat. It's nothing remarkably strange or delicious. It's a bit like beef. So they're importing alpaca meat, but they're also partially paying North Korea for their ammunition with food. So yeah, it seems that there's an issue with putting meat on the table, Prince. That there's been a number of disease and yeah, problems that have caused issues with meat production internally, I believe. So alpaca now on the menu. There you go. Karen.
Well, speaking of meat, and this is more fallout from good fallout from diplomacy. Ukraine's prime minister and the prime minister of Japan met on the 3rd of this month, and Japan has already launched several projects to aid Ukraine and their agricultural sector. Now, it looks like they may be opening their markets to Ukraine's chicken. And so that would be nice. And I guess they're going to try and persuade South Korea and Singapore to do the same. And that would be nice because Europe has not been real friendly, about, it's not been in their interest to import Ukraine's agricultural products. They already have their own sources. So here's another opportunity, and hopefully the Russian bombs will not hit the chicken farms because, hey, and isn't it funny that Russia has had shortages on chicken and shortages on eggs, and here Ukraine has enough chicken to export to Asia. I'll tell you, things are going Ukraine's way.
Well, yeah, it is incredible how they can still develop all these things while fighting the biggest war I have seen in my lifetime. So yeah, they're just absolutely incredible. Now then, what am I just looking at here? Something to do with Russian aircraft, and it's funny, but I have something else. I have an update. Remember I said that in Kemerovo there had been an accident on the tram? Well, there's been an update now. My goodness me, a couple of updates. So here's one headline. I said, more than 30 people were injured. Oh, no. More than 90 people were injured and one died. Blimey heck, that was a crash, wasn't it? And there's a statement and another headline afterwards that the wear and tear of trams in the Kemerovo area, where the accident occurred today, reaches 90%. Oh, that's bad. So the head of the city, Dmitry Anisimov, said according to him, the trams are up to 40 years old. However, the tram involved in the accident underwent maintenance on the 2nd of June, and both malfunction and human factor are considered as a cause of the accident. So he says, trams will develop. They are a priority mode of transport. Now, the wear of the trams is 80 to 90%. They are outdated and up to 40 years old. The source of funding is being determined. There are federal programs to which we apply. He doesn't say they're successful, though, does he? Understanding of sources of financing will likely be closer to 2025. We need to update the infrastructure. So basically, he's just said there, nobody has any money for the trams. Yeah, so you know what's going to happen to those trams, don't you, Prince? They're going to become like a wild fairground ride until they break altogether.
Wild
Amazing.
fairground rides. I'm not into wild fairground rides. I am 55 years old and I have never, almost 56, and I have never been on a Ferris wheel.
Yeah, it's much of a muchness. It's just you go up and down. It's not that exciting.
They scare the crap out of me. The idea of being on one scares the crap out of me.
That's fine. I prefer the waltzers anyway. Although these days I have a balance issue, so if you put me on a waltzer, I'd throw up. Oh yeah,
I do like the
I used to
tilt-a-whirl.
bloody love them as well.
It's the being off the ground part that freaks me out. I did go to. We don't have a good amusement park here close to me, at all, and so I think that's part of it. I just, I look at the rickety at the one amusement park that we do have. I look at the rickety old coaster that looks like it could be taken down in 10 minutes, with just a screwdriver. And there's no way I'm getting on that thing. But you take me to a good established park. I went to Boblo Island and Cedar Point when I was in when that summer I spent in Ohio.
I can tell you've had your pill, by the way.
No, I haven't actually. I did, but I did take
Did you not? You said you had a pain pill.
I had a pain pill, but it's different than the pill that I take, that I should take right now. But no, I took a half a pain pill earlier.
Just you got onto a right ramble then.
Yeah, and what's your point?
Nothing really. I'm just going to say hello to Jenny.
I did like those roller coasters at those other places, though. That was the point. Go ahead, Jenny. Sorry.
Maybe that's why you enjoy flying Russians so much.
I bet it
Jenny,
is.
go ahead.
So my grandmother, she worked at the biggest at that time, the biggest amusement park in Sweden. And so I kind of grew up in an amusement park. I have ridden so many rides, it no longer gives me butterflies in my stomach. Um, and it went completely dead after I went skydiving. I got that as a birthday present when I turned 50. And I want to go skydiving again. That was a lot more fun. And it's kind of as long as a ride as well. It's a couple of minutes and then you're back on the ground and you're like, I am not happy. I want to jump more. And it costs like a lot of money, but it is so much fun. So yeah, I go on every single ride. In fact, last year when I took 3 teenagers, and you'd think that the teenagers would still have energy at the end of the day at the amusement park. Nope. I was the only one that still had energy and I could still keep going. And the kids were just like, geez, do you not have an off button? I'm like, not at the amusement park. No, I don't. I do not have an off button. And we were there for 12 hours from the time they opened until they closed. So, yes, if you want to have somebody babysit your teenagers, and they weren't like 12, 13, 14. These were two 16-year-olds and a 17-year-old. So they were pretty big. They should have had more energy than I did at 52. But, no, they didn't. See, if you want to wear out your kids, send them to me. I will do it.
And that should be a proper service that you offer there, Jenny, just wearing children out at amusement parks. I think you could actually make some real good money at that. Now, remember we said that there were some ships, some boats that had appeared in the Black Sea. Well, I wonder how long they're going to be there, because the GUR overnight have struck in the Chornomorsky district in Crimea a ship. Now, they say it's probably what they call a raiding tugboat. But remember how these things are getting more and more scarce within that area? And this may just be a little indication that, by the way, we've noticed you've put these things here. If you want to keep hold of them, you might want to move them elsewhere. So another little warning there by the GUR. I don't know if the boat is sunk. It says it's destroyed. So I'm going to say that's good enough. So yeah, and no doubt we'll see a bit more information about what and who and where. But either way, any capabilities that are taken out for Russia, I mean, tugboats, for example, are very important. And you really need them to a lot of the time to guide ships in and out of ports and, to retrieve ships that are, for some reason, unable to move under their own power because they've got a big old hole in the side. So they have to also retrieve ships and take them to repair bays and stuff like that. And I just think that would be hilarious if Ukraine took out all of their tugboats and then they were unable to do any of this barge moving and stuff like that. These old barges that they've put in front of the Crimean Bridge, like that's going to help. Kind of like that fence that they're building in Crimea, which is just a fence. It's a big long one. I suppose it's to try and keep out prying eyes, but when Artesh are actually inside your military units, it's kind of difficult to keep their eyes off things, especially with a fence. But I'm sure it'll protect them very well against attackers. I'm sure it will. Now, folks, I have a wedding tomorrow, and today I have got to drive 2 hours to go and start the preparations. And I hate to leave. Parting is such sweet sorrow, but I kind of need to get out of here. I will pop in and out as I'm getting ready because, there's so much woe going on. I might have to come back and tell you some stuff, but I am going to swap out just now. And I love you all, and I'm going to miss you because I'm not here tomorrow at all. What am I going to do, Prince? I'm going to have withdrawal.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little weird. Gonna be a little weird. I mean, I have to admit. I have to
I
say, I'm
mean,
looking forward to co-hosting with Yana. I love co-hosting with Yana. I'm sure that we will talk about bidets, but yeah, it's just gonna be weird. No morning boom report with mockers. So that means that we either have to find somebody with a northern accent or convince somebody to read the numbers, realizing that their life is not in danger for reading them, right?
oh, now then, I might be able to pop in and read the numbers. I might be able to
See how
do
that goes? I might be able to pop in and read the numbers. She's so possessive of the numbers. I might be able to pop in and read the numbers, she says.
between showering and dashing out of the door. Yes, I might be able to do that. I'll pop in and read the numbers. Okay, sorry, I'm so possessive. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's like I'll pop in and read the numbers. No, don't worry about me. I'll you know what'll happen is Elmo will smack you in the face and wake you up so that you don't have a choice but to get up, and it'll be, too early to get ready, so you'll be able to have time to read the numbers.
That is very true. I do have a small orange man with a very distinct timing. He knows that if it gets to like 6 a.m. and he hasn't been fed yet, it's time to start hitting me in the face. So yeah, bless his little socks. And with that, guys, I will leave you for the day, but I might pop in and out because I'm doing stuff and I've got lots of things to talk about. And I'm going to have 2 days of not being able to talk about them much. So anyway, I'll see you all soon. Love yous. Bye.
Bye. So I'm just going to give Mocker some advice as she's leaving. I don't know if you're going to be the best man or whatever. Yeah, you have a wedding to go to, I know. So, but my advice to you is if somebody tries to hit on you, Mockers, start talking about Ukraine. I mean, seriously, if you start getting unwanted advances, start telling them about Ukraine. Ask them if they know. I don't know. Ask them if they know what a flying Ivan is. Ask them if they know what a flying Ivan is, and then give them a very thorough description of a flying Ivan. That may freak them out. And you need to tell them for sure that when you can see arms and legs going in different directions, that it is one of the better flying Ivans. Now, if you get multiple flying Ivans in one instance with multiple limbs flying in different directions, then you have one of the best flying Ivans ever. By then, they should have run away, mockers. Go ahead.
Well, I could either entice them with a nice chat on genocide, or I could also tell them all about artillery pieces and different types of ammunition. That's always a good conversation starter. And also, yes, the absolute collapse of the Russian economy and trains. I could probably talk them to death about those things as
You
well.
could talk them to
So,
death
yeah.
about balls.
Oh, indeed, yes. A distinct lack of ball bearings, yes.
Yes.
So
But
don't you worry.
yeah,
I will indeed make everybody, rue
extremely
the day they
uncomfortable.
spoke to it.
The only thing you have to risk there is if you get yourself a guy who's really interested in military stuff, he may be able to keep up with you on the artillery and ammo and those kinds of things. Now, if you start, it depends because unless they follow Ukraine, also you could try to start talking to them about FPVs and different kinds of drones because that's newer technology. The guys who looked into previous wars, like World War II, where Russia is using some of their equipment from World War II. Um, so you might think about some of the more modern equipment. Talk about the stuff Ukraine has, not the stuff that Russia has, because Ukraine is actually using stuff from this century. Mockers.
If all else fails, Prince, I always have poo fountains to fall back on.
Yes, yes. And you could explain to them why poo fountains happen. A good long conversation about why poo fountains happen and the suckiness of the Russian sewer system. Hey, can I tell you about the Russian sewer system? And flip your hair as you're doing that. Okay, so now I know I did not take my med that really makes me sleepy, but I I hear it now too, mockers. But yeah, so I'm hearing it too. So thank God we have replacements here, because mockers is probably going. Somebody get her out of the freaking co-host seat now, because she's just gone. She's gone. Um, yeah. So, but yeah, no, the poo fountains and the explanation of the Russian sewer system should be good. I also think that you probably have some good ammunition, some good stuff in there when it comes to oil refineries and the different types of things that come out or into oil refineries. You have the crude oil, you have the bitumen, you have the everything else. You know what I'm talking about. And then you talk about them being on fire. And what is the best part of an oil refinery to light on fire? And then they're screwed for a while. And with that, I am going to drop down. Oh boy, Yenny, I love you so much. Could you imagine me continuing to co-host for a while still? I'm just saying thank you. I was going to do it, but boy howdy, am I really thankful for you, because now I'm realizing what a poor decision it would have been. And I will see you guys later. Slava Ukraini.
Heterum Slava. Yeah, it would not have been a good thing if you would have continued co-hosting. And I am almost caffeinated. I am working on my breakfast because I can't eat the first thing in the morning. It just makes me nauseous. So I have to wait a few hours before I can eat. So first cup of coffee and my breakfast all in one. Um, it's been exciting with the booms and everything. and I am going to log into one of the newspapers here in Sweden and see if we have even more exciting things coming out of Sweden. Yesterday, we talked a little bit about, let me see, it's France, US. We don't want to see that. We want to see this one. So yesterday, what we talked about a little bit was, well, the headline is kind of misleading, but it has sunk a little bit. It's how Swedes are donating, and Ukraine is still very high up. A lot of Swedes donate money to charity organizations that do humanitarian work in Ukraine. And what I noticed was actually that a lot of them had to do with protecting children. I am not, there were two for doctors, kind of like one is Doctors Without Borders, the Swedish chapter, and the other one is a similar one, but I don't know if that is actually a Swedish, a homegrown one, charity organization. So yesterday or last year in 2023, the Swedish people donated 11.5 billion Swedish crowns. That is roughly 1.1 billion US dollars. These are charitable organizations that are not part of our tax money that goes to helping people in need as well. No, last year it was 13.1, so 1.3 billion dollars. And this year, hold on, let me see how tired I am. So 2022, it was 1.3. And in 2023, it was 1.1. And they're also saying that the reason why the number is lower in 2023 is most likely due to inflation. We have seen a drastic hike in how much things cost. Like the food has gotten quite expensive in Sweden. It was expensive before, but now it's it's not easy anymore. And my rent has gone up with, it may not sound much, like roughly $40 a month, but it's done that for 2 years. Usually I get a price increase of maybe $5, $6, and now I've gotten 40, which is quite noticeable. And if it happens to me, then it happens to everybody else as well. Rent, the interest rates have gone up in Sweden, and this is connected to both the Russia's war in Ukraine and to due to COVID. But I'm still happy to see that Swedes are donating a lot of money. And one thing that stood out when I was looking at the top 10 organizations that Swedes donate to is that all of them are Doctors Without Borders, UNICEF, UNHCR. So I'm kind of iffy about the UN organizations because I am not a fan anymore of those. But out of 10, only 3 are not related to 8 organizations that help people on the ground, like Doctors Without Borders. One is for the Cancer Foundation, Child Cancer Foundation, and Heart and Lung. So it was a real good list to see. I see I still don't have my co-host all dressed up and ready to sit next to me yet. It doesn't stop you from talking, though, me. So
It doesn't, Jenny. Sorry, I've just got to sort out a co-host thing, and as soon as I've got that, we can get going.
I just wanted to let you know that you can stop me at any time. So there was a statement as well from Ursula von der Leyen. So she is being criticized for opening up to working with parties that are on the extreme right. And she just made a statement saying that we will never let extremists to the right or to the left weaken Ukraine or split up Europe. There, I guess the journalist asked if she's afraid that the war will come to the EU, and she responds with, "We're doing everything that we can for it to, for war not to come to the EU. I'm convinced that we can deter with a strong defense and by the fact that we have limited Putin's aggressions." He counted on a quick and effective invasion and erasing Ukraine as a nation, and he has failed. One of the problems with the EU is that there are rifts when it comes to the support to Ukraine, and one of them is Hungary. Fidesz is so Orban's party is trying to halt or diminish the aid that the EU gives to Ukraine. He's working on it. Then she names, don't know what that would, the shortening of that is, but there's a right extreme party in Austria and AfD in Germany that wants to limit or stop the military aid. And they are expected to get more people into the EU Parliament on Sunday. And these are extremists from the extreme right fringe and the extreme left fringe. So both parties, like both extremes, are actually just as insane. She goes on. The article goes on to say that the AfD in Germany is partially financed by the Kremlin and is doing espionage for China. This is why it's important to build a strong majority in the middle to continue the support to Ukraine. And Ursula von der Leyen is convinced that we can do this. Welcome up, Ming. How are you doing this morning?
Fine. It's a lovely sunny day here in Dublin, so all is well.
That is great.
I see in Moscow several streets were flooded due to rain and thunderstorms, so they're not having such a lovely day.
So far, we're having not like a bad day here in Stockholm or near Stockholm, but it is cloudy and it's 16 degrees outside, so it feels really good. I've had lovely days of 25 degrees for like 3 weeks and no rain. I'm ready for the cooler weather now. Thank you. Have you found any interesting news that you want to bring up?
Yeah, so I've been looking at Putin's interview with the journalists from unfriendly countries, and I'm sort of curious about it because it seems, well, I don't know, it seems a bit odd generally overall. So there's sort of three things going on here, right? One is that, he says it's completely absurd that Russia would want to attack NATO. They have no imperial ambitions, despite obviously occupying and wanting to grab large chunks of Ukraine, right? But then he talks about very serious problems resulting from allowing Western weapons to hit inside Russia, and he's promising an asymmetric response. Maybe third-party countries will be supplied with Russian weapons to hit what? NATO countries, the ones that he says he's not going to hit. And then the other odd thing, the nuclear doctrine. So, the old nuclear threat shows up again. And now my take on the Russian nuclear doctrine was always, if Russia was facing an existential threat, so that means either conventionally or from a nuclear point of view, then they might use nuclear weapons. But here he's added if Russia's territorial integrity is threatened. And of course, that's a bit of a tricky one, because according to Russia, large swathes of Ukraine are actual Russian territory, and their integrity, well, doesn't actually exist for some of them. So obviously, Kherson, Zaporozhye, etc., large swathes of them are being defended by Ukraine. So has he changed his nuclear doctrine? I don't know. Has he added some nuance to it? I don't know exactly what he's saying here. Karen, go ahead.
Well, this is not a totally new story, but I was wondering if you had any updates about the Ukrainian cyber attack. And this was in the Kyiv Independent on today. Well, it's still the 5th here in Alaska. It's the 6th where you are. But Ukraine's military intelligence was behind a large-scale DDoS attack that paralyzed the work of several Russian ministries and companies. And this is what a source in the agency told the Kyiv Independent. And I was wondering if you had any updates, because I love mischief like this. And it's too bad, since Chris isn't here, maybe you could be the cyber expert.
So I'm not a cyber expert, but a DDoS attack is kind of a low level. That just means that you're sending so many requests to view the page that you overload it and then it goes down. This is low level, so they're not stealing information, putting it out on the dark web for like ransom and stuff like that. And this is quite annoying. But if I have understood things correctly, it doesn't damage, and it doesn't do anything, like it doesn't do any permanent damage. It's just like for a few hours or so until um, the technicians can do what they do to get the site back up and running. It's mainly annoying. This is something that Russia does to Sweden almost, I don't know how often, because they stopped reporting it. That is how often it happens in Sweden. The one time when they reported this in the beginning of the full scale invasion, now they only notify the public when it is sites that are commonly used by Swedish people, like the government.org, Swedish government.org, or we have like an online health service. When those type or other government agencies, when their pages go down due to DDoS attacks from Russia. Otherwise, they don't even mention it. But they do this quite frequently to Sweden. Do you have anything to add there, Ming?
I don't. I was just looking up. Oh, here we are. I was just looking up this story at the Kyiv Independent. So what's the headline? Ukrainian cyber attack paralyzed work of Russian ministries, companies, source said. Look, I mean, this has been happening quite a lot, hasn't it? So it's just more of the same. How effective as opposed to just irritating it is, I have no idea. But, if it annoys the Russians, it's all good.
I agree. Anything they can do to annoy and cause problems, let the mischief proceed.
So getting back to Putin's interview, he's singled out Germany, apparently. He's particularly got a beef with them. Because the Germans have said that they can use long-range weapons, German weapons. Not that I know that the Ukrainians have any useful long-range German weapons to hit inside Russia. But this is something that apparently has particularly rankled Putin. I guess it's because he's still got a beef to do with World War II. Despite that, there's almost nobody left alive from that time.
Well, it's kind of interesting how he does seem to have a beef with everyone, and because Germany, it took a long time. Maybe he has a special beef with them because he thought he had them in his own pocket, and then they just turned around and said Ukraine can use German weapons to hit inside Russia, and he wasn't expecting it. Maybe that is why he's annoyed with them. What do you think?
No, I suspect it's more to do with the fact that, he was born, not long after World War II. And, the siege of Leningrad, he's from St. Petersburg. The siege of Leningrad's quite a big thing, especially in St. Petersburg, with people, when was he born? Was he born like shortly after World War II, something like that? Or is it, no, actually all during even. So yeah, I mean, he might even have memories of people eating wallpaper paste and stuff like that to get through. So yeah, no, I mean, culturally the guy's got it in for Germany anyway. Mockers.
Well, talking of terrible, terrible bad days, I thought you'd like to be introduced to the 1009th. These are a motorized rifle regiment, and they've been through a few things. Would you like to hear a little tale of woe before I run off and grab a shower?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, the 1009th were sent up to the northern area, and I'll just say, if anybody's seen this translation themselves, the first two words on the translation, well, let's just say the second one might be a mistranslation. I think it's supposed to say northern area, but it is ANAL, and they are really indeed getting it. So Freudian slip there. Anyway, make it your own jokes. Regarding the defeat of units of Motorized Rifle Regiment 1009, I cannot yet disclose details, but believe me, we will return again to the mistakes of the command, which did not take into account the changed reality of these days. Oh, in other words, we're getting smashed and they're not moving us. So for now, what remains of the 1009th will be replaced by 2 battalions from the 30th Regiment and 72nd Division of the 44th Army Corps. Fortunately, we didn't have any major failures. Apart from that major failure that you just had. But we lost people and equipment. Oh, there you go. So that wasn't considered a failure of any kind. Losing people and equipment? Yeah, fair enough. I think the fighters who will replace the Penza fighters will cope with the task. So that's fine. We lost a load of guys. We'll just wheel in a load more guys. That really is a terribly mercenary way to look at that. Never mind. I'm sure morale's high. In general, in the last few days, things have become difficult. Don't read the winning reports. And yes, for optimism, we also put a video showing the successful work of our guys, but this is only a small picture of everything that is happening here. There is a hard struggle for something they call a forester's hut, and those advances of 300 metres in the morning may end in a retreat of 500 metres in the evening. 2 houses on the same street may find themselves under the control of different forces, and as a result, these houses simply disappear. And this is happening. This killing, not only physically, but mentally. Oh, this is the commander. It is very hard to be a commander. I don't mean with these large shoulder straps, but the level of platoons, companies, battalions. In the 9th Motorised Rifle Regiment of the 18th Division, the guys at the front faltered. They simply refused to carry out orders. This won't end well for them, but it also isn't going to end well for their commanders. Oh, because, you know, those guys obviously weren't harsh enough and didn't frighten them enough to go forward immediately without questioning orders. Or maybe these guys are foreign fighters and they haven't been fully indoctrinated in the same way as the Russian fighters. So, of course, they might have indeed had some thoughts of their own. Now, the 1009th, just to let you know, there was a guy who was sort of stood by a tree making a little whimpering sound. And the crux of that was that out of 100 men, only 12 survived. And he was apparently from the 1009th. And the 36th Marine Brigade have now confirmed that they have some Russian prisoners. Preliminary information that these guys are from the 1009th Motorised Rifle Regiment, which is now being withdrawn from Vovchansk due to the loss of around 90% of the personnel. Oof. So every now and again, I like to just focus on one little group like that. Remember the 155th? Yeah, they're still doing terribly in the Kherson area. But they keep sort of dragging them out, reforming them and putting them back in again. So they don't look anything like they did when they were first formed on the battlefield. They've just got the same name, you know. So yeah, I thought you would just like to hear about the horrendous time the 1009th are having. Oh no, sorry, had. I think they're going with the pronouns of was now rather than is.
Thank you, mockers. Uh, they can whine all they want. I don't care about the Russians. I really don't. Call me horrible and everything else. But I really don't care because they could end this today by going home. They have no business being in Ukraine anyway. If they want to live there, they can apply for a visa and then they can apply for, residency and then eventually citizenship. They don't need to bring the military. So they can cry. I have a tiny, I don't even, my violin is so tiny, it can't even be played at this point. And if that makes me cold-hearted, then you can call me, well, it would make sense. I am from the icy north. According to some people, I live on the North Pole. So, I'm going to continue being ice cold.
So I see in some tit for tat attacks, the Ukrainians have hit an oil refinery in the Rostov region, Novoshakhtovsk or something. And it looks like, according to this report I'm reading, it's the only oil refinery in the Rostov region. And I see they hit an oil storage depot. And the tat seems to be that Russia took out a hypermarket, an empty one in Kherson. So, yeah, I don't know. The Russians don't seem to be particularly effective. I don't know. Do you feel like hypermarkets are a key military target, Jenny?
Yeah, well, that it would be the place where you buy shovels so you can bury the dead bodies. But beyond that, I don't see how it would be. And I know they're trying to spin a story about how they were like a military base, I guess, in the storage area. I don't know where they would hide the military unit in that store. They can tell whatever stories they want. Uh, they're not true, and they're being ridiculous with their stories as well. And it's it's kind of, I don't want to say funny because it's not funny. They target civilians, and I guess my annoyance with the whole thing is the lack of outrage coming from the UN and from the general population, from people, um, where they're really quick to criticize other countries for doing less than what Russia is doing in Ukraine. They're and that part, it's not annoying me. It it makes me sad and angry because I want to see the same outrage coming towards Russia as you see, for example, the criticism against Israel. Um, I don't see it at all coming towards Russia, and I don't understand it. It just can't be the nuclear threat because so far we have established that Europe has not been nuked. I would know if Sweden had been nuked. We have talked to mockers. Apparently, now I'm speaking to Ming. So the UK and Ireland, they're good. I've talked to Finland this morning. Ioana has spoken this morning, so Romania checks out. Um, I haven't seen anything in my newspapers about Germany or France. And I've talked to people on the West Coast in the US, and it's still there. So, it's the nuclear threat is not really a threat. It's only a threat uh, because people are being silly. All these countries still exist. I can't bring you on up. If you can do that, I mean, that would be lovely. And go ahead, Karen.
Oh, let me see. I got sidetracked here. What I was going to, I just thought it was a bit ironic since Russia has had to go begging North Korea for artillery shells and missiles, and has has imported Chinese technology as much as China will allow them to. Although our sanctions on America's sanctions on China are beginning to have an effect because we do an awful lot of business. And anyway, back to what I said, but it's ironic that Putin would threaten to supply Western adversaries with Russian weapons. Well, he doesn't even have enough, you know, armaments to supply his own troops. So what's he thinking about? Is it just technology? Because materially speaking, they need everything they can get. What do you think?
Well, look, he's talking about an asymmetric response, and we've kind of seen what the Russians are capable of, obviously attacking undersea cables or whatever it is, even Novichok, whatever. What was the stuff, polonium, that took out Litvinenko? It could be anything, Karen. So, we just have to be wary and keep an eye out. Mockers, go ahead.
I've got a teensy bit more news from the Kharkiv front and a very sarcastic Russian who, I've got to say, I hope he's telling the truth. So apparently, confirmation from Russian sources that they have literally thrown everything they can into northern Kharkiv. And, well, this is what he has to say. Just to understand the situation, to strengthen the defense in the Tetkino area, a regiment created on the basis of the Air Force Military Training and Research Center, Air Force Academy, arrived. They make it clear that these are not cadets and teachers, but if you look closely, I think he's basically saying they are the cadets and the teachers. So, while they occupied the positions of units of the 11th Army Corps, who had already left for the Kharkiv direction. I really hope that the unit from the scientific center from Voronezh will not have to take part in real combat operations, for this could have very sad consequences for those more than 2.5 people who were part of it. So, a little touch of sarcasm there, but apparently they're a bit short on folks over in the Kharkiv area. Oh dear, they've already deployed their reserves, and now they're rounding up the aviation academy, including the teachers. Sorry. I found it funny anyway. Who's talking to a muted mic?
I think me. That is funny though. I was several screens away. Sorry. I'm trying to dig up news in the Swedish newspapers as well. I'm usually good at multitasking, but not today. I don't have enough caffeine. I think I need a second cup. What do you think, mockers?
Always. If you haven't had 3 cups of coffee before you start your day, then what's going on with you?
Wow. Yeah, I try to get, 2-3 cups in each day. I need to bring up the national average. Preferably, I would like to drink 5-6 cups a day just to bring up the national average so we can overtake the Finns when it comes to coffee consumption. I'm working on it. Karen, go ahead.
Well, it's absolutely none of my business. And, so I hope you don't, get the wrong idea. But if you are having to drink a lot of coffee, I love coffee. Even if I'm awake, I'll drink coffee for the sake of drinking coffee because it is the nectar of the gods, as far as I'm concerned. But have your thyroid checked if you haven't had it checked already. Because I had mine checked and when I was younger, and I wasn't producing enough hormones, and so they started giving me a supplement called levothyroxine, and it made a difference. And I still love to drink my coffee, but I'm definitely not as tired as I used to be, and that is rather a personal advice. And so, if you don't want to say anything, that's okay. But just some advice. Oh, and there was a story I wanted to share too. And then I am going off to bed because it's midnight, almost midnight here in my home. But I am seeing this story in the Moscow Times of a Russian Twitch streamer, and she is being jailed for 5.5 years because she live streamed witness testimony about Russian atrocities in the city of Bucha. And I'm going, whoa, that took guts, because frankly, I am surprised they only gave her 5.5 years because, but she is 30 years old. So she was not apologetic at all. I'll share the story with you. I'll put a tag on it, but I just wish there were more Russians that felt like she did. We need more disgusted Russians in the world.
Oh, that's interesting. Um, I just got a. I'm sorry for being distracted. I just got a message from my sister asking if one of my neighbor's houses burned like yesterday, and I don't I didn't see it. Thank goodness. Um, we had a fire at the neighbor's house a few weeks ago. I wonder if the text message to my sister was just delayed. I'm surprised because I didn't see any first responders yesterday at all. So I'm kind of curious. So sorry for being distracted. Um, and I can't add Will. This is really annoying. This app, I'm gonna go on a rant. I really, really don't like Twitter. It's super annoying. Spaces is not working as well as I would like. So right now, I can't add anyone to the panel. Even though I see you, I click on you, and I don't know how you do it, Marcus, when you send invitations in text messages. I wish I could do that, but I don't know how. So this.
Shall I tell you? You want to know?
Yes, please. Yes.
Go to the two people at the bottom. Scroll down to where it says add speakers and do that.
It's okay, I've added Will.
Oh, I'm glad you could add him. I'm gonna play around and see if I can figure this out.
Hey, Will, so what's your take on this hit on the oil refinery in the Rostov region?
So it's the third arrival at that refinery. It's been hit twice before, once as early as June of 2022 because it's so close. I think it's one of the first ones that they tried to hit with drones. A couple of interesting things in that refinery. The first is it's a pretty new refinery. It's only started operation in 2009, and hitting the newer refineries, I think, is better because they tend to be more advanced systems, more expensive to lose. This one in particular is a medium-sized fuels refinery. It's the 28th largest refinery in Russia. It's mostly fuels, but it also produces bitumen. It's got a bitumen plant, which is important in this time of the year when they do a lot of road construction and road repair. And so the road repair, I reckon they probably send a lot of their output from that refinery and bitumen into the occupied areas to rebuild and repair roads. The other thing was interesting is the fuel depot that was hit up in Belgorod, in Stary Oskol, is in a big industrial area, and the fuels that are used up there, yeah, they could be going to military use, but there's big aggregate plants and quarries up there. So you know how sometimes the strikes from Russia look like they're on Russia look like they are part of a theme, and the theme here might be uh, construction materials for road building. And you might not think that construction materials, aggregate and crushed stone and things like that from quarries are really important strategically, but I think you'll see if and mockers would know from reading Prune's analysis of the railway issues. Quite a lot of the volume of material moved on Russian railroads is crushed stone and things like that for aggregate for building railroads and building roads. So I don't know if it's just coincidental, but they've hit a plant, and a very good strike on that refinery this time. Meng, you'd notice from the video that the vacuum column, the distillation column there, and some of the facilities on the ground have a very good fire going. That is a very, very good blaze, and it the light from that fire highlights the anti-drone nets that they put up that clearly didn't work. So
Yeah, I was laughing at that. The fact that they've got their own coke cages for their oil refineries.
Yeah, we saw him putting up that netting at the time and made fun of it, and for good reason, because it wouldn't be effective at stopping these drones at all. And the manner in which they attack are smaller drones, but they're shrapnel. They're high shrapnel producing drones, and when you're hitting a sympathetic target like a distillation column, uh, you're not going to stop with a cope cage. Some damage being made to those refinery structures, and as soon as you puncture it with a hot piece of metal, it's going to catch on fire. So I'm very pleased that they were able to hit low on that column, and probably also in the flash drum on the ground, because there's a very, very good blaze going, and that will be a significant fire at that refinery.
So, when did you say that this refinery was built? This bitumen refinery?
So it's a fuels refinery, but a fuels refinery oftentimes has a bottoms, and the you can use the bottoms from a vacuum column to produce waxes, oilings, and grease, or you can use it for the bituminous material. You can actually put stabilizers and plasticizers in it and make bitumen out of it. Now, bitumen is usually a low value product, but because it's not often added to a lot of refineries, because it's few in number, they become very specialized use refineries during spring and summer periods, when they want to produce a lot of bitumen for road repairs. So, like the refinery I worked at in Cornell, in Australia, um, gasoline, of course, is your most valuable product, but there were very short times of the year when bitumen actually was selling for more than gasoline. And this refinery, because it's got a bitumen plant, is probably producing a lot of the bitumen that's used in the occupied areas for road building. So it might be significant. I can't guarantee it, but there aren't that many bitumen plants around, and because they're low value and seasonal, they don't tend to be built onto every refinery. And this one's only from 2009, so it's a new refinery, and taking out a newer refinery is always better. Like, when I'm always more happy when they hit the newer depots as well as the newer refineries, because more expensive and more specialized equipment typically.
Oh, so you just doubled my happiness. I love you for that, Will. I'm so happy that they did that. I have more reason to rejoice over my next cup of coffee. Which factory would you blow up next if you had a choice of the ones, or refineries would you blow up next if you had the choice?
I've got to add to this. The bit that I'm a bit skeptical about, Will, is this bitumen thing. The Russians actually repair roads, do they?
Yeah, in theory they do. And if you do want to repair a road, you do need bitumen. I'm not sure. Yeah, I do understand your skepticism about that, but yeah, and seasonally it becomes a very valuable product. So, to your question, Yenny, the three refineries I would absolutely definitely go after would have to be the uh, Krishna, the one in St. Petersburg, the one in Yaroslavl, and the one in Moscow. They haven't successfully breached that air defense corridor up there. They've attacked Yaroslavl 3 times, but never hit it, or never done any significant damage to it. And they've never hit Moscow. And they've also aimed at, but never hit, the Krishna Krasneftorovsky refinery in St. Petersburg. So those three are on the top of the list on places that I would hit. And the Krishny refinery specifically in St. Petersburg is 4 times the size of that refinery hit in Rostov. So they're big and they're yummy targets. And if they could hit them, it would show that they can breach the most dense air defense areas of Russia.
So I just added them to my wish list for my birthday to be hit. So my birthday is coming up soon. Way too soon if you ask me, but that would be awesome if they were to take them out, either for mine or Chris Windley's birthday, because his birthday is the day before mine. So, like there's a lot of birthdays now in June. They can just pick one for each birthday. I know of at least 3 that is in the space regularly. Me, Chris Windley, and Prince Heather. We all have June birthdays. So I'll write that down and add that to my wish list. Thank you, Will. Isn't it amazing? Oh, they should hit it today because Sweden turns 503 today. That's a significant number. We're old, very old, and that would be an awesome birthday present for Sweden as well. Do you have any other fun news, Ming?
Yeah, I was going to ask you though, Jenny, what 503 since what though? What happened 503 years ago?
So today, 503 years ago, Gustav Vasa, he's considered to be the first king of Sweden because before that, Sweden wasn't really a country. It kind of was, but really not. It started in 1519. The Danish King Christian, decided that he was going to be the king of Sweden. So he claimed the throne and killed off the aristocracy that was with the previous king. That was actually a Swedish king. And he killed them off, and that is the Stockholm's bloodbath, or the bloodbath of Stockholm. And then he made the statement, what are the Swedes going to do? They're just a bunch of filthy peasants. And so the filthy peasants did an uprising, which is Gustav Vasa. He skied towards Stockholm, which is why we have the skiing thing, the skiing competition, Vasaloppet, and proceeded to kick the Danes out. So not only was, and then in 1521, he was crowned King of Sweden. And also we claimed the territory of Skåne. And I think it was Blekinge and Halland. We kicked the Danes out of that back to their side of the water. And this is also why, if you listen to, so we have like a banter within the Nordics. Norway, Denmark, and Finland, they all pick on Sweden and we pick on them. And nobody else gets to join in the fun because that is just not acceptable. It's just us Nordics that get to pick on each other. And then we'll band together like the Musketeers if anybody was ever to threaten any of the other ones. There is a more of a brother bond with Finland, I think, which is oddly enough because Finnish does not sound anything at all like Swedish. But I personally feel like the ties between Sweden and Finland are stronger than with the other countries, but they're still very, very, very strong. But if you listen to the jokes that Swedes make about the Danes and the Danes make about Sweden, there is like an undertone of more harshness between us. And that is because, much like France and England, we fought wars for, I think it was like 900 years before we buried the war hatchet. So we didn't stop going to war against Denmark until the 1800s. And there is a little bit of that. And then, the Danes killed off our aristocracy back in the 1500s. So we have a very long memory, and we're carrying a grudge, I guess. But that was the birth of our nation, and we became a unified Sweden rather than smaller territories. And from this time on, our coronation date is June 6th. And for any reigning royal or or heirs to the throne, they also have to get married on June 19th. It's a silly tradition that they have. So that's your history lesson on Sweden for today. Did that answer your question?
It does. No, thanks very much, Jenny. Karen, go ahead.
Well, it is finally just after midnight here, and I am going to share one more story before I log off, especially because Will is here and he can elaborate on the details if he feels like there's anything that needs to be filled out. But there was a new article dated June 6th about how Gazprom will not recover its losses from this war, even if the war stopped, until at least 2035. And that's if the war stopped. And their export volumes would be restored to their 2020 level no earlier than 2035 is what the article says. I'll forward it on. But of course, this is wonderful, and we love to see the Russians suffering. And, I mean, really. And so, let's see, I am looking for this one. Oh, yeah. The European Union has pledged to reduce fossil fuels, their dependence on Russian fossil fuels. But what I didn't realize, I thought this was only oil. But apparently from 2021 to 2024, there has been a 71% drop in gas imports from Russia. And that's nice. And I'll send that article forward if there's anything that Will wants to add, because this is his field of expertise. We'd love to hear it. Thank you.
Yeah, so Karen, this is a piece that was in the Financial Times yesterday. And it's basically talking about Gazprom's it's from an internal report that Gazprom commissioned from some third-party consultants, and it's apparently 141 pages long. I wanted to see if I could get my hands on a copy of that since yesterday, but I haven't found it, unfortunately. So the key issue is that their gas exports to Europe are running up 1/3 of where they used to be, and they're hoping to replace that with China, with their new pipeline to China, but they haven't been able to settle on terms with the Chinese. And anyway, the Chinese pay a lot less for their gas than the Europeans do. So even if they get that pipeline on, up and running, it would only replace 1/3 and a further third. So they'll be at 2/3 of where they used to be and exporting to Europe. The other issue, though, is that from a revenue point of view, they'll be massively down because that Chinese third won't fully compensate for the lost higher margin earnings they had from Europe. And then there's another challenge they face. The report estimates that Gazprom will need to invest 100 billion in replacement technology so that they can run all their turbine engines. So turbine engines are basically just like aircraft engines. They're full of life-limited parts that need to be replaced constantly. And of course, they're all subject to sanctions and they can't get the parts they need. So they're trying to develop their own homegrown solutions. They claim that they're close to being able to produce some parts locally, but there's no way they can produce the whole thing, in Russia. So they're highly dependent there. And of course, with the drop in revenues coming up with 100 billion rubles to fund all this is a bit tricky. So one of the solutions suggested was that maybe Gazprom should focus on LNG instead, so liquefied natural gas. Problem is, they have a big competitor who's way ahead of them in that game. It's a Russian company called Novatek. So the possibility of a merger with Novatek was floated, but broadly the conclusion was, look, Russian government, we can't be your cash cow anymore until at least 2035. Stop charging us taxes, stop demanding dividends, start subsidizing us, or we'll be in serious trouble. Oh, and the other thing was liberalize gas prices in Russia. So the Russian consumer and industrial gas market prices would go massively up. They basically are saying, if you don't help us out, we're going to go bankrupt. Karen, go ahead.
And I recall that Gazprom was one of the companies that had their own militia that they donated to fight in Ukraine. So that's a drain on their finances too. I don't know if they're still doing that or not, but it sounds like the Financial Times had a much more thorough coverage. This little article here in the Kyiv Independent is probably just quoting that. But yeah, well, if you find out more about it, I'm sure do pass it along because it's pretty interesting. Every bit of sanctions and lost business is going to make a difference. Thank you.
So there is a piece on the Russian finances in the Swedish paper and the plan to save the ruble. And they're talking about like how after the invasion, the ruble has been weakened. I think that's an understatement. And they're saying that whatever happens in the future is connected to the prices of oil. And they're talking about how the Central Bank of Russia, they raised in Sweden, they're called like the leading interest rate. And this is what they raised to 20%, which is quite high. I think the Swedish one is around like 3 or 4%. And that is really hard. And we think that's harsh. And also the Kremlin, they put in controls to anybody who wanted to exchange rubles for dollars or euro. And the ruble, they recuperate a little bit because of the oil prices. But last year, when the dollar price and the dollar price was once again, they passed the one, so it passed 100 rubles for a dollar, and there was a meeting at the central bank to see if they could raise the interest rate again. And a few months ago, Putin put in a demand that a bunch of companies that exports would put in 80% of its foreign currency, like the money that they get into Russian banks, and then turn in at least 90% of that currency into rubles as a temporary, like a band-aid on the problems with. I'm having a really hard time translating these financial terms into English while I'm reading. It was so this that they were to put in 80% um, of their what money they made in exports. They were to put in 80% of that in whatever currency into the Russian banks, and then they had to, out of that amount, they had to exchange 90% of that into rubles, and this was like a temporary solution to the ruble problem. But it doesn't look like it's going to be a temporary one because this decree has been uh, they have prolonged it until the spring of 2025, which is really, really not specific. And that is according to Medusa. Now the Russian currency has been stabilized around 90 rubles per dollars, but uh, it's going to be weakened during, I don't know if it says next year, so I don't know if that is 2025. But according to them, they're like, this is the end, still a light at the end of the tunnel, because before the full-scale invasion, uh, the dollar was about 60 to 80 rubles per dollar. Uh, they are going to stop importing to make things less expensive, and also to make sure that if people are trying to save up a nest egg, it's not going to, that value is not going to diminish. Because if you do, then Russians won't be able to buy anything in the stores and inflation will go up even higher. So the oil price is depending on what happens in the future for Russia and their economy. And Russia is being pressured by the fact that we put in like a price, yeah, or that we said that there's like a max price that they can take out and that they can sell the oil for, and the sanctions, and the fact that the global oil price is swinging back and forth. And they're saying that oil and gas has always been dominated for the Russian export income. And now, when Europe is buying less Russian gas, Russia gets paid less for its oil. And then they don't get an influx of foreign currency. So, according to them, they're going to regulate other exports and make sure that they put their money, the foreign currency, into the banks, and then exchanging a lot of it for rubles. And there's a guy named Becker. He's saying that what they're doing could, usually when the central banks tells them to do something, they will most likely do it. But these kind of regulations is a signal that the market's trust in the currency is not that strong. Um, and he's saying that it doesn't look like the Russians have been able to save the ruble. It's more like they have stabilized it, so it won't tank even more. The ruble was the strongest uh, during the first year in 2022. That was the strongest that it has been, and that was about 50 rubles for each dollar. But after that, it has almost halved like it halved in value. Um, but they're also saying that even if it looks good on paper, remember that all of these regulations will result in a picture that is not completely true. So, and also he's skeptical to the reports that inflation in Russia is only 7%. And he's basing that on the fact that the currency has halved in value, and this central interest rate is 16%. He's like, then I can't, then this Becker, who is an economist, is saying that I am not convinced that the actual inflation is only 7%. It's probably a lot higher, and it's a part of their propaganda war and with economical statistics. And they're going to put in more regulations to keep the value of the ruble up, depending on what happens to the oil prices. But they think that the ruble is going to weaken even more. So the question is, because of this, how long can they actually keep up the war? Because they're doing fake things. They're trying to prop up the ruble to make it look better than it actually is. And this is like building a house out of deck of cards. It will come down, and then won't they have like a hard crash, Ming?
Yeah, where is the ruble at the moment? It's somewhere in the 90s. I haven't looked in a long while.
It's between 90 and 100. So it's not doing that great, is it?
Just taking a quick look now. So let's have a look. US dollar to ruble is, oh no, it's 88.65. So yeah, it's not dramatic compared to where it's been. It's been over 100. It's I guess, I don't know, it looks like there was some fairly big intervention potentially at the end of May because there was a really big drop from 91.5 to 88. So yeah, 88.5. So, well, I mean, that's not a really big drop, but yeah, from the chart perspective, it's quite a big drop.
Yeah, it kind of feels like their attempts to stabilize. Well, that's what he's saying. He's like they haven't recovered. They're stabilizing it. They're trying to stabilize the ruble, and eventually these tactics to prop up the ruble will fall. And that is what he's talking about in that article. I did a piss poor job at translating on the fly while I was speaking at the same time as I was speaking. But I see that Karen, she had her hand up. Go ahead.
Well, I think you did a great job translating, and I think you both you and Ming have contributed a lot to our knowledge tonight about the ruble and the energy crisis. You know that that is going on because Europe can no longer buy Russian gas, but they're coping. Anyway, Gazprom apparently hopes that Russia will strike a deal with China regarding the proposed Power of Siberia pipeline to help restore the company's exports. I don't know if that'll happen, but there's the nice thing about pipelines, they're really vulnerable, and what a wonderful thing to fire missiles at, wouldn't it? I could see that. But shifting the topic slightly, the way Europe is doing so much better, even though they're struggling to replace Russian gas. They've done a lot. But I noticed, so I read different kinds of shipping news sometimes, and there's one publication called Marine Executive, which is really interesting to read. And what I have noticed is that many of the large freighters are testing experimental fuels. And the two popular ones are methane and ammonia. And I had never heard of people using ammonia as an alternative fuel. And believe it or not, they've actually got a type of device that will act like a sail. And of course, imagine using the wind to power a ship. How innovative. But I just wanted to chip in this. I don't know if you do this in your country, Iwana, or if you know of anywhere in Europe that does. But here in Anchorage, Alaska, there were people that were noticing that our city garbage dump was producing a lot of methane, a lot of landfill gas. And they used to just burn it off, you know? And so it's a product of waste decomposition, from the city's garbage. Well, they stopped doing that, and they started selling the methane to JBER, and that is Joint Base Elmendorf Richardson. Fort Richardson is the Army side. Elmendorf Air Base is the Air Force side. And they started selling this methane, and they power a generator with it. And most of Fort Richardson is powered by methane gas from the garbage dump here in Anchorage, because they use it in a power plant. And I don't know if you've tried to do that, if it would work, but I know your climate is similar to what we've got here in Alaska, in South Central Alaska. And this is something that you're going to have to get rid of anyway. Is this methane that a garbage dump gives off? You're going to end up burning it off if you don't use it. But anyway, that's all the information. I'm kind of rambling here, so I'll let you take back over. Do they do that in Sweden at all, Jenny?
So, fun fact, I think it was like less than 1% of our garbage ends up in a landfill. So we barely have any landfills. And that is because we, one, are really good at sorting out our garbage. So we do recycling, we're really good at it. In fact, we're so good at it that Norway, UK, and Netherlands pay us to take their garbage. And then what we do with the trash, so we recycle paper, plastic, metal, and glass. Those go into like a separate one. Then we have the compost, which is, like the potato peels and stuff like that. That goes to a special plant that makes gas. And we use that as biofuel for cars and buses and other modes of transportation that can use methane gas. I think it's methane that they make. And then we have the burnable trash that goes into it started as a thing with the water treatment plant where they tried to see if they could heat up the water in the water treatment plant by burning trash. And it turns out that was really effective. And this was like something that Sweden did in the 70s. We started doing this. And so our trash is actually heating our homes and our hot water. And this is why we hardly have any garbage at all. And we actually have to import it to continue to heat our homes. It's a really cost effective way because one, we buy the stuff that produces the trash, then they burn it and they sell it to us to heat our homes. And then we pay for them to heat our homes with the trash that we bought. And so we're paying for the heating of the home twice in a way. But it's super effective. And we lost both Oyvind and Ioana, and I still can't add her. I wonder if I need to recycle to make that happen. But so we have become really effective, and for this reason, we don't really have landfills, um, which is kind of funny, and people have a hard time believing me. But I love the fact that we import, so countries actually pay us to take care of to take care of their trash. Iwana, welcome back up, and I saw that you had your hand up, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jenny. So to be honest, the app is behaving really, really erratic the last, weeks, I can say, and actually, it throws me out of the space with an option to end the space. So I just want to say to the other listeners, if they have this option, do not use that option, because we don't want to end the space. So I just wanted to comment a little bit on what you said about the Russian economy. Indeed, inflation is not 7%. They are communicating it like this, but if it would have been 7%, they wouldn't have the interest rate at 16. Practically, the interest rate is meant to compensate for inflation, so probably the inflation is somewhere higher than 16%. And yes, indeed, Nia Bolina did an amazing job to keep the ruble up, but at a great cost, because the Russian national reserve is lower. I believe it's 30% from what it was. They put restrictions on exchanging money. They put fees on taking, foreign currency. They make like mandatory for the companies to exchange a certain amount of money. So there are a lot of restrictions on the market. And it shows also, for the dividends, the state took the dividends from the companies, because the state usually has a participation in the main companies in Russia. They are not like private. They are kind of joint venture state to private ownership. So practically the state is taking the dividends and using the money for what? For the war. And indeed, I do not think that the prospects of the Russian economy are good. And my main reason for it, and I said it before, and probably we need a proper economist, because I have economic studies, but I'm not in macroeconomics, international economics, and so on. The problem is that the purpose of the budget of a country is to produce revenue, in order to improve the lives of the citizens. So actually, you have to invest in infrastructure. You have to invest in better solutions, in innovation. You have to, build houses, roads, bridges, train rails, and things like this, in order to generate income, because there will be more companies, there will be people that will be better educated, there will be, innovations and things like this, and this brings back income to the state. What Russia is doing right now is investing a third of the budget in military expenses. So it looks good because the GDP is big and everything, and we are this money invested in these companies, and those companies will be producing and so on and so forth. But actually, what they are producing is not coming back to the Russian economy. It's going in Ukraine to explode, to be destroyed. So there are no roads, no bridges, no railways, no houses, no better food, no innovation, no nothing, just things that are going to explode in Ukraine. And besides the fact that they are taking lives in Ukraine and they are destroying property in Ukraine, they are also destroying the economy of Russia. So that goes for the moment. Russia has a big inertia. Russia has a big capacity of accepting the things that the state is inflicting on it. That goes on for the moment, but how long they can do like this? To lose a third of your economy, of your budget, on things that are going to be destroyed, it makes no sense, and it's a suicide move. Now, I don't know what reserves Russia has hidden somewhere. I don't know how long they can count on the money that they are making from the oil. It's already decreasing, and you said about this. The fact that Russia is not exporting to Europe means that they are exporting at a lower price and also lower quantity. And we can talk about China and India, but they have a limited capacity of accepting the Russian oil. They cannot just build storage and store that oil. They cannot just expand the economy on request. It's not possible. And actually, China is in recession. So they cannot just build, something that will use the fuel that they are getting from Russia. So the things that they are capable to export to China are limited, and as well to India. So all the oil that is not going to Europe, well, they can redirect a part of it, but not all of it. And also, we have talked before about the fact that the lack of maintenance will mean that some extraction wells will be closed, some refineries will not work so well. We are seeing what is happening with Ukraine's hits on refineries. So basically, the revenue from this, even if it's enormous, it was enormous, and it still is enormous, will decrease. So low revenue, a low return to economy, a smaller number of people that are working in the economy because they are dying in Ukraine or they are fleeing the country. All this is a recipe for disaster. So I don't know when it will happen, but there is still possibility to change something, and they talk about this. Actually, that's why they put an economist on the Ministry of Defense, because they realize that they are just throwing the money to the trash. They are just to make money, burn. So they are trying to find solutions. I don't believe that they will find. And what can I say? It may take a year or two. It may take more than a year or two, but as I said, it's a recipe for disaster, at least in my opinion. About what Karen asked, yes, we have some facilities that are using methane gas and things like this. Romania is strangely, for a former, communist country, very much in the clean energy. We have like nuclear, we have hydro, a lot of hydro, because we have beautiful rivers, pretty much like Ukraine. And in the last 10 years or so, we have a lot of solar. We have so much solar. People are installing solar panels, and they are using that energy, but what they cannot use, they are reversing back into the system. So we have so much solar that at certain moments during the day, the price of the energy is negative because there is too much energy, and actually the companies are paying you to use the energy. Still, the prices for energy otherwise are quite high in Romania because it's complicated investment and things like this. But yeah, the mix of energy in Romania is about 15% fuel and the rest regenerable energy, which is, by the way, amazing. We are not very big on methane, but this is also coming to becoming a thing that we are doing.
Thank you, Joanna. And yes, this Twitter's X has become extremely glitchy over the past few weeks. It's driving me completely insane. And it's interesting about how they can prop up the ruble, but like you said, it's only going to be for a short time. So Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Hi, Megan, everybody. So I've just seen a video of apparently a sea baby strike on a boat, on a Russian boat, last night. Looks like it was a tug. It's reported to be a Russian Project 498 tug. And it does look like a tug, actually. It's got those some tires on the side of it. Just quote tweeted that on my timeline. I'm just wondering if Will's up, because Will's normally quite good at knowing what bay is what. It's quite a long video, so he might be able to tell from that video kind of where that was. There seemed to be some booms going on in the background.
Vulka.
Pardon?
Vulka Bay.
Vulka. How do you spell that?
No, Vuzka. Vuzka Bay. It's on the north side of Crimea, near Chernomorsky. The bay there at Chernomorsky is called Yuzka.
Ah, is that the Sea of Azov side or in the Black Sea side?
Nope, Black Sea side.
All right, cool. Yeah, I had a feeling you might know what it was. Yeah, from that video as well, I really liked the fact that they went through. There seemed to be a barricade across the bay or something, with a little gap in it.
Carved right through those barges like they weren't there. Hey.
Exactly. There was one that was slightly wonky, and they went through that gap. So it reminded me of the air drones going through a tank hatch. Brilliant steering.
To me, it
Слава
looked like
Росію, єбать там старим курва Україна.
They're basically as maneuverable as jet skis, aren't they?
Yeah, hey, look wicked. Anyway, another one down.
Слава Росію.
So, just one warning. Next time, I will Oh, never mind. You got removed. And if you don't understand English, I can explain to you in Swedish because I see you have the Swedish flag. På det här stället så räcker vi upp handen och vi avbryter inte folk. Just a fair warning. Thank you. Go ahead, Sir Shaggy and Will.
Cool. Will's answered my question. What bay it was in? That was going to be my question.
Yep, all good. Vuska.
I was actually polite. I didn't even swear at the guy in Swedish, although I had the perfect opportunity to. Yeah, we do have vatmix in Sweden too. I have no idea what he said, so
What did he say?
I have no
He
idea. He
said
wasn't.
Slava Russia.
Yeah, if he lives in Sweden, he can go back home if he loves it that much. It's not that far. I'm pretty sure he can catch a ferry. If not, he can swim. Like I said, it's not that far to Kaliningrad from Sweden. Go ahead, Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, I think the standard response to that thing is fuck Russia. Sorry, swear jar incoming.
Irina Hoy, Ruski, or whatever. Would that be the correct? Would that be the correct response?
Well, for you, Jenny, you should just say "Iti nahui."
I just wanted to add the Russian part too. It's really
"Iti
funny.
nahui, iti nahui v Russi."
So, I learned Russian swear words thanks to my sons who are gamers. And there's another one, and it sounds very much like a Swedish phrase which actually makes no sense, but it sounds like it could have been Swedish, and it sounds like they're saying cykla blöt, which would mean biking wet, like you're biking through the rain and the rain got you wet. And then I learned what that meant, that they weren't trying to say some weird sentence in Swedish. They were in fact speaking Russian. Then I learned what it meant, and I told my sons, who were quite young at the time, I'm like, you do not get to say these words. Now they're teenagers and they can swear a little bit more if they really feel like it. But yeah, my sons taught me how to swear in Russian. I did not know that before they became gamers. And Russian gamers swear a lot. Just saying. My son used
So,
to say, "Oh, go ahead."
yeah, so I see Medvedev's been speaking again on Telegram. And I guess he kind of, I don't really know how to look on him. I mean, he's like a kind of rabid dog, potentially on Putin's leash, or is he maybe like Putin's interpreter? So he's the guy who tells us what Putin's really saying. So when Putin was being interviewed yesterday by foreign journalists from unfriendly countries, is Medvedev in fact the interpreter? So here's what Medvedev had to say on Telegram, talking about Putin's words yesterday. This is a very significant change in our foreign policy. After all, as the Yankees and their European slobbering dogs argue, we have the right to transfer any weapons to. He does this in shorthand. He puts a little B full stop Ukraine. So that's Russian for Bivsha Ukraine. So the former Ukraine is how he refers to Ukraine. That is the enemy of our country, and all other countries cannot help Russia. In other words, we will destroy you in every way possible, but no one dares to supply the Russians with weapons, equipment, to defend Ukraine. So hang on, that's a mistranslation, but never mind. So he's basically saying no one dares to supply weapons, equipment to Russia. So let the United States and its allies now feel the direct use of Russian weapons by third parties. So these individuals or regions are deliberately not named. So, but they could be anyone who considers Pindostan. So Pindostan is a derogative term the Russians use for the US and its comrades. So basically he's saying Their enemy is the USA. That means they are our friends. So our enemy is our friend. We don't care who they are. So these people will therefore be attacking the US and the US's allies. And we don't know who they are, but they're basically people who don't like the US. So that basically means we kind of know who they are, right? I guess it's a reasonably lengthy list, but if you sort of were to take a guess at which countries these might be, most of them just wouldn't dare. They simply wouldn't dare. Will, go ahead.
Yeah, it sounds like a provocative statement, right? Whether read by Putin or interpreted by Medvedev. But since when hasn't Russia been supplying its weapons to whoever they want anyway? And as I think Jenny said before, please proceed, sir. It's not like you've got a wealth of weapons left anyway. So if if they want to provide more to Hezbollah or whoever they want to sell them to attack U.S. interests, it really doesn't increase risk to the U.S., Germany, or any of the NATO partners more than it already is, and it'll be weapons they can't use in Ukraine. So, whatevs.
I know, right? I'm like, oh, gee, don't threaten me so much. What are you going to do? Um, the threat to the West, and I would like to see a a revisit to the policy of NATO is continue to do the hacking and dredging up undersea cables and that kind of stuff and spreading propaganda. So the spreading of the propaganda, uh, you have got to be a simple-minded person if you believe some of this crap. Um, the ones we went through yesterday all had to do with Zelensky, where he apparently has bought an island off the coast of Florida. That's one of them. I'm sorry, but I do believe that Zelensky is a little bit more intelligent than to become a Florida man. We have all Googled Florida man. We all know what I'm talking about. I just don't see that happening. I think that he would pick maybe, a mansion on Martha's Vineyard. It's a little bit higher than, Florida. Not saying that there's massive problems with Florida, but it's something in the drinking water, especially when you have like a naked guy that wrestles crocodiles. I saw that headline once. I thought that was a joke, but apparently it was a real thing that happened in Florida.
Yeah. Plus, Australia's way better value for money.
There you go. Australia, I would have actually believed it more if it had been anywhere else but Florida. That's one of the things. Also, all of these things, except for the island in Florida, you can find them listed still, except for the mansion or the apartment or the villa or whatever it was that he was supposedly bought in Cairo, because that was actually bought by an Egyptian businessman. So that one's off the market. But you can find these, like when you go back and you reverse image search these places that apparently he spent the money that he gets from the US, you can either find them still listed or who actually bought them. And none of them were Zelensky. So it's the propaganda pieces, fine. That I don't see as a declaration of war. But the cyber attacks and the attacks on the infrastructure, they have they've tried, or I didn't see if they were successful in dredging up the cables linking Svalbard to Norway, mainland Norway, their internet cable. But this is the kind of stuff that Russia does to the West. They don't drop nukes on us. Ioana, go ahead.
Oh, Jenny, you are asking for funny stories, and actually, I have a story which I don't know. I don't know if it's funny, but it's certainly interesting. It was reported in Romanian press because we remember, how corruption works and nepotism and things like this. And it's about SPIF, the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. And this is happening now. So it started yesterday. It will last until the 8th of June. It's the biggest, economic thing forum in Russia. They promote it a lot. In the past, interesting figures were there for the SPIF. Angela Merkel, Macron, even, and a lot of representatives from the Western countries. This year, it's not really like this. So they do have some participants, but mostly Arab, African, and Asian countries. I believe there is nobody from Europe. Well, we may have a surprise from Hungary, maybe, or Slovakia, but anyway, it's not a place where you would like to be right now. But what is interesting, and this is an article in Bloomberg, and I'm usually not reading articles like this, just pointing them out, but I will read a little part of it, is how this economic forum, which is also a political move actually, and avenue to present, the future of Russia or things like this, how this is practically turning into a presentation of the next generation in Russia. And it's about nepotism, it's about corruption, and it's about what we call in Romania, Beizade. Beizade is the son of a prince. It's a name that comes from Turkey, and a lot of the corruption, well, practices in Romania came from that part of the world, and we have this name to address those who are where they are, not because of their merits, but because of who their father or uncle is. Vladimir Putin turns his native St. Petersburg into the heart of power for his flagship economic event this year. This gathering is becoming a generational showcase for the children of the Kremlin elite. The president's daughters, Maria Vorontsova and Katrina Tikhonova, are among the speakers at the annual economic forum that began already. Former defense minister and country security council secretary Sergei Shoigu, his daughter, also takes part in a panel event. So does Kremlin Chief of Staff Anton Vaino's son, Alexander. Anna Tsiveliva, named as a relative of Putin's by the UK government and who's married to the energy minister Sergei Spilev, is also due to speak as head of the state fund set by the president last year to help soldiers who fought the war in Ukraine. The rise of princes, children of representative of the political elite, has begun, said Michenko, a political scientist who worked with the Kremlin, in a report on Russia's power structure called Politburo 2.0, a reference to the former Soviet Union system of government. Kinship is now an essential factor under Putin. Children of some of the president's closest allies are also listed as participants at this event, including Roman Rothenberg, whose father Boris was among Putin's childhood judo partners. Russian business chiefs and officials flocked to St. Petersburg for SPIF, eager to please a ruler whose invasion drained much of the glitz and energy from this event that attracted global leaders before. Just the participation to this event costs $50,000. Just to know like this. And the article continues. You can find it in Bloomberg if someone wants it, because there may be a problem with the PayPal or whatever. They can ask me in a DM, and I'm really eager to find out what you think about this, Jenny and me.
Joanna, where was that from?
That's from Bloomberg yesterday, I believe. I can send you the link.
Oh yes, please do send me the link. I'd be delighted to take a look.
Yeah, so just to check, June 5 at 4 a.m. UTC. I just sent you the article in the back channel. So it's what can you say? It's a country where descendants matters and kinship matters, and it's turning not pretty very much a republic or something like this, but more like a tsardom. Well, it was obvious for us, but maybe it's now obvious for others, including the Russians. What do you think, Jenny?
It's quite funny, isn't it? So nepotism run rampant. It's just absurd. And this Vino character, he's supposed to be the sort of youth outreach guy, and he looks like a really sad specimen. Yeah, I don't know. And then Putin's kids, they're all there. And Shoigu maybe isn't as disgraced as perhaps we previously thought, because his daughter is moderating a session on Russian sports. Maybe that's just like a tame, fairly safe topic that she is approved for.
Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it funny how they are all there gathering and presenting their new generation? That reminds me of the boys. When you present your daughter to the audience and you make the entrance of someone into the good word. I don't know how to. I don't have the vocabulary for this, but I'm sure you understand me what I want to say. So maybe you can explain this to the audience because I really can't find the word.
Will, go ahead.
Yeah, they try to present these things as if it's like Davos or whatever. But uh, anytime, anytime somebody says, "Oh, my daughter, son, whatever," anytime these nepotism things, it just continually looks more and more like Russia is drifting toward, the Chechenian model or any of the second-rate Arab states. That right, anytime I see somebody's kid involved in there and they have no accomplishments of their own, yet they're presenting something at a major conference that costs money. I mean, look, it's a revenue raising exercise by Russia, and none of those speakers. I understand that I think Tucker Carlson may be one of the keynote speakers at one of the events in it too. So it makes a joke of the whole thing, frankly.
But hasn't that pretty much been the rule rather than the exception in Russia that, like you inherit your dad's titles kind of thing? Or have I gotten that backwards?
Well, it didn't used to be that way in Russia, right? You had to make your own accomplishments, but as their credibility has faded over time, it does seem they're less and less credible as time goes on, and who really gives a rip what uh, Shoigu's daughter's done? What's Shoigu's daughter ever done but be Shoigu's daughter? What's her, what are her qualifications?
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm surprised to see that what's his face, Putin, that his kids are back in Russia. I thought they were safely tucked away somewhere else, but I guess not.
But
Was it
anyway,
Austria
these
that?
are sorry. These girls of Putin's and relatives and things like this. They are not really official, and for a representative of the traditional family, isn't it a little bit strange that he has like a lot of daughters and stuff outside marriage? And how is the Russian, society that is so keen on traditional values taking this?
Good question. I hadn't thought of that either. Ugh. They're just kind of creepy, aren't they? But yeah, nepotism, it doesn't just, it's not just running, it's galloping over there. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look to see if Sweden has done a take on this as well. That would be interesting.
Well, you have nepotism in Sweden, don't you? Your head of state gets succeeded by the crown prince or the crown princess.
Ah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, we have a crown princess, and she will be uh her the next in line after her will be her daughter as well. So we're gonna have two queens. And she is named after one of your queens because apparently that's a distant royal, Queen Victoria. So we will also have a Queen Victoria eventually.
Yeah, so that's kind of official nepotism, isn't it, really?
It's even state sponsored.
But in some ways, it's kind of okay because it's like, it's life's most natural lottery. It's the fairest lottery that can't be fixed in any way at all.
No. And I know that there are a lot of, like, the royalists in Sweden, they claim that they do a lot for the economy, the Swedish economy. I beg to differ. The fact that most Americans, one, don't know where Sweden is, they mix it up with Switzerland. In fact, so it's so common that the Swedish Board of Tourism or whatever, yeah, I think it would be translated to the Board of Tourism or the Ministry of Tourism. They have released a video. Sweden is not Switzerland. It's a really funny video on YouTube. It's hilarious. I love it. I've seen it twice and I laughed so hard and I sent it to all my Swiss friends just to make sure that they see it too. So we have banks in Sweden. They're just not as famous as the Swiss one. We have chocolate, again, not as famous as the Swiss one. And we have mountains not as tall as the Alps. We do alpine skiing in Sweden as well. But we're not the same. I also have a meme in my collection that says, "Oh my goodness, the confusion must be real now in the US," because one year Sweden and Switzerland played ice hockey for the gold, and the confusion must have been real when it came to that game. But um, when I was living in the US for 8 years, I had to tell people that we had a monarchy, that we were a monarchy and we had royals. And they're like, "Oh, so are you a part of the United Kingdom?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no, we are a kingdom, but we're not part of the united one. We're not that united." So that was interesting. Everybody knew all the ins and outs. And here was the funniest part. They only knew about the divorces, the scandals. They didn't really know that much about the British royals either. But it was just this fascinating thing about they had a fascination with the British royals and they thought the British royals were the only royals left in Europe. And I was like, no. There are several more royal families and there's several more kingdoms across Europe. That was kind of funny. Um, so, but that is what people say that the royals are our one of our major PR exports. They do a lot of PR for the Kingdom of Sweden. I'm like, they're not doing that great of a job when people don't realize we're a kingdom. I'd like to see my tax money returned. Um, that was a side note. Uh, but I can tie the Swedish royals to Ukraine because in the like 1000 AD, there was the Swedish king. This was before Sweden was Sweden, but the land of the Svea, which Sweden is actually named after. There was a king, his name was Magnus Ladulås, and he had a daughter named Ingegerd, who he married off to was it Yaroslav the Wise, and she became Saint Anna of Ukraine. So there was a tie way back when, before Russia was more than a swamp, before Moscow was more than a swamp. There were ties between Sweden and Ukraine. So that was my tie-in with the Kingdom of Sweden with Ukraine. I did see something funny in the Swedish news, and let me see if I can find it again. Um, so, um, Latvia has decided to donate cars that they have, repoed from people that are drunk driving. So if you go drunk driving in Latvia, they may impound is the word, your car. And instead of the Latvian government, having to take care of your car, they decided to send those cars to Ukraine. So far, they have sent 1,500 cars to the Ukrainian military. Before they are being sent off, several of them have been repaired and also been upgraded to be a part of the front lines in the war. For example, putting on armor or remaking them into ambulances. Before before the full-scale invasion, the drunk driving only led to fines, but since the full-scale invasion, now drunk drivers can also be um, convicted and having to go to prison or jail or prison, and they can have their cars impounded. And if a car gets impounded in Latvia, they will take it and they will armor it and they will or make it into an ambulance and send it up to Ukraine. So uh, if you like your car, don't drink and drive in Latvia. I think more countries should do this. What do you think, Ming?
Yeah, so speaking of cars, I see that at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, they've announced they're going to restart production at the Volkswagen plant in Russia. So it's in Kaluga, and they're planning to restart production this year. So this was announced by the governor of the Kaluga region, Vladislav Shapsha. And apparently the new company that's taken over the former Volkswagen assets in Russia is called AGR, or Automotive Group. Catchy stuff, AGR. Anyway, there you go. So I took a look at their website to see what it is that they're planning to produce. And so there's a whole bunch of cars, Solaris, GAC, Avatar. Oh, and then there's Volkswagen and Audi, but there's a little asterisk by them on their website. And if you follow the asterisk through to the end, it says that they are willing to provide service for these cars, not actually make them. But I've got to say, this GAC vehicle is it's a sort of people carrier, but it's probably the ugliest car I've ever seen. I'm going to post a picture of it. It's so hideous. It's an absolute monstrosity.
Is it uglier than the Tesla thing that looks like something a
No, I mean,
5-year-old
look,
will
even
do?
the Tesla thing, you can sort of see that there's sort of, it's been designed. It kind of looks okay. People take the piss out of Elon because of it. The sort of really, chunky look. But this thing's got like a massive grill that looks like a beard. And it's really, really boxy with, I don't know, some weird go faster stripes down the side.
Because everybody knows that the stripes does make it. Does it also say "vroom" at the back so that everybody knows that it goes fast?
Well, I don't think it's meant to go fast. Like I said, it's a people carrier. but I don't know. It just is absolutely hideous.
Are you posting it on your timeline so I can go have a look and laugh at it?
Yeah, I will. Give me 2 minutes. I'll do that.
So back in I think that they changed the designs in the 2000 of the Volvo to make it look slightly better. Before it looked like, you know, a box on wheels. It really did. Volvo was always the easiest car to draw as a kid because it was basically just a box built like a tank, made out of steel, not the light aluminum aluminum as they use today, or whatever it is that they're using today. And so if you are ever, and it is a super, super, super safe car. Um, I don't remember which model it was. If it was the XC60, one of the cross country cars. It's a 4x4. It's a four-wheel drive Volvo. One of them has never had a fatal accident. Nobody has ever, like, if you crash with it, nobody has died. And this is around the world, not just in Sweden. And so it's a super safe car. It's either XC60 or 90. I wish my son was awake, then he could tell me which one it was. And but it did not look good. It really doesn't have a pretty design. At least not back in the 90s and 80s and before. They had a very boxy look. Um, so I'm intrigued by this one. I'm also going to look some more. Obviously, the refineries are up, and also the Putin statement about answering the West that they will think about what they're gonna do. I'm still waiting to actually get specific details on what's gonna happen to Sweden and Finland for joining NATO because there were gonna be severe consequences. I don't know what that means in actual what that actually means either. Um, and there was something that I think Mockers of Prince brought up this morning, talking about how the occupied territories in Ukraine, Russia considers them to be a part of Russia, and striking Russian territory and endangering Russian territory was going to be like that was going to be met and have severe consequences as well. Does that include the occupied territories, or is that like exempt from their retaliation? Do you know, Ming? Will can also answer if he wants to.
Apologies, Jenny. I was just doing my little tweet, but I've saved it to drafts. I don't know. This is a big question mark. Occupied territories versus Russia proper. How is this viewed, mainly from the Russian side?
Yeah, because in that case, like it because I know in Sweden we call them occupied territories. We don't call it Russia. So in Sweden's mind, it's still Ukraine. It's just occupied by Russia. We don't think of it as Russia proper, but the question becomes, what do the Russians think of it? How do they view the occupied territories? Do they view them the same way that we do? Because then, uh, and this was a discussion that we had um, that Ioana was a part of. It was a previous place on a different app where we did discussions on Ukraine about this war. And this question came up already back in, I think it was March of 2022. I don't think that we raised the question in February already, but the question was because back then Ukraine was limited, wasn't allowed to strike in Russia. Everybody was kind of agreeing on that point. And then I was like, well, what about Crimea? Is that Russia or is that occupied Ukrainian territory? How do we view it and how does Russia view it? And nobody had an answer back then either. And now, 2 years later, I still have the same questions.
I just posted it, Jenny. I don't remember. Oh, Jenny's Joy Lab. There you go. So I meant to tag you, but I couldn't find your at. But if you look in my timeline, I've just posted pictures of the M8 AGR.
Okay, you weren't kidding when you said it was ugly. Anybody who wants to have a good laugh, what were they trying to do? Like a mix between Mercedes and a Rolls Royce? Because Rolls Royce has that like tall grille as well, but they make it look good though. That did not look good. I think it's Rolls Royce, isn't it? Or is it Bentley?
Yeah, it's Rolls Royce. But yeah, it looks like a beard.
Yeah, it was super ugly. I'm sorry, but like, did they take the loser out of the design contest? Or wow. Like I said, I recommend everyone going to Ming's timeline and look at the ugly car. That was ugly. That was really ugly. And that was supposed to be like a personnel carrier.
Yeah, it's a people carrier. So how many does it? Let's have a look. It's got oh yeah, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 6-seater. You know, with those sort of captain's chairs, so sort of the first 2 rows of seats, captain's chairs, and then the one in the back with no boot space whatsoever, from what I see, is just one of those sort of benches.
So it's not even practical. That's disappointing to say the least. If I'm gonna have a big ugly car like that, at least I want to be able to, like pack up half my house in it.
But the fact that this was announced by the governor of the Kaluga region, this Shapsha guy, I suspect that this is probably more, aspirational than realistic, that this is going to happen in 2024. Because on top of everything else, he's talking about the really important thing is making sure the supply chain is sanctions proof. So, and of course, we know where that supply chain is going to go. So, I mean, basically, pretty sure this is a Chinese design, probably to begin with. They're pretty good at producing hideous cars. So, it's going to be China. It's going to be just more of the same. China just basically ending up owning all of Russia, and Russia's going to end up totally in hock to China.
So talking about China owning Russia, a few weeks back, there was an opinion piece in a Swedish paper talking about who the big winner of this war is going to be, and it's going to be China, because regardless of the outcome, they have helped Russia so much that Russia is indebted to China, or Russia loses and then ends up being indebted to China.
My headphone.
Decided to act up. But they're going to be indebted to China regardless of what they do, which is going to be crap for the Russians. And as you could tell, I'm really sad about this. Anyways,
Yeah, this is one aspect I've never really understood about Russia's obsession with, Europe, the US, NATO, etc., etc. When you're the largest country in the world with a population of what, 140 million odd, and you've got this vast territory, and your next door neighbor, China, has got 1.4 billion people crammed into a geographical space the third of the size of your country. I'd actually be a lot more worried about China if I was Russian than about anybody else. I don't know what you think, Jenny, but it just kind of makes a lot more sense if you just sort of triage it from a risk perspective.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Russia cares about the fact that they are going to be, vassals of China. This was again a discussion that we had in on the other app, was the that Russia is going to be like a vassal state of China, and we had a half Russian, half Brit being a part of our like a co-host team there, and he said Russia is way too proud; they will never become a vassal of China. And now looking at the way things look, I'm like, are you? I just want to ask him again. Are you sure? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you will be vassals of China. And I've heard rumors, and I wish I could remember where I saw this, where China is like low key land grabbing from Russia the parts that they consider to have been theirs in the past. And I don't see how Russia can argue with that, because this is why, like, one of the things that Putin claims is the reason for them starting the full scale invasion of Ukraine is because it used to be a part of Russia, which it never was. It was a part of the Soviet Union, different thing. And so here you have China kind of low key grabbing little bits of China or of Russia to be like changing the border a little bit, kind of thing. And now, apparently, the last thing I saw was how Russian women are marrying rich Chinese businessmen. Apparently, I don't know if it was like a site like Tinder for rich Chinese men to get a Russian wife, kind of thing. And so it seems like they are getting themselves into a lot of trouble in that regard. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know about I mean, the thing about taking over areas of Russia that used to belong to China, they sort of do that anyway. So if you look at somewhere like Komsomolsk na Amurye, right? So that's a big Russian city in the Far East, which is on the Amur River, and the river is the border to China. Those places are just full of Chinese, absolutely, stuffed with Chinese. All those border areas. So they kind of don't need to physically annex it or anything like that. They just move in and do business. And I guess they've got more excess capital than the Russians have these days. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you get one way or another economically. I guess it's the sort of colonialism that is happening in real time that the Russians complained was happening in the 1990s to them. But except here, the difference is that they welcome it and seem to sit idly by while it all happens, mainly because they're out of options.
Yeah. What are they going to do? Start a war with China or a special military operation with China? I don't think, considering how things are going in Ukraine, I don't think that would end well for Russia at all. That for sure would end Russia. I think that China would go in and take over the entire country at that point. Or am I off there?
Well, I don't think that's realistic at all, because as it is, and just yesterday, Putin was saying he can't have a war with NATO because he can't deal with it. So having a war with China is totally off the menu. But that said, he's letting China basically economically colonize Russia.
But considering the state of their affairs, I guess that would be, at least then they kind of survives, don't they? A little bit propped up by the Chinese economy, but is the Chinese economy strong enough to take on, like, are they strong enough to help Russia? Because I've heard rumors that the Chinese economy is not as great as they let it on as
Well,
well.
these aren't rumors, Jenny. I mean, we can see it. It's kind of obvious. Evergrande, all those sort of companies totally collapsed because they just went on a crazy real estate binge. And, the banks have all got massive amounts of bad debt on their books that they're managing to cover up one way or another so far. They've got this vast shadow banking system, which dwarfs apparently the official banking system, which has the same problem. So the Chinese economy, so everybody worries or terrified of China. Well, when I was young, there was that book, what that bloke wrote, what's his name? Michael Crichton, the guy who wrote Jurassic Park, right? He wrote a book back in the 1980s called Rising Sun, because the Japanese had bought the Empire State Building in New York. And this was considered a terrible shame for the US. And the US was going to be taken over by Japan and all the rest of it. And then Japan went into like 3 decades of stagflation, deflation and whatnot. And none of this happened, right? And I'm pretty sure China, on a slightly larger scale, is exactly the same thing. People get all worked up about China's, particularly economically, but at the end of the day, economics has its own way of ironing out these things, and is going to China will find some stability, but it'll be in about 30 years' time. And in the meantime, the rest of us can just sit by and watch. We don't really need to do anything other than deter them from invading Taiwan.
So how do we deter them from invading Taiwan? Is it arming Taiwan to the teeth?
No, step one, make sure Ukraine defeats Russia.
Yeah, that is true. I keep saying that too. I've said it a lot of times that especially when especially when I've had mostly like MAGA adjacent Americans tell me that, oh, we need to concentrate on Taiwan because that will be like a threat to um, like the chips manufacturing industry, since a lot of, like, a big portion of the world's microchips are being manufactured in Taiwan, and this is why we need to stabilize and make sure that Taiwan does not get invaded and taken over by China. And I'm like, well, one of the biggest assurances is making sure that Ukraine wins, because trust me, China is looking carefully to see how committed we are to Ukraine. Will we come to the aid of an ally that is in trouble, even when they're not officially a part of any alliance with us? But it is in our interest to make sure that an autocrat does not take over another country. And some see my point that the US appears weak in the eyes of an autocrat when they put limitations on the weapons when they're fighting for 6 months, to get a bill passed. And while I appreciate the fact that they went the democratic route and all and democracy takes time, it still sends a signal that it is easy to disrupt the democratic system, and make them lose focus on what is important. And sometimes some people listen and take the points, and others think that I am a conspiracy, like a conspiracy crazy person, and I'm trying my utmost to be diplomatic and explain to them in a way where I don't come off as a crazy conspiracy theorists. But sometimes some days are harder than others, I have to admit. Um, I do have an interesting piece of news that I saw yesterday and that was brought up to me in the back channel as well. Is Turkey flirting with the BRICS? What is your opinion on that?
Look, I think the whole thing about the BRICS is completely spurious to begin with. You know, given that it was a Goldman Sachs invented concept as part of a emerging markets marketing campaign. So you know, it's it's. I mean, you know, flirting with the BRICS from Turkey doesn't make the BRICS any more real. But you know, no harm in keeping these reasonable relations. But speaking of conspiracy theories and Turkey and Crimea, there's a fun article in Sargrad TV today. The conspiracy theory that turned out to be true. Khodorkovsky let it slip, and Borodai took him at his word. So the conspiracy theory is that all the countries that were out to get Russia in the Crimean War in the 1850s are the same countries out to get Russia today. And so those countries are the UK, well, Britain, Turkey, France, and the Kingdom of Sardinia. I think from memory was the other belligerent in the Crimean War. And as you all know, that war didn't work out very well for Russia. They lost it, humiliating so. And the Sevastopol was besieged and captured. And to this day, in where I live here in Ireland, we have a trophy. One of the cannons defending Sevastopol on that day is sitting on our pier. It has the Russian imperial crest on it and the Cyrillic letter P. I have to say, when I first stumbled across it, I thought, what on earth is that doing here on a pier in Ireland? But back then, of course, Ireland was part of the British Empire, and the locals living in the area where I lived were all patriotic and all chipped in to subscribe and buy this cannon as a memorial to victory over the Russians in the Crimean War. But there we go. So Khodorkovsky apparently said something about the Crimean War, and this apparently has revealed that the conspiracy theory is true. Russia is rained against, has a whole host of enemies rained against it. Britain, France, Turkey, and the Kingdom of Sardinia. Presumably, they think the Italians are somehow the heirs to the Kingdom of Sardinia.
That was kind of funny. I actually knew about Turkey not liking Russia and kind of looking for ways to screw over Russia. Any opportunity they have to do it, they take it. And I found out about this when, so I don't know if everyone that's listening remembers this, but um, when the fighters in the Azovstal steel plant, when they finally surrendered, I remember Zelensky held a speech saying, "You guys are all heroes. You don't have to fight anymore. It's okay." And the few guys that were left, they all surrendered, and that was the last piece of Mariupol that fell. Turkey took the commanders and put them in their prison. And then in last year, I think it was like in the spring or something, uh, that Turkey just, so the deal was Russia took all the non-officers as POWs, and then Turkey took the commanders from Azovstal. And Turkey said, we will hold these as prisoners of war until the war is over. And then sometime during 2023, they just said, F it, we don't give a crap. And they released the prisoners back to Ukraine. And I have a really good friend who was a part of the Turkish military. And I asked him, obviously, as soon as I saw the news, I asked my friend, I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, did the war end without me knowing? Or I thought that Turkey and Russia were closer friends. And he's like, oh no, we hate the Russians. We do tolerate them because they come to our country and spend their money here as tourists, but we despise them. We think they're crap, they're rubbish, they're the, hell on earth, all kinds of negative things. And I was so surprised. And he was like, we've hated them for a long time. And any chance that we have at screwing over the Russians and getting away with it without any harsh retaliation, he's like, well, we take the chance. And I was like, oh. So I kind of had a new respect for Turkey at that point, that they're willing to, screw them over as long as they don't get too harsh over retaliation. And I thought about it. Nothing happened when they shot down one of the Russian fighter jets, Russian fighter jet that ended up in Turkish airspace. They just shot it down. Russia didn't nuke them. And then they released the commanders from Azovstal. Again, nothing. It barely was mentioned by the Russians. I thought that would be much more of an outrage. I wonder how much stomping of their little feet they did back in Moscow. But I don't see a lot of, open, like open, like these open source threats that you see towards the United Kingdom or Finland, France, Germany, Poland, Sweden, any of these countries or the Baltics. So why don't we see more like threats towards Turkey? Are they afraid of Turkey or something?
Yeah, so if you look at this in context of the history, Jenny, so the Russia-Turkish wars were a series of wars of 12 separate wars, right, that began in the 16th century and ended in the 20th century. So start date 1568, end date 1918. you don't come out of that with well, I suppose you might come out of that, like, so we don't, historically the British and the French have had similar series of wars, but not quite as extensive as this. But we come out of it sort of, being rude about the French, but in a fond sort of way. We quite like the French, and hopefully they quite like us. But yeah, 1568 to 1918, that is a long series of wars. And of course, one of the trophies the Russians have from all that is Crimea itself, because they took that, I think, in 1781 under Catherine the Great, when Prince Potemkin took Crimea from the Turks. Joanna, go ahead.
Yeah, so I had a few comments. First, when the Turkey took the Azovstal prisoners, they didn't really put them in prison. They were in a hotel, but they were guarded because that was the deal. So actually, they were quite well treated, and they attested to that. And I just wanted to make this mention because, yeah, we know that they suffered a lot, so they weren't in prison in Turkey. Um, I know that that's probably a matter of speaking, but yeah. Second, Turkey, well, kind of helped Russia, not overtly, but kind of covertly because they benefit from the commercial relation with Russia, parallel imports, things like this. Also, the Russian tourists, even if I just seen yesterday an article in Commerce that again, the Russian tourists have problems in Turkey because, their payments are not accepted. But anyway, Turkey kind of uh, covertly helped a little bit Russia while being quite supportive for Ukrainian war, for Ukrainian side in the first stages of the war. We know what Bayraktar meant for Ukraine, and also they had like um, respected the Montreal Convention. Well, we kind of expected this to be happening, but they did, which was important because right at the beginning of the war, at least 13 military ships were in the Mediterranean waiting to enter the Black Sea, and Turkey kind of refused to let them go. Part of them were from the Nordic fleet, of them from the Pacific fleet, and they waited about a year then, and then they were forced to go back to their bases. Also, what I wanted to mention that Turkey kind of delayed the accession to NATO for Sweden and Finland. Yes, of course, it doesn't matter very much because the Hungary delayed it even further. But anyway, it was kind of a negotiation, and finally, it was unblocked after a deal with military equipment for military equipment with the US. So Turkey overall was not behaving like a good NATO member, in my opinion. Of course, they could have done much more, I believe, but again they weren't they were kind of supportive for Ukraine. So uh, Turkey has this ambivalence all the time. They are very pragmatic. They Erdogan thinks about himself to be a very good negotiator. Every 2 weeks or so he brings back the Green Deal, for example, or a deal for the prisoners or something like this. They want to be relevant and so on. But yeah, the situation is even complicated with the conflict in Israel. So it's very complex. It's not for me to comment on this. I just wanted to add a few nuances to the conversation.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, they hold like a unique position. One is the fact that they can uh, close down the Black Sea through the Bosphorus because that is the way to get through. I know that they can't arbitrarily close it down, but they can close it down to at least military vessels. But also the fact that they are like if they are the only Muslim country in NATO. That much is true. And also, if they were to join the EU, the same would be true there. So they kind of have one foot in the Middle East and one foot in Europe. They're kind of like the bridge between the two continents or the two areas. And it kind of is complicated. But my friend, you know him too. Uh, he just said like we despise the Russians. We think they're just not good people, and any chance we have to safely screw them over, we do it. We take every opportunity to not help Russia. And that same person explained to me in the back channel when the first blocking, where they that took until June to unblock the meeting, the NATO meeting. Was it in Latvia or Lithuania? I think where everybody approved the application because that was like one part of that was I thought it was really funny. From the very beginning there were like 70 prisoners that or 70 people that Turkey wanted extradited from Sweden and Finland to Turkey, and then um, it was like 40 people from Sweden and like 15, 20 people from Finland, and then they signed that trilateral agreement between Turkey, Sweden, and Finland. And I've read it both in English and in Swedish. And Turkey did not really come out a winner because the only thing that Sweden agreed to do was to process the extradition requests from Turkey faster than we had. From what I had understood, the Swedish authorities had just like put Turkey's applications or requests for an extradition at the bottom of the pile, like every Monday. And if they got to the request by Friday, well, you know, good luck, Turkey. And then on Monday, the process repeated. And now they were going to, because each process could take up to 3 years. And but we didn't say that we were going to extradite all of the people that they had on the list. And one of the more famous requests or people that they had on this list that they wanted extradited, he died in 2016. And he is listed as deceased both in Turkey and in Sweden. So I don't understand why he was on their extradition list, even to begin with. But my friend explained to me, he's like, this has nothing to do with Sweden. It has nothing to do with these extraditions. It has to do with the fact that Turkey wanted to highlight the problems that they are having with the Kurds. And they apparently have like a lot of problems with the Kurdish population within Turkey, and especially towards the Middle East, that part of Turkey. And Turkey has a lot of people, and they're like, we can't give them the land that they ask for because Turkey would become that much smaller. And so, but they just wanted to highlight the fact that YPG, I think, is one of the groups, and PLO, that they are causing a lot of problems and they should be classified as terrorist organizations, which they already were in Sweden. I'm actually not going to swear on the YPG, but in the end, YPG was listed as a terrorist group in Sweden after this agreement, which will make extraditions, I guess, easier for Turkey if we can show that there is close ties to these organizations and they have committed a terrorist act in Turkey. So that's part of the extradition rules in Sweden. They have to be, it has to be a crime that has a prison sentence attached to it. So you can't be convicted of shoplifting in Turkey and think that you're going to be extradited, because that would just be a fine in Sweden. So you need to have a more serious crime. And funnily enough, there is a guy right now in Turkey that Sweden wants extradited to Sweden because he is a well-known gang member. He is from my town, and he is behind a lot of bombings that has happened in Stockholm, and also the execution of several people in my hometown. And Sweden wants him extradited, and Turkey says we have lost him. They don't know really where he is or something like that. It's a lot of BS going on. So, funnily enough, Turkey is not really that quick to extradite either, which I think makes them a little bit problematic. But at the same time, if they were to fulfill the agreements of EU, I would welcome them into the EU. I don't have a problem with Turkey, really. I have a problem with Erdogan, but then I have a problem with Orban as well. Anyway, I have waffled on long enough. What do you think, Min?
Oh, apologies, Jenny. I was making myself a coffee. So I wasn't thinking much but about other than I need a coffee. But I see Russia has called for an emergency Security Council meeting at the UN about Western weapons being used across the border into Russia. and I think that's going to be entertaining. I don't know if you saw the video that came out a week or two ago from the UK delegation to the UN about how they set about countering Russian propaganda, and particularly what they say at the sort of UN Security Council meetings. But I'm sure it'll be quite a lot of fun, particularly since most of the people who have sent these weapons and allowed them to be used couched it in terms of the UN's charter under the right to self-defense, and therefore it was completely legitimate. So I can only see the Security Council meeting that Russia is calling for, assuming they're allowed to have it, because you never know. They may not push it through, but assuming they're allowed to have it, will be quite entertaining. Joanna, go ahead.
Yeah, it's funny how they call these UN security meetings all the time, but they are not calling UN security meeting about themselves bombing Kharkiv or about the Iranian and the North Korean weapons being used in Ukraine. So it's only normal for them to bomb Ukraine wherever they want, like, civilian cities far from the front line, civilian infrastructure, and so on and so forth. But it's a problem if Ukraine uses weapons from other sources to bomb them on their territory. I mean, it's a war. It's not a special military operation. It's a war. And Russia is bombing Ukraine every day. So Ukraine is not allowed to bomb Russia, just military targets, just around, the front lines. So I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And it's a shame that Russia is in UN and even more UN Security Council. It should have been kicked off that council long time ago. It only makes UN irrelevant. And I'm very upset about it. And I'm ranting all the time about this.
Ivana, you're not the only one ranting about it. I am too. I don't understand why Russia gets to be a permanent member of the Security Council. I think that's an outrage. I also think it's an outrage that Iran is on the Women's Rights Council. Really, Iran, because they are so high on protecting women. After they beat Mahsa Amini to death for wearing her hijab in the wrong way, so that some of her hair was shown. It wasn't just like she was wearing a hijab. They just weren't happy with the way she did it. That's a disgrace, and that is a disgrace on the UN. And all the other things that have come out about the UN. At this point, I am so disappointed, more than disappointed. And I'd just like to correct what I said. I have been given information in the back channel that Turkey did not take all of the commanders from Azovstal. Russia took a few as well. So I just wanted to correct that. Ming, how can we get rid of Russia from the Security Council, from being a permanent member of the Security Council?
No, I don't think we can. I think there's only one way to do it, and that's for everybody who doesn't like Russia as a permanent member of the Security Council with the veto and all the rest of it, to leave and set up another body. I mean, that's effectively what happened with the League of Nations. The League of Nations basically fell apart because everybody was at war with each other. So the underlying purpose was pointless. Right now, the underlying purpose of the Security Council is pointless because we have a rogue state with a veto and permanent membership. So we should just leave and set up another body, make it more attractive to everybody else to join than to stay with the UN.
I'm gonna have to work on that. I don't have any suggestion as to what to call the new body and how to get people there, because I think you're absolutely correct. The corruption within the UN has shown to be enormous, and I was so naive I believed in the goodness of the UN, and honestly, I am disappointed. I used to say that to my sons. I rarely yelled at my sons when they were growing up. I did yell at them. I'm human. Um, but and they have said too. They're like the harshest thing you ever said to us was that you were disappointed in us. And I am really disappointed in the UN and the way they run the UN. I really am. I'm disillusioned and disappointed. It may not sound harsh, but it is. It really is. It's not as nice and cute as it sounds. It's just I just I thought it was a good organization, and it turns out it's not. And that is, I feel I feel cheated, really cheated.
But it'd be rather fun if everybody just left. And then Russia could be, holding Security Council meetings whenever it wanted, and could happily veto itself if it disagreed with whatever it proposed.
Well, I guess it would be China, North Korea, and Russia. I used to think that North Korea wasn't a full member because you have to be democratic. I thought you had to be a democracy, and I don't know.
No, I don't think you do need to be a democracy to be in the UN, Jenny.
Yeah, apparently not. We have some autocracies in there besides North Korea, but I felt like North Korea kind of violated all kinds of rights and quite proud to do so. I know that the Vatican is not like a full member of the UN, and that is because they don't believe in religious freedom. There's no religious freedom or freedom of religion in the Vatican. It's Catholicism or you're not going to be a resident. Also, fun fact about the Vatican, there are no women living in the Vatican that have that as a residence. It's only Catholic priests in one shape or in one like in the hierarchy of the Catholic Church. So, and because the Swiss guards are just there, they rotate in and out, so they're not living there. They're just stationed there at time and rotate out. Anyway, but yeah, um,
I'm gonna check that out, Jenny. I'm a bit skeptical about that, about whether there are any women living in the Vatican or not. My bet is that there are.
I don't think that they are like any women there because to be a resident in the Vatican, as far as I know, they're only priests, and priests are not allowed to be married. And so anybody who works in the Vatican, you can go in there and be, I guess, a secretary or something. But then you're a resident of Italy and you live in Rome. You don't live in the Vatican, and you're not a citizen of the Vatican, a Vatican city, or the Vatican. But please double check.
Yeah, they have 5.5% of the population in Vatican City.
Huh? Because since it is pretty much just the Catholic Church and priests, and they're not allowed to marry, how did they? Oh, nuns. I forgot about the nuns. They could have a, what is it called when it's female? Monasteries for men. What is a convent? They could have a convent.
Yeah, no. So there's some amusing detail here. So there's 572 people who have Vatican passports, right? And 32 of them are women. And there's only one of those 32 who's actually a nun. And apparently, in 2013, there was an article about who these women were. So there's 2 South American ladies, 2 Poles, 3 from Switzerland, and the rest are mostly from Italy.
Do they work for the Catholic Church, or like how did they obtain the Vatican passport? Because I thought you had to be like an official within the church to be able to live there, to hold a Vatican passport.
Well, apparently not. So one of these ladies apparently was married. She's a Polish translator and is married to one of the Swiss guards. So, you know, I guess the Swiss guards can bring their wives along.
I also did not know. Well, I guess the commanders will be full-time guards. That's true. Because I thought.
Oh, and there's some more amusing detail on this. Sorry, this is a total digression from Ukraine, but apparently women historically weren't allowed to have bank accounts in Vatican City, but in a dramatic liberalization under John Paul II and subsequently Pope Benedict XVI, they've been allowed to open bank accounts now.
That's awfully kind of them. Yeah, I didn't think, but the thing is, I thought that the Swiss guards were rotated out of there so that they were there and not officially like citizens of Vatican and held the Vatican passports, because I thought they were part of the Swiss army.
No, I don't think they are part of the Swiss army. I think they are volunteers, entirely separate from the Swiss army.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I thought that they were. Uh, you have to, because they are like an elite force. You have to. This part I know. You have to apply when you go through training to become a Swiss Guard. It's not. It's not uh, like a conscription. Uh, so that part. But I did not know that they became citizens of the Vatican. Interesting. And yes, it was kind of a digression, but at the same time, it was part of the UN thing that we were ranting on about, and how disappointed I am in the Vatican, or in the not the Vatican, the UN. I still think that the UN, some of the things that they do, I still believe that they try to do good. Some of the things that they have done that I have seen for myself in the past 2 years have been horrendous. I don't see any outrage from them, like official outrage about all the war crimes that Russia is committing. Not enough, at least. I think there should be more, and I think that there should be, like you said, everybody should leave the Security Council and just leave Russia there to be belligerent all by itself. It can sit there and hold these meetings with themselves and throw Medvedev into the drunk tank or something. You know, like just send them away so that we don't have to be subjected to them. Although some of his rants are quite amusing. I'm going to see if I can find some. So, what is your thought on China pressuring Russia to give um, them the domestic price that they give to um, within the prices that Gazprom or whoever it is that's going to this? So there is like Russia wants to build a gas line or a gas pipe to China, and China is now demanding that they buy it to the same price um, as they sell the gas for domestically within Russia, or they don't want to be a part of this pipeline. What are your thoughts on that? Mm.
Well, I think the Chinese have all the leverage in these discussions, don't they? So they're going to hold out for the best possible price they can get. And if the floor, the price floor, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me from a negotiating perspective. So they're not saying, we want to pay X dollars per whatever. We want to pay, because they've got a data point. The data point is the domestic price of gas in Russia. So say, yeah, we'll go with your gas, but we want to pay what you pay. So yeah, I think that's a perfect negotiating position. They are as aware of anyone else of Gazprom's issues, their massive drop in revenues, what was it, $6 billion loss or something they took last year as a result of that. So they know that Gazprom desperately needs them, probably more than China needs Gazprom, because Gazprom wasn't out there saying, "Oh, we want to build a pipeline to China" prior to the full-scale invasion.
Yeah, I feel like China has Russia by the short and curlies. It's kind of funny to see how one of their biggest allies is also trying to screw them over. It's just really funny to see. With friends like these, you don't need a lot of enemies, and yet Russia is not even trying to be like a good faith neighbor to the rest of us. It's kind of funny. And I see Tim has joined us. Welcome, Tim.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Tim. And with that, it's time for me to drop. I will be back again tomorrow and speak to you all then. And thank you, Jenny, for co-hosting with me this morning. And do enjoy the rest of your day, everyone.
Thank you, Ming. It has been good co-hosting with you. I did jump in last minute, so Prince didn't have to be up until 3 a.m. co-hosting. She said that she would be very tired if she had to, and so I gladly helped her, and she seemed really glad and thankful. So how are you doing today, Tim?
Sorry, I was just doing my co-host invite. I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm doing very well. So what's going on in Ukraine this morning then?
Russia, you will like this, is having a temper tantrum, stomping their, what is it you say, tiny little feet over the fact that Ukraine is allowed to strike targets within Russia proper with Western weapons. So, as part of their retaliation against their answer to this is they may now start exporting weapons. And we're going to see how the West is going to like that. I I'm guessing I don't even know who they may export weapons to. Don't they need their weapons at home?
Yeah, this is the interesting part. So Russia does actually have a big slice of the low-end weapons market. So they have they're quite big in the African market. So I think they're something like 30% of the African arms industry or something like that. But it's the fairly low end, unsophisticated stuff. Small arms, mortars, artillery, that sort of thing. You know, the more basic vehicles, um, the or rather armored vehicles, I should say. They also have, they also have a kind of they have a client base for more sophisticated systems. So thinking about the Alligator helicopter, for instance, which is the latest version of the Hind, I guess. So it's kind of it's an attack helicopter. That's the one that had problems with the counter-rotating rotors that was really wobbly. It made the whole airframe really wobbly, and which is interesting because the Russians know how to make those, or at least they should, right? They know how to apply counter-rotating rotor technology to a helicopter, because that's what their helicopters typically would typically look like, at least their light to medium ones. And they managed to screw that one up a bit on the design table, but they did manage to fix it, it would seem. Now they have had, so they've exported these to, I think Pakistan bought them, and Egypt bought them, but they have been going back. Well, they've declined to honor a number of orders for these, and they've also gone back to, I think it was it Pakistan, and asked for them back or something like that. I remember a story about this. Gosh, would have been over a year ago, but they basically went round their customers and asked for their stuff back, which was interesting. So I don't know. What do I think about this threat? Well, who are they arming and with what, right? Because okay, so they could start flooding places with small arms, but they basically do that anyway, right? There are places where there is political instability. It's not difficult to get weapons. Like, that's part of the reason there's political instability. What are and you think about these kind of flashpoints, the African Civil War de jour. Are they capable of or interested in operating more sophisticated systems, and can the Russians supply them anyway? I would say the answer to that's probably no. What we could be concerned about, of course, is the arming of Western-based terrorist groups again. So we had, we had Aria. Well, we had a discussion with Aria last week about the dissident Irish Republicans, kicking things off in Northern Ireland again. The provisional IRA surrendered their weapons stockpile, or at least they said they did. There were certainly a lot of weapons recovered, so it was something like a 1,000 assault rifles, number of medium-sized machine guns, mortars, that sort of thing. There is a strong suspicion that certain groups held certain things back, and they do still seem able to get their hands on Semtex and C4 and things like that, because they keep foiling, the British government and the Irish government keep foiling bomb plots that involve those substances. So they're getting those from somewhere. Okay, I guess the Russians could start doing that. Thinking of other regional, kind of Western regional political organizations with a history of terrorism. Potentially, I don't know, Basques, I guess. I think there's some kind of agreement with ETA. They don't seem to do terrorism anymore, I don't think, but I might be wrong on that one. But they will have dissident factions as well. So I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what they're talking about. But the problem is that kind of weapons smuggling is something that the intelligence services of Western countries have actually got pretty good at countering. So one of the reasons that the IRA was brought to the table in the first place was that they were militarily defeated and they were riddled with informers. So, yeah, I mean, the situation in Spain seems to have calmed down as well. So it looks like the Spanish have sorted that one out. So there's that possibility, but I don't know. I mean, it just seems, I'm struggling to imagine what this would look like, Jenny, as if it's a threat they want to follow through with. I don't really know what it would look like, to be honest.
I agree with you. So one of the things that I can think of, because this kind of happened in Sweden, So I don't know if Russia is kind of paying both sides of the I wouldn't say a conflict, irritation in Sweden. I do know that they are funding extreme right wing parties, like Keep Sweden Swedish party type parties. And I don't know how many people remember last spring, last Easter. No, it was the Easter of 2022 when there was a guy named Rasmus Paludan who is half Swedish, half Danish. He has dual citizenship. So we really can't just kick him out of the country when he decides to come over. And as a Swedish citizen, he does have certain rights. And his was protesting and burning the Quran. And where does he choose to burn the Quran? Either in city centers or right outside a mosque. And he did that, and chaos ensued. And then when you follow the money trail, we can see where he was being paid from and where the funding came from. So it was somebody within, I don't remember the name, part of his permits were paid by a member of the Sweden Democrats, who is a right wing, if they're not fascist, they're at least flirting with fascism. And part of their funding comes from Russia. No matter how much they try to hide that money trail, it really can't be. And then we know that Russia has been funding at least Hamas. And so I have not looked into the money trail here, if they're funding, religious extremists in Sweden as well, like Muslim extremists. And it wouldn't shock me if they were fueling the fire by funding both sides. Do you think that this is part of what they mean? That they are going to give out small arms to people who are extreme religious extremists within Western Europe?
Sure, I mean that's certainly possible, right? You think about, but the problem with that idea is that the the kind of religious extremists who seem to be willing to conduct terrorist outrages do seem to be the lone wolf types. So the kind of leaderless resistance cell type organizations who, their only contact with any wider system of Islamism is, a guy on the internet, right? So when it comes to, arming the terrorists, you do have to have a degree of sophistication and organization. It's not like you can just, go around the back of your local mosque with a crate of AKs and say, "Oh, have at it, guys," because they probably just call the police. So it's, I don't know. I mean, it's the sort of thing that is of great interest to terroristically con- terroristically inclined groups who are actually groups, right? Who have an organizational structure and have a leadership and have a logistics chain. And those kind of groups are pretty unusual in Europe these days because the intelligence services have become so effective at dealing with them, right? They have a crisis of trust, right, when it comes to recruitment and leadership because they just don't know who is informing on them. So I don't know. I mean, I think if you want to set Europe ablaze, I guess an obvious target could possibly be organized crime. So because they are, organized crime groups on the lookout for weaponry. There's a bustling black market and that sort of thing. They have the capacity and willingness to commit extremely violent acts, and there is often a political overlap, right? Um, Maybe you could comment more on the situation in Sweden, but I understand that uh, well, grenade attacks between organized crime groups are now fairly common in Sweden. Is that the case, or is that fake news?
Um, Grenade attack, I'm not sure, but there have been a lot of bombing. Happens in Sweden. Um, there, there was a house, and they were talking. It doesn't really do a lot of damage to the apartments, but it scares the crap out of people in in that doorway, and also the neighbors around. It's a scare thing. So you can do it without hurting anyone, but you're scared the living crap out of people. There has been a lot of more shootings, gang-related shootings. Um, we tend to hunt animals, not humans. You can debate the fact that some humans are acting like animals, looking at Russia, but there has been an uptick since I think 2021. You can see there's an uptick in the violence in Sweden, and it's all gang related. And I don't know who is funding this, except for drugs. But it's I don't know if it's a genuine gang war or if it's funded by somebody else to make Sweden look horrible. Somebody did told me here in this space that, oh, but you had like 100 times more gun violence than London. And I had to ask, with lethal outcomes. And I had to ask, I'm like, so how many gun shootings with a lethal outcome did you have in the UK or in London during that specific period? And it turns out it was one. And I'm like, of course we're gonna have 40 times more because we had 40 in Sweden. And he was like, oh, there was only 40? He's like, but it sounded so big when you say 40 times more than London. And I'm like, yeah, that this is why you put that headline. It's to make people go like, oh my gosh, Sweden is going to hell in a handbasket. And oh my gosh, we can never go there on vacation because, like it's the wild, wild west in Sweden. Everybody's shooting everyone. No, we're not. And also, this is more organized crime. For right now, um, and this is actually kind of funny. So I live in a crappy neighborhood. I'm not shy about saying it. Hold on. Um, so it sounds like I would be, wanting to have weapons, wanting to protect myself, and all these kind of things. No, I walk my 11-pound, not even 5 kilo dog that looks like a fluffy white little lamb when he bounces around. He's really happy. He's really cute. But he's not intimidating in any way, shape, or form. And I do that at 2 o'clock in the morning if he needs to go out. And I have never been shot at because I don't associate with the ones that do. So it is very targeted. It's very specific. They only target other gang members. But again, they are recruiting at younger people, because Sweden has a thing where we don't prosecute children. So anybody under the age of 15 is not prosecuted. They can be sentenced to be locked up in like a psychiatric care, because if you have a 15 or 14-year-old that commits violent crimes like shooting somebody else and or killing somebody else, obviously something is wrong, seriously wrong with that child. They are recruiting in vulnerable areas in Sweden because these families probably don't have a lot of money, and then it becomes attractive. I get 2,000 Swedish crowns, which is roughly 200 US dollars because the euro is a little bit higher. So less than 200 euros if you deliver this package that I'm going to give to you now. So in 2 hours' time, you're going to drop it off there. And I'm going to give you not even 200 euros for the for this inconvenience to you. Obviously, he's a drug mule, and they know who to target because we live in this neighborhood. My son has never been approached. So it's very specific on who they go after. They don't go after just anybody. Obviously, you can be caught in the crossfire, but on the other hand, we had 4 shootings last year in like within 1 kilometer radius, less than a mile's radius of my apartment. And I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything. So it's not as dangerous as the news would like you to believe. Does that mean it's 100% safe? No, it isn't. Obviously, you need to be careful with what you're doing. And I'm gonna wait for my lovely co-host to come back so he can respond. But you can do a lot with headlines. I'm not gonna say that the headlines are lying. There has been an uptick, but again, it's very targeted. Sweden is still a very safe country. I rarely lock my door. I lock it every night, but during the daytime, my door's rarely locked. So it is fairly safe. And I know the other big headline regarding Sweden, which is something that a lot of people want to tie to the great refugee crisis of 2016. So in 2016, because of Russia being Russia, but this time not in Ukraine, but in Syria, there was a massive refugee crisis all across the EU. And Sweden took in roughly 100,000 refugees in 1 year. And then in 2018, Sweden also changed the laws regarding what constitutes a rape or not. And then in 2018, when we changed the laws and made more stringent laws, we increased the charges of what could be constituted as a rape. All of a sudden, if you didn't have explicit consent, like having sex with somebody who is virtually unconscious due to intoxication, that is now a rape. You now can be charged with raping your spouse if they have said no and you continue to nag them or whatever you're doing, and they end up having sex with you. You can actually be charged with rape of your spouse. So two things happen at the same time. That does not mean that they're correlated. So no, there are not. Uh, and so I just want to say correlation does not. These two things happen at the same time, but there's no correlation between them. We did not have an uptick. We also changed the laws regarding how to treat a rape victim, so that cross examination, we no longer, the courts know, or the defense attorney, I don't think, is allowed to ask, how much did you have to drink? What were you wearing? Because none of these excuses a rape. So these are some of the changes, and this is how Sweden went to become the rape capital of Europe. And I just wanted to highlight that part. And I have lost my not lovely co-host. Uh, he has no audio, but so you can do a lot with statistics. I think that is what I'm trying to say. You can do a lot with statistics. You can look at the correlate, or you can look at two things that seem to be correlated, but when you actually start doing your research, then it turns out that they're not correlated at all. They're just two things happening at the same time. That does not mean that they're correlated. And one is not the cause of the other. Um, I will take this opportunity to shamelessly plug our fundraiser, because that is what we do at the North Sea Empire. We beg for your money. We are now fundraising for demining they're going to get a multi-tool, like a tool. So it's one tool, but it can do a lot of things at the same time. And also, I read in the back channel that the appropriate and the official term is ear defenders. You may know them under a different name called ear protection or noise cancellation headphones, so that you can still talk to your teammates, but you don't hear the loud booms that destroy your eardrums and your hearing. Isn't that just amazing? And obviously, we're not going to buy like the most expensive of the most expensive that is out there. We're also not going to buy the cheapest of the cheapest. And this is why we're shamelessly begging for your money. And we're not asking you to spend your rent money or your electric bill money or any of these vital things that you need, like your money to go to work. We're asking you to just send over some of that extra money that you have, instead of eating lunch out with when you're at work, bring the leftovers from yesterday and send us the money that you would have spent on that lunch. Or if you are a coffee drinker like me and you like to go to any of the coffee shops and get like a coffee and a donut or a cinnamon bun or something else sweet that is going alongside of the coffee, which is great. Chocolate and coffee go lovely together. Please send us that spare money instead and skip that coffee latte and the cinnamon bun just once and then send us the money. Also, because it's D-Day and it's like 80 years since D-Day, if you want to play with the numbers, it's been 80 years. Fun fact too, today is Sweden, the country of Sweden's or the kingdom of Sweden's birthday. We turn 503 years old. You can play with that number too. $5.03 or £5 and 3. I don't even know what the other cents is. A cents? €5 and 3 cents. Whatever you want to do, play with the numbers. You got 2 numbers to play with. So thank you so much for listening to my shameless begging. Welcome back, Tim.
Hi there, Jenny. Yeah, sorry about that. I lost audio completely, and then I went back to listen, and I still couldn't hear you. And I restarted the app, and I still couldn't hear you. And there's no panel, so I wasn't sure if it was me or you, or anyway. I just got thoroughly musked. But I'm back now. Um, I had an amusing story about your guard dog as well. Has the moment passed, or shall I tell you an amusing story?
Tell me the amusing story. The moment is never passing, never passed for amusing stories about my vicious, violent guard dog.
So I was going through security in an airport. I can't remember where. It might have been Krakow. I'm pretty sure it was one of the ones in Poland. And I don't know if you ever encountered Polish policemen, but they're big, scary bastards, right? They seem to have a big, scary bastard recruitment policy. And that day, they were training the new police dogs. And so there was a group of these really enormous dudes, in their sharp military-looking Polish police uniforms, and they each had a little tiny Alsatian puppy on a lead. So it was like and they were standing there. They were all about 6'4", and they're looking surly, and they each had this little tiny cute puppy on the lead who was being trained to be a police dog, and it just looked really silly, like the world's least intimidating police dogs.
Okay, that is really funny, and it's really true. Like all airports do this. They hire the biggest guys on the planet, and me being, of the extremely tall stature of 5'2" or 158.5 centimeters, if we're going to be exact. I am about the size of a 13-year-old boy in Sweden because I know this because I inherited the clothes that my kid grew out of when he was 14. I'm coming up against these guys. I'm just like, geez, I barely reach your waist. Um, you know, it is quite intimidating at times. But then I also remember that being a small person just means you have twice the amount of, crazy as everybody else, because we all get the same amount, but it's highly concentrated in us shorties.
Dear. Yeah. I'm just it's very silly. I'm just reading a report on this Putin speech you mentioned earlier on. He's talking that he mentioned the possibility that of Russia supplying long-range weaponry to regions of the world that could launch attacks on the countries providing weapons to Ukraine. I don't know if that works, like geographically. I mean, Cuba. But Cuba are kind of buddies again. So I don't know. It's they're not kind of buddies, but you know what I mean. The policy of absolute iciness towards Cuba seems to have thawed a little bit. Yeah. So I'm just wondering who exactly he means. You think about regions that have active. Well, I mean, there are very few governments that would dare, right, launch long-range missile strikes on basically any Western country because they just get turned into a car park in 20 minutes. The Okay, so that he must be talking about groups. So who have we got? I mean, there aren't really very many safe havens where groups like that could operate sophisticated long-range weaponry. And the places that are like that are nowhere near any Western countries. So, yeah, I don't know. I think he's just talking rubbish as usual, Jenny.
I know he's talking rubbish, but it's kind of funny to read because it all ends in the same way. And then when you look at, like, because I got a call and so I kind of missed part of it. But if you're talking about Putin's speech yesterday about how it's like, oh, we're only talking about nukes. We have never made nuclear threats. And we're only talking about if you attack Russia proper and our sovereignty is at stake, kind of thing. And then Medvedev goes on one of his drunk rants and he's like, well, let me tell you what we're talking about. And he says, like, of course we're going to nuke. We're going to nuke places left, right, and center. And so they don't even talk to each other, apparently. And I don't know if he's like acting as the interpreter when Putin is saying this, he actually means this. I go to
Your
bed, yes.
Jenny,
Yeah,
your audio's gone horrible.
I'm outside because my extremely vicious guard dog needed to pee. And so I'm going to be back in about, I'm actually soon going to be where there are more trees that shields me from the wind. It's great where I live. It's like I live in the Swedish version of Chicago. It's always windy. I hate it sometimes. But yeah, like I don't put too much stock into drunk Medvedev, or I don't know if he's drunk or not. The sober Putin, like trying to backtrack what he's saying, but at the same time not. If that was what you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Medvedev can be ignored. He is, well, I don't want to say my theory, but the theory about him I subscribe to is that his behavior on social media is basically him writing himself out of Russian politics, right? So he's turning himself into a deeply unserious person deliberately to make it very, very clear that he's not any kind of political operator in Russia anymore. He may still be chairman of that and secretary of this, but what he's doing is basically retiring by making himself look like a ridiculous drunken person, and it's like a deliberate strategy because kind of two ways to retire in Russia, right? You don't get to retire and become this kind of elder statesman figure. That's very unusual. You either fade into obscurity, or you have an appointment with the chai wallah, and that's how you retire in Russian politics. It's like trying to leave the mafia. Like, just when you thought they were out, they just when you thought you were out, they pull you back in, right? It's difficult to leave, and there are a limited number of ways you can leave. And one of them is just kind of making it absolutely clear that you're no longer an active player and that you don't wish to be an active player, while not seeming to betray the regime and its operations in any way by saying, "Oh, that's it, guys, I'm done." So you still have to appear as if you believe in the Russian project, but you have to kind of write yourself out of the politics in some way. And the way Medvedev seems to be doing that is by beclowning himself on Twitter, and just becoming this figure of kind of sad amusement, rather than So he's not making serious. He's not my view is he's not making serious points. He's making deliberately ridiculous points as his way of saying, yeah, look, I'm the court jester now. There's no need to have me thrown out of the window. So yeah, that's kind of my take on that, Jenny. I What he says simply is not meaningful. Like, to the extent that what anybody says officially in Russia is meaningful, but what he says is just pure clownery, and it's deliberate on his part because he doesn't want to drink the tea. So yeah, that's my take on him.
I don't blame him though. Like I would be scared shitless if like I got an invitation from Putin's like, hey, come have tea with me near this. I like booked the place right by at the top of some skyrise like skyscraper in Moscow. I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna be busy, and he's gonna be like, I never gave you the date, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm washing my hair every day at that hour, whatever you're gonna propose. I'll be washing my hair. I
Or what?
that would
Washing your tiny dog.
Yes, and my tiny dog, and also the unwilling cat. I'd be washing a lot of things, and I don't even like washing. So well, I do like showering myself, but like I'd be busy. I counting my rice, how much rice I have, one kernel at a time. A lot of things I'd be busy doing, and none of them would involve me having tea with Putin.
Oh dear. I think Putin does that as a joke, but I think he invites people for tea, or invites them for tea in a famously high-rise restaurant as just like a way of trolling people. And I don't know. I think he probably sends like a telegraph, like not any app. Like I've in my head at least, they still use those printed telegraphs in Russia. I don't know why, but that's just how it works in my head. And so he just sends one of those with T question mark written on it. And then the guy craps himself, but it's all a joke. I think he probably does that. That, to be fair, that's what I do. So
Oh, I would too. Totally. I'd be like, what kind of fun stuff can I amuse myself with today? Oh, I know. I'm gonna invite Shoigu for tea.
oh dear. So yes, more on Putin's strange intimidation tactics as the story develops. The He does seem to be making a fairly idle threat. Excuse me. He does seem to be making a fairly idle threat to supply countries that could attack Western countries with long-range weaponry as well. But there basically aren't any of those. So yeah. Anyway, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. But it's probably just him shaking. Old man shouts at cloud, as the saying goes. Oh, I see. We have a Joanna. Joanna, welcome. Yeah, Joanna.
Oh,
Joanna, your mic is muted.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me? Because I just earbuds. I
You're
really hate
cutting
them.
in and out.
I have a new phone and I can't use the wired earbuds, and I hate those. Do you hear me?
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah, I can't hear you, I think. Can you?
Oh
Yeah,
dear.
now I'm hearing you, so it's okay. Yeah, about Putin, I don't know if he's in a mood for jesting right now because in Romanian television they showed yesterday there was an article in Muslim press or something uh, talking about Putin wearing armored vest or some kind of protection. Apparently, it's quite visible in some of his uh, public appearances that he's wearing something under his suit. Also, there are reports that he's kind of upset and crazy, and his paranoia is increasing. Well, we heard about this before, but maybe well, right now he does have a reason for this. And also, I wanted to ask you if you had an opportunity to see the Bloomberg article about SPIF, the economic forum that is taking place right now in St. Petersburg, and how much kinship and nepotism and things like this are present there. Apparently, Putin's daughters, Shoigu's daughter, the sons of I don't know friends and colleagues of Putin are all there having speeches about different things from sports to arts to military industrial complex. And it's kind of the presentation of the new generation. I tried to ask Ming about this, but in England, for example, when you had a daughter, you had like a ball to present her to the to the um, crowd, let's say, to the high levels of the society. I don't know exactly. I don't have the vocabulary for this, but it's kind of like this.
Called it's called a debutante ball.
Exactly that. Well, Speed turned into a debutante ball for the new generation, which are not, by merit there, but just because they are the sons, daughters, nephews, and so on. Have you had the chance to look at this?
No, I haven't. Could you whack the article somewhere so I can have a look at it?
Yeah, I'll post it in the back channel. I posted it earlier in the morning, but I'll repost it.
Thank you very much, Joanna. What was I had something to say about your first point, but my mind's gone completely blank. What was the first thing you said, please?
Putin wearing the armored vest and being paranoid.
Ah, yeah. So I don't know. I've not seen the pictures. Is it possible that he's wearing some kind of back brace?
Well, no. I know how those look like, and kind of no. um, well, he's old. He may need one of those. But you remember in the even at the ninth parade last year and this year, it was kind of visible, not just on the back, but also on the chest. You know, so I don't think it's one of those. It's just a vest, like bulletproof vest or something like this.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of stories on that one. So Ukrainska Pravda have been reporting that something. So we saw the pictures. This was gosh, I mean, there've been a few pictures of his suit, kind of. It's got a kind of square, kind of hard looking bit when he bends forward. So there's a few pictures of that, but we've also got some speculation from people who know about body armor, that the way he walks suggests he's been wearing body armor as well. So there's a report in Ukrainska Pravda, from Jade Miller, who was apparently a security consultant. I don't know who she is, but apparently she knows about this sort of thing. And she has explained that judging by the fact that Putin walks rather stiffly, and his coat does not show natural creases when he walks, it suggests that he may be wearing a bulletproof vest. Apparently, he also visibly lifts and adjusts his shoulders, which indicates that the vest may be uncomfortable. So yeah, apparently he's getting a little bit paranoid. So the long table is not enough anymore. He has to sit at the other end of a long table with the bulletproof vest on, which is certainly an interesting one. Okay, I'm just having a look at this Bloomberg article. So this is the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. And this is kind of it's kind of a big deal, right? It's kind of a big deal. So lots of different countries attend this. It tends to be kind of a bit tanky sphere, and a bit gosh, well, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the unfriendly countries list, which is a hilarious Russian publication, which is basically all of the countries where you can drink the tap water, are listed as unfriendly, and they stopped attending in 2022, and Russia then uninvited them after they stopped attending, of course. So it's usually 120 countries, but now it's only 69 countries. So the list of shame at the moment seems to be China, India, Turkey, Iran, Egypt, the UAE, Serbia, Belarus, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Cuba, Nicaragua, and the Central African Republic, which is gosh, that's quite a rogues gallery of of crappy regimes there, isn't it? Some exceptions, of course. Yeah, Joanna, you had your hand up. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I pretty much wanted to say what you said. So SPIF used to be a big thing. It doesn't seem to be now. Of course, the countries that are invited are mostly, Middle East, Africa, Asia. And what are the exceptions, actually? You count Turkey as an exception, or Egypt? I don't know. What are the exceptions?
Egypt's all right. India's all right. Well, I guess Turkey, kind of okay. I mean, I don't know what's Kazakhstan. I want to say Kazakhstan's all right as well, but I don't really know.
Yeah, it may be, it may not be. Those countries have still interests in Russia. I really don't know anything about Egypt, but I know about India and Turkey. Even if on some accounts they behave okay, on some others not really. So Kazakhstan, well, the country is trying to get away from Russia little by little, but it's still under the influence, we can say. Other thing that you will find very funny, other thing that the international press is commenting about this is like SPIF used to be a very nice forum. Even Angela Merkel and Macron participated. So I wondered, what do you think about this being a very important forum and the place where Angela Merkel and Macron used to go?
Well, it comes as absolutely no surprise that Angela Merkel attended. I mean, it's slightly more of a surprise than Macron did, but then Macron is somebody who has he has a very, very high opinion of himself, and so he's going to want to, if there's limelight, he's going to want to be in it. So yeah, I expect okay, it doesn't surprise me that much that he would attend this sort of thing. I think what is interesting that is two of the headline speakers here, who are Maria Vorontsova and Katerina Tikhonova. who are mostly famous for being Putin's daughters. Now,
Putin's
Warren,
daughters from outside marriage.
are they?
As far as I know, yes. They are not the daughters of his marriage.
Oh, no. One of them is. So Maria Vorontsova is the daughter of Ludmila Putina, who I think either is or was married to Putin.
Oh, my bad then. But at least one of them, I get it right.
Yeah, the other one is. Oh no, the other one. The other one is his Ludmila's daughter as well. So they're both his legitimate daughters.
Oh, shame on me. So basically, yeah, shame on me in this case.
I mean, he did shack up with that ballet dancer or something, didn't he? Because
Gymnast.
Gymnast, that's the one. And he pursued what's her name? Is it Kabayeva? Something like that. Yeah, he has a daughter with the gymnast Elena Kabayeva, born in 2015, and also twin sons with her as well, born in 2019. But no, the two elder daughters are both his legitimate children. At least that's what the internet thinks. Now, what is interesting is I'm not sure what they have to contribute at an event like this, because Maria Vorontsova is a pediatrician, right? She's not a titan of statecraft. She's a a doctor, and she does research for foundations that are funded by oligarchs and things like that. So one of her studies that she authored was the status of blood antioxidant system in patients with active acromegaly. I don't know what that means or how to say it. But she doesn't seem to be someone who would have an enormous amount to contribute at a kind of an economics conference, particularly. But then she is Putin's daughter, so maybe that does confer some kind of advantage when it comes to being on the speakers panel. I don't know. Call me cynical if you will. Now, the other one, the Katerina Tikhonova, is slightly more interesting, perhaps. So she has been doing various things for the Russian education system. She's a physicist and a mathematician, and she's been on the Council for the Development of Physical Culture and Mass Sport of the Russian Federation, and she's been active in economics management as well. So she's co-chairwoman of the Russian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs. Now, I don't know how real any of this stuff is. If it's anything like the rest of Russia, this could just be like make work for daughters or something. Yeah, she might have something to contribute to a conference like that, but I'm not entirely sure what the other one is doing there beyond being Putin's daughter. Joanna?
Yeah, so acromegaly is a genetic condition when there is unusual growth of a child, for example, much taller than it should be, and it also affects the bones. Interesting subject for a thesis. About the other one, physicists, mathematicians, but involved in sports and also economically. The wife of Ceausescu, she was a chemist. and she couldn't even pronounce CO2 properly. She said in Romanian "codoi," which is like literally reading CO and two, and which also funnily means a big tail. Like when you said that, say that a dog has a big tail, it's "codoi." So yeah, if they are as much as a scientist as Elena Ceausescu was, you get the conclusion from this.
Contrast with Lady Thatcher, who was actually a chemist. That's an interesting one. So they get kind of fake science degrees or something like that, but presumably they actually have to produce some work at some stage, like somebody publishes something they've done, but it's all just theatrical, is it?
Yeah, ghostwriters, when you have to write for a very important politician, you get some money and that's it. It's not very difficult to find someone who is willing to do so, because of course, otherwise the consequences might be dire.
Fair enough. Thank you for that. So eminently possible that although the one who's the doctor has worked in Germany. Oh no, she hasn't. No, sorry, I beg your pardon. She's been she's does Russia. Okay. Let's go to Leo. Yeah.
Hey folks, great discussion. You guys are the best. I just wanted to clarify. So acromegaly is usually due to a pituitary tumor, almost invariably. It's due to a tumor that produces growth hormone. Now, when it happens before the growth plates fuse, then the person will have what's known as giantism. That's where you have this like 8'11" person. I think was the tallest person on record. And when it happens after the growth plates have fused, people will not grow taller, but they will tend to develop very large hands, and their facial features will typically become very coarse. But that's what acromegaly is. But I did want to comment on, since you're talking about Putin's daughters, because yesterday there was this this post about Putin threatening countries that assist Ukraine with long-range weapons. And of course, the implication, I think it was an implication, but pretty overt, is that they could be subject to nuclear attacks from Russia. And when I think about Putin's daughters, I feel like that's very comforting to know that he has a family, because this is a man who has just about everything in the Russian world. I mean, maybe you and I wouldn't want to be Putin, but in a megalomaniac's world, he's a very, very powerful, very successful man, lives in luxury. I'm sure that he cares for his family, and we know that he's paranoid with those giant tables designed to prevent him from getting COVID. So the idea that he would start a nuclear holocaust is patently absurd. I mean, this is a man who would almost certainly lose his family, lose his luxury, his fine champagnes, and is scared to death of a little virus, let alone monstrous explosions. So I think it's just absurd that this is something that the West takes seriously. Yes, they have a bigger nuclear arsenal, but we've already seen how badly organized their equipment is, especially the equipment that they expected never to use, like all those uniforms that they went to look for in the warehouses, and they found that they had never actually had uniforms in there, probably because all the money had been siphoned away to build somebody's palace instead of actually creating the uniforms. I'm sure that the nuclear arsenal is is much smaller than people claim, and I'm sure that most of the equipment is in very bad shape, and they would be very reluctant to start firing missiles. So I think this whole thing is just it's just designed to frighten us. And I think Medvedev, of course, I think he gets tasks from Putin to act crazy, because he knows that there are a lot of people in the West who are already paranoid about nuclear weapons. that as soon as they start to say, "Oh my God, Russia's crazy," right, we can't mess with them, because even though no rational person would start a nuclear war, they're crazy, so they're not rational. But obviously, Putin is very rational, and he certainly doesn't behave like a crazy man. He just behaves like a very evil man, and a man who is confident and very, very, power hungry. But the idea that he's going to sacrifice all that he has in order to, out of spite or something, that it's just absurd. Anyway, you guys are awesome. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. I'm a meme collector, and I have a meme that says, "You think that the leaders of Russia are crazy enough to use nuclear weapons, yet you think that they are sane enough to negotiate with. You can't have it both ways." It's one of my, at the moment, favorite memes, just because it shows how absurd both things are, like both arguments are. Uh, I'm sure that they have a lot of nuclear weapons. I'm equally sure that if they can't stop stealing from the military enough to get uniforms for their soldiers or tires for their supply trucks, I'm pretty damn sure that all the nukes has also had to take a back seat to whatever um, upkeep they need. And so I don't know if they can actually be launched at this point. It's just silly. And I'm not stupid, and I don't underestimate the Russians at the same time as I also don't like to overestimate them and give them more credit than they're due. So, uh, and, but that quote, it will probably stick with me for a very long time. Make up your mind. Either they're batshit crazy and they will launch nukes and create nuclear winter and Armageddon all in one, or they are sane enough to be negotiated with, which means they're not going to blast their kids to hell or to kingdom come, which is a much nicer way of putting that, and themselves. And also, if they even, and this is something NATO has said too, even if they use tactical nukes, which limits nuclear Armageddon, then the West will respond. They, and I actually believe more in the threats coming from the West, because at this point Medvedev has uh, acted like a drunken marionette, and he says the weirdest shit ever, like how they're going to take Paris before Berlin, and I'm thinking, why wouldn't you do a pit stop in Berlin on the way to Paris? Why would you take the long way around? Also, you have to get through Poland. Good luck. Have fun with that one. So there's a lot of inconsistencies that come out of Russia that makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm pretty sure they don't even make sense to sober Medvedev, but when he's drunk, they make perfect sense. But then we know alcohol also allows you to Photoshop people in real life, you know? It's like your own little Photoshop. Ooh, that person looks pretty, and then the next morning you realize they look like some troll that escaped somehow. Anyway, Tim, did you want to say something about this?
Not especially. I would like to continue once we've rounded this off. I would like to continue with this very interesting article about this SPIEF conference that Joanna kindly shared with us. But let's go back to Leo first. Leo.
Yeah, no, that was a very, very clever meme that you talked about, Jenny. Yeah, I mean, I think that, even though it's not a 0% chance that they might launch nuclear weapons, the flip side of it is that it's sufficiently small that it calls for us to stand up to it. Because if we don't stand up to it, Putin can just take whatever he wants from the entire world, or at least from anybody who isn't a nuclear superpower. So that means that 90% of the world will just be given to him if he just nuclear saber rattles and says, "I want this," because of some hogwash, historical relationship or whatever excuses that he comes up with. So, I mean, ultimately, we do have to stand up to evil at some point, and the likelihood that he would actually do this is just sufficiently minuscule that we should really get our act together. Anyway, you're awesome. Thank you, Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava. Go ahead, Tim. Because I'm also curious about this conference.
So other people who are speaking is a chap called Alexander Vino. Now, he is the son of Anton Vino, who is the Kremlin chief of staff. But Tim, I hear you cry, Anton Vino is surely an Estonian name. Yes, you would be right, because he is in fact, let's use the Russian terminology, he is in fact an ethnic Estonian. Now, he is the son of a fellow called Karl Vino, who was the leader, was first secretary of the Communist Party of Estonia in the 1980s. And he was part of a class of people known as Estonians or Estlased. And the Estonians were basically Russified Estonians. So they were people who were shall we say, of Estonian extraction, but who had grown up in Russia for various reasons, usually because their families were confined to the Russian Gulag system. And they were thoroughly Russified, and they were brought back to Estonia to run Estonia, so it at least looked like Estonia was basically being run by Estonians, when in fact it wasn't. So former President Laar, he wrote that the Communist Party of Estonia in 1946 was 52% Russian and 21% Estonian, and only 27% of its membership were actual Estonians from Estonia. Now, the actual Estonians from Estonia, most of them were shot by Stalin. The active communist Estonians, a great many of them were shot in Stalin's purges. So play stupid games, win stupid prizes, guys. So the Estonians are called that because Russians are unable to pronounce the eh noise. So the eh with a glottal stop you get from beginning a word with a vowel. That's apparently very difficult for Russian speakers to pronounce. So they put a y in it. So instead of Estonian, you get Estonian. So Karl Vino was a Estonian, and he was the kind of leader of the Estonian Communist Party in the late 70s to the late 80s. And of course, he was born in Russia, and he didn't speak particularly good Estonian. He was also extremely contemptuous of Estonian culture. So he was a pretty extreme Russifier of Estonia. So he didn't like Estonian. He didn't like Estonians. He didn't like Estonian culture, and so that made him deeply unpopular. He almost exclusively made public speeches in Russian, and his Estonian wasn't particularly good at all. Now, I'm still waiting for the day, because there are still Estonians, right? So there are communities of Estonian people or at least genetically Estonian people around Sochi and also in Siberia. And I'm still waiting for the Estonian government to go and protect the ethnic Estonians who are being oppressed by the Russians in Russia, because apparently, according to the Russians, you're allowed to do that. So we could go and take Sochi to protect the ethnic brothers of the Estonians in Sochi from the brutal oppression of Russia, and that would actually be true, wouldn't it? That'd be fun. Anyway, so Anton Vino is the son of Karl Vino. He is another completely Russified Estonian extracted bloke. His son Alexander will be speaking. I don't know who his son is or what he does, but I'm going to Google him. So Alexander Vino. Yeah, there's not a huge amount on him. Um, apparently he's got a home worth $1.8 million. So that's fun. Yeah. So anyway, he's going to be speaking. I don't know how old he is, don't know what he does, but apparently he's got a lot of money. Should come as no surprise. Also speaking is Anna Silieva, who is sanctioned by the British government as a relative of Putin, and he's married to the energy minister Sergei Siliev. It's all very incestuous, isn't it? And she is apparently the head of a state fund set up by the president last year to help soldiers who fought in the war in Ukraine. I wish her good luck with that. So the Mr. Evgeny Minchenko, who is a political scientist who used to work in the Russian political system, has said that this is the rise of the princes, the children of representatives of the political elite, has begun. He said in a report on the power structure in Russia entitled Politburo 2.0. He has said that kinship is now an essential part of politics under Putin. So they have an essentially kinship-based political system where people's relatives tend to get the plum jobs. We would probably simply call that nepotism. Although there are a lot of societies that revolve around this. So kind of tribal societies, that have this idea of kinship. Like we don't in Western countries, we don't really have this concept of kinship quite as much, but it's very, very important in places like Pakistan and Afghanistan and parts of Africa as well. So it's the when you operate in very, very low trust environments, like whether or not somebody is your relative starts to become a very important part of the sociology of your society, right? Because it rests on the idea that somebody who is related to you is less likely to be a total shit. I'm not sure if that holds up scientifically, but there are cultures that do order their politics around that suggestion. Apparently, Russia is now one of them. Now, the other people who have listed as participants include Roman Rottenberg, whose father Boris Rottenberg was used to do judo with Putin when he was a child, and I'm just googling this fellow, Roman Rottenberg. Is he I assume he's the same guy that is active in the Russian ice hockey world. Because there's a guy called Roman Rottenberg who's really into ice hockey. I don't care tuppence about ice hockey, so this will pass me by completely. But anyway, apparently he's also manager of the Russian ice hockey team, and he is sanctioned in the United States, and lived in Finland for quite a long time, because he's Ingrian, so he's not Russian. Anyway, so he's going. He sounds like a nice, totally not corrupt sort of guy. Yeah, that's kind of it, really. I think it's very interesting that all of these children are being invited. Now I know why you're confused, Joanna, about the two daughters. They are said to be his legitimate daughters with his ex-wife, but he doesn't publicly acknowledge them as his daughters, beyond, obviously promoting them within the Russian state political system. But he doesn't apparently say they're his daughters in public, which is a little bit weird, if you ask me. Yeah. So who's speaking? Gosh, who's speaking about what? So Alexander Vaino, the son of the Russified Estonian Anton Vaino, he is apparently in charge of youth work at the Kremlin's Agency for Strategic Initiatives. Wow, that could mean anything or nothing, couldn't it? It is apparently it is the Agency for Strategic Initiatives is apparently an autonomous non-profit organization. Yeah, I'm sure it's really autonomous. Founded by the government of Russia. It promotes charity projects, the implementation of measures to improve the business environment in Russia. Good luck. The development of professional personnel. Again, lol, good luck. And it's mostly run by Putin's mates and family members. Apparently, it supports new business, young professionals, and social projects. So that's what Alexander Vaino does. He is going to be speaking at a session on personnel issues alongside Deputy First Minister Denis Manturov and two billionaires, Andrei Melnichenko and the owner of Severstal, Alexander Mordashov. Also speaking will be Ksenia Shoigu, who is 33 and will be moderating a session on Russian sport. And Rottenberg is who is the ice hockey guy. He is the vice president of the Russian Ice Hockey Federation. Is listed as a speaker on a panel about media and sport. The Center for Strategic and International Studies senior fellow Maria Snegovaya has said that there is a gradual transfer of power occurring between the leadership and their heirs, and she calls this an attempt to rejuvenate the elite, saying that that's partly because Putin is 71, which is 142 in Russian years, and his inner circle are growing old together as the president extends his 25-year rule for another 6 years. Do you think Putin's going to be alive in 6 years, Jenny? I don't think he will be. I think he's going to be dead. He's already really old for a Russian.
Yeah, I don't think that he is going to be alive. But I just wanted to correct, we do have a little bit of nepotism in some of the countries in Europe. The monarchy that passes from, parent to child. But that's about the extent of our public nepotism. But geez, that sounds like a conference I would love to miss. And you know what? I am going to miss it. I'm not invited. Thank goodness. I didn't have to come up with excuses. Like I have to count my rice, how much rice I have left, one kernel at a time.
You also have to pay $15,000 to be there. So yeah, glad to miss you.
Yeah, that's not happening either. I wouldn't pay to be a part of that. I would consider it if they paid me a lot of money. And not in rubles.
That's a conference though, because 10,000 people go. So if you have to pay $15,000, that's $150 million. Someone's making bank on that. It can't cost that much to put the event on. Someone's making a lot of money out of that one.
I wonder what they will be eating there if it costs $15,000.
I don't know. I like a lot of caviar, I guess.
They're importing McDonald's because that will cost like a fortune to import to Russia.
Yeah, they're gonna have authentic McDonald's and like Gatorade and all of these Western delicacies. And you get a goodie bag with like a pair of Levi's in it and stuff like that. All of the stuff you can't get in Russia anymore. It's like the Soviet Union all over again. Western stuff is just becoming like an insane luxury. That's just brilliant, Jenny.
Oh, you can see the menu now. They're all getting a Happy Meal with a toy too. Oh God.
That's very silly. Okay, so according to the Constitution of Russia, that very very august and I don't know meaningful document, Putin could conceivably remain president until 2036, when he will be 83. But I don't think he's going to see 80 because he's Russian and he's just old and he smells, and that's apparently quite significant. Because if you have body odor, that's usually that's well, it's often it's sometimes it's just being a smelly bastard who doesn't wash, but sometimes it's a sign of an underlying health condition. And yeah, the I don't know. I don't think he's going to last. I don't think he's going to last much longer. Okay, so some of the people attending, it is worth noting, already hold very, very high appanage. So the son of Nikolai Patrushev, Dmitry Patrushev, who is attending, he is deputy prime minister. Now, he's part of the second generation, but he's not young. So he is 46. So he's already, and he's a career FSB guy, and well, maybe not a career FSB guy, but he did go to the FSB Academy. So no prizes for guessing which side of the toast, which side his toast is buttered on. Now there is also Boris Kovalchuk, who is the son of Yuri Kovalchuk, who is Putin's wealth manager. That must be. I can't work out if that is either a good job or a bad job, right? Because okay, so Putin's worth the entire Russian state treasury. On the other hand, if you make a bad trade with Putin's money, that's a double glazing appointment for you. So it's a bit like being like, a mafia banker, right? If you screw it up, then you'll sleep with the fishes. So anyway, his son Boris, he was appointed to the audit chamber, which is the court that monitors state spending. If ever there was a sinecure job, that's it, right? What's your role? I monitor spending, public spending in the Russian state, making sure there's nothing funny going on. Yeah, right. Okay, so finally on this topic, according to Ekaterina Schulman, who is a political scientist at the Carnegie Russia Eurasia Center in Berlin, has said that to be safe under Putin's authoritarian rule, you have to be in the system. While many of Russia's elites sent their offspring abroad before the war, excuse me, now that this opportunity has become harder, the best way to protect themselves is to appoint their children as bosses. Now, again, this is a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because if you're not if you're not part of the political system, then you're not as likely to fall victim to political terror, right? So it's like, it's if you're just not a player, then the Russian state's probably not going to care about you, unless you're some kind of very active political dissident. So it's a bit like, it's a bit like, Stalin's time, right? Where if you were in the system, you got a flat, you got a fancy flat in that block of flats on the embankment in Moscow, and it had all the secret entrances, so the KGB could come and get you and shoot you without any serious fuss. And that's kind of the Faustian pact you made by participating in Russian politics, is that you have a fairly limited shelf life. There will come a time where you'll fall from power and then you'll be shot. So I don't know. I mean, I'm slightly questioning the extent to which being in Russian politics protects you. I don't know. I kind of think it puts you in more danger. What do you think, Jenny?
I don't think that being in the Russian politician, like in Russian politics, protects you from anything. They will off you if they, and they don't mind offing you, even if you have a high, like even if you have a good, nice, big title. That I'm old. If you ask my kids, I play with dinosaurs, and I keep reminding them that T-Rex is dead and I'm still here. So don't mess with mom. Um, but I remember in the 80s when you went from, I think it was like late 70s, early 80s, you had a quick succession of 3 leaders in Russia. Oh, I don't think Tim likes me. He takes a nosedive. We have been, hanging out a lot together on Maria Report lately. Is it something I said that you couldn't hear?
No, I'm terribly sorry. I just lost audio again.
No, but in the 80s, so you went, there was like a whole string of, well, not a whole string, it was like 3 leaders that lost their lives within, I think it was 6-year period. Nobody lasted after Khrushchev. It was it Brezhnev, Andropov, and somebody else, and then came along Gorbachev, and he was the first one to live longer than 18 months on the post. And so I don't even think that Putin is actually safe. And as a matter of fact, there's like an article on it that he now sends all his food to a laboratory before he eats it to make sure that he's not being poisoned by somebody within. He's growing increasingly paranoid, and I think that he knows that he could be, he's not safe even from the KGB, FSB, whatever acronym you want to use today. They're probably going to change that acronym because everybody knows it now. And so he is paranoid, and I do think that there's like a reason behind it. Russia is not above killing off its leader, and he knows it. So, I good luck, I guess. I don't know what to say. I wouldn't say live long and prosper, because he won't. Well, he's already outlived. He's he's on overtime, and so I I have a hard time seeing that. And he's made dumb choices in his life. Uh, I know he's called put in, but at some time you need to change your name to pull out, and this is what he needs to do in Ukraine. Yeah, the jokes are just writing themselves at this point. But uh, so I don't see how this is popular with anybody in Russia, really. I think that everybody pretends that he is super popular, and the fact that even in a fake election he still can't get 100% of the votes. I'm sorry, but if I was, the fake leader of a fake country, then I would make sure that I get 100% of the votes. Everybody's going to love me, whether they like it or not. And he can't even fake, even in his own fake election, he doesn't get 100% approval. All the other dictators are making fun of him behind their backs because in their fake elections, they get 100% of the votes. I'm on the fence if that is actually a tactic that he used. It's like everybody's going to know that it's a fake one if I get 100%, so I better go with a lower number. But it just, oh, jeez, yeah, I'm done with the jokes now. Thank you. That was your comedy relief for today.
Thank you, Jenny. Yeah, I guess, and the thing is about Putin, right, is he is legitimately popular in Russia. Like, if he fought a fair and square election, I mean, maybe not a fair and square one, right? So we're not talking about an environment where political challengers are allowed to flourish and organize. But if he allowed a somewhat free election where there were other candidates and the other candidates were allowed to stand and yada 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 yada, and there were actual ballots counted and people actually voted and there was an actual proper electoral process, he would still win. Like and this is why we have to be very careful when we laugh at these people, people, the Putins and the Orbans of the world. They are actually popular. Like the people of their countries do actually support them. They do have a plurality of popularity. So it's really curious that he bothers to fake elections and all of that jazz because he'd win anyway. And I think it was Dr. Nick who explained it to me as essentially is that there are two elements to why he does this. Number one is that he is legitimacy seeking, right? So the reason he holds elections at all is because he sees some prestige in being an elected leader. So he's kind of West-brained in that way, right? I mean, one of the biggest challenges facing the United States when the country was being born was how can an elected non-noble leader of a republic stay, kind of go toe to toe with royalty in Europe, and be taken seriously, right? How do you bring dignity to an office like that when you're not doing royalty and you're not doing nobility? Well, republics of the past, you think about the Commonwealth of England, the way they did that was with religious piety, right? So Oliver Cromwell was Lord Protector, and he held power in the army because of his own personal degree of piety and holiness, right? So it was a very, very religious society, and the army was a particularly religious part of it. And being extremely religious was the way you got status in that particular system. So that's how Oliver Cromwell solved that problem. He was minor gentry, right? He was not even noble, and he still became ruler of England and Ireland, and his rule was accepted as legitimate because he was seen as a reflection of, well, he was seen to come with divine providence. The challenge with the United States was, of course, solved by the personal dignity of George Washington himself, who was a man that people tended to respect and admire because he was that sort of chap. And Putin is kind of, and it was like the office of President of the United States got dignity because of the men who held it, rather than the men who held it getting dignity because of the office they held. Like it was kind of a reverse ferret type situation in very, very early US politics internationally. And it's very, very interesting reading about the early history of that because they really struggled with it. Now, so Putin is kind of he's kind of West-brained, because we see these days as kind of democratic societies, we see the opposite of what the early Americans experienced, right? We see the mere fact of holding elected office as conferring a certain amount of dignity on the man, right? It confirms this kind of confers this kind of legitimacy onto him. He is elected by his people to do this, that, and the other. Therefore, he is somebody to be taken seriously. And Putin kind of wants that, right? He wants the dignity that comes with elected office, and that seems to be quite important to him. And Dr. Nick framed this as legitimacy seeking. The other reason why they bother doing this ritual, this kind of election ritual, is because it's essentially a flex. So it's Putin and his regime saying, it doesn't matter what you do, you peons, I will still be elected by a landslide, right? So it's a way of flexing his own power. and it's a way of, it's a propaganda tactic. It's a way of making people feel small and powerless. It's a kind of a humiliation ritual. That's not to say he isn't legitimately popular. He is, but he also needs to be accepted as this sort of inevitability. That's the Russian phrase. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. It's kind of that. So that's how Dr. Nick framed it. I'm kind of inclined to agree with her because she's a real political scientist and everything. What do you think, Jay?
That makes sense. Because if you and you kind of have to at least give like the appearance of an election and that you are being democratically elected for other countries to take you seriously, even though the West is increasingly not taking Putin and his regime seriously. And nor do we take North Korea or China all that seriously. I have never heard anyone go like, "Oh my gosh, Xi Jinping, he is a democratically elected leader, and we should listen to what he's saying. We should still pay attention to what he's saying." But nobody is going thinking that he was democratically elected. Um, Not that I've heard. And part of their power is the fact that the country is so damn huge, and because they have so many humans in it. But that's on the decline, by the way. Um, I guess that is why they did the marry a Russian, get a Russian wife for the Chinese businessmen who are filthy rich, and to the women of Russia, they're like, "Here's your life in luxury. It's going to be in China, but you can order as much as you want from Wish and AliExpress." So, but it is an outward appearance and probably something to do with impressing the UN or something, which I am more and more disillusioned with, which is really sad because I used to think it was a really awesome organization and I thought that they did more good than harm. And now, in the past 2 years, has shown me I was an idiot. Um, so yeah, I get fooled. I But I think it is because I want to believe in the goodness of humans, even though they prove to me time and time again it's this is not something that I should invest a lot of time and effort into. We humans are kind of not that nice. Russia is proving that on a daily basis in Ukraine. We are not nice. Humans are not nice. Still want to believe in us. But my spirit animal is still a raccoon. Anyway, I'll stop rambling.
Is it because you go through the bins?
Well, they're called trash pandas, and dark circles around the eyes, a little bit chubby, love junk food. You know, got so much in common with them.
You're
Kind of
you're just
cute, but
you're just describing a middle-aged person.
I am soon to be 53. I think I've like over the hump of even middle age. I'm just old at this point, but I can still wear out teenagers in an amusement park, and I still write stuff that teenagers like, "Are you nuts? Why do you why would you?" And I'm like, "The thrill of the ride." And they're like, "Really? Have you like you don't want to continue living?" And I'm like, "I haven't died yet." And they're like, "Oh, geez." Yeah. So I wore out two 16-year-olds and no, two 17-year-olds and a 16-year-old last year. We were there from the time they opened till they closed, and at the end, the kids were like, "I am so tired." And I'm like, "Well, it's a shame that they closed so early." Anyways, so that's me. I wear out kids.
Fair enough. So yeah. So I guess there is perhaps another explanation for why Putin feels he ought to rig elections. Is that something you'll notice about Putin is that you said that his prestige abroad is limited because we know he's not properly elected, right? So he doesn't, in the eyes of real democracies, he doesn't get the kind of honor reflected upon him for holding elected office. Right? He's considered a dictator, which is lower status in normal countries than being an elected leader. Cool. But nobody says he isn't the leader of Russia, right? No country says he's not the president of Russia. Everyone agrees that he is the president of Russia. And this isn't universally true when it comes to these kinds of regime. So I think a number of civilized countries recognize the other lady whose name I can't remember. Hang on, I'm going to Google it. Recognize, God, that's difficult to pronounce. Chinkanuskaya. Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya as the president of Belarus, rather than Alexander Lukashenko, the potato man. For example, on an official level, the United Kingdom doesn't recognize Maduro as the president of Venezuela. And I think a number of other countries don't recognize him as president of Venezuela either. They recognize a government in exile or the opposition or something. And in the British case, that had real effects on policy. So the the Bank of England holds quite a lot of gold on behalf of the government of Venezuela. And the current government is denied access to that gold because the king doesn't consider Maduro to be the president of Venezuela. He considers the other guy to be. So the line is, well, this gold belongs to the government of Venezuela. You're not the government of Venezuela. You lost the election, didn't you? So off your stuff. So there can be both impacts on prestige as well as real world impact as well, to not recognizing a particular leader as being the leader. But nobody does that with Putin, right? Because this may be the reason why he organizes these obviously sham elections with no real opposition, is because if there were a kind of more or less free election like they held in Venezuela, and Putin simply ignored the results, or it was close, or whatever, then countries could start switching their recognition round, right? They could say, oh, well, we don't recognize you as president of Russia. We think the other guy won. And so that's a possible explanation as well. What do you think, Jenny?
Yeah, but so in the case of Belarus, there was there was another president that was elected that they chose to put in jail, and therefore they can recognize her as the real president of Belarus. I am not as familiar with Venezuela. Who are you going to say is the president of Russia? I almost said Putin, but there is nobody else to recognize either. Like, who's going to be the leader of Russia if it isn't Putin? Because I don't know who that would be. So you have like no real alternative to him. Especially not now when he killed off what was his name? The guy that just recently died.
Navalny.
Well, yeah, Navalny. You don't have you don't have another person like Navalny or anything. You have no alternative to him. And no country has the balls to go into Russia and like depose Putin and put in a fair election where they can choose anyone they wish. And like you said, if he's popular at home as well, then he's probably just going to win that election anyway. But it does annoy me that they write out the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, in the Swedish papers. It
Yeah,
does annoy me.
I mean that's because that's kind of my point, right? Nobody seriously doubts that he is the president of Russia. It's like nobody denies that Kim Jong, whatever, which one is it now? It's Kim Jong Un, right? Is the supreme leader of North Korea, right? There's a kind of recognition to, there's a kind of legitimacy lent to their political systems because they don't hold proper elections, right? They're not trying to be democratic, and therefore everybody agrees that they're not democratic and accepts the result, accepts whatever their electoral system produces. It's the countries that claim to be doing democracy and then fix the election, and their candidate, the actual candidate gets run out of town, as which is what happened with the Belarusian president. She's not in prison. She lives in Lithuania, I think. So yeah, so there's kind of an advantage, right? If you're going to be a dictator, there's kind of an advantage to having a quite obviously non-democratic democratic system, because that means that no challengers can even, no democracy can look under the bonnet and see any legitimate in your challenger. That's kind of my point. Does that make sense, Jenny?
Yeah, that makes complete sense. Do you have another topic that you want to touch on, or should I ask you something that I'm curious to see what you think?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So yesterday, on Twitter, I read that Turkey is flirting with the BRICS and is considering joining the BRICS rather than the EU, since they haven't gotten above candidate status since 1999. That's like 25 years. That's a very long time to not get to join the club, to just be held on, we think you are not as high on democracy, and you're high on dictatorship and low on democracy in your nation. We'd like to see that change. Also, you're violating human rights in your court system. Would you mind changing that as well? And he minds. And so then you, and he doesn't change, and the EU isn't changing their policies to fit his needs. And so now he is considering he's going to be in a meeting with, or in a summit with the BRICS. What do you think of this?
Now, this is an interesting one because when all is said and done, the BRICS is not a real thing. So the BRICS is a propaganda exercise. So we're going to have to do a dunk on the BRICS segment at this point, because we do have to drill down into exactly what this absolute clown car is. So the BRICS as a concept was invented by the marketing department of Goldman Sachs Asset Management in the 90s as a way to sell funds. So it was a marketing exercise. Basically, Goldman took a bunch of the most promising and largest emerging markets in the 90s and said, yeah, that's going to be a big thing. Let's design an index fund that basically tracks equities in those markets, and we'll sell it. And it worked. So it didn't exactly create the investment concept of emerging markets, but it certainly helped to market them, right? So it was an astonishing business success from a Goldman point of view. Not a great investment success, but nevertheless, Goldman made a lot of money, because that's what Goldman does. Now, somewhere along the line, the stupider end of the tanky sphere decided to take this idea and try to turn it into some kind of geopolitical thing. And the issue is that the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, have absolutely nothing in common with each other, right? They are very, very unlike each other for the most part. So they don't particularly share geography. Okay, so 3 of them are kind of in Eurasia and contiguous, but South Africa's not, Brazil is not. They don't share political ideologies. So India is a democracy, Brazil is a democracy, South Africa is a democracy, just kind of flagging a bit. It's a bit of a crap hole down there, but they're kind of still playing the game. China is obviously a dictatorship, a one-party dictatorship, and Russia is obviously a dictatorship. So they don't share any ideology. In statecraft, they don't share any particular economic ideology either. They aren't committed to free trade, for instance. So they don't, they're not a they don't have, unlike the European Union, for example, one of the purposes of the European Union is to maintain a customs union, right? So it's to protect European markets from what they call unfair competition, while allowing the freest possible trade inside the European Union. It doesn't even count as trade, right? The European Union is basically a single economy. They don't share that idea. They don't think that would be a good idea. So economically, China at least pretends to be Marxist-Leninist. Russia pretends to be capitalist, but it's kind of, a directorial command economy, gangster petrol station type clusterfuck. South Africa and Brazil kind of free markety. India kind of capitalistic, but very, very corrupt and pathologically allergic to the idea of trade full stop. So they don't really share anything economic either at the trade level or the ideological level. They're very, very different. They don't particularly like each other, right? And this is quite important. So Russia and China are geostrategic rivals who are thrown together because they have a common enemy. India and China are at war, right? And they've been at war for decades. It's not a shooty bomby war. It's not a particularly hot war, but it is a war. So they have a dispute over exactly where the border is in the Himalayas. It was drawn during the British imperial period. It's called the McMahon Line. And the problem with it is it was agreed between 2 non-sovereign entities. McMahon, who I think was like deputy governor of Sikkim or something like that. Anyway, he was an imperial official in India, and it was agreed with Tibet. And Tibet at that time was a vassal of the Qing. So the Chinese position, and this is actually a legitimate position, by the way, there's actually something in this, they're not just making it up, was that the Tibetans did not have the international competency to agree where a border should be because Tibet was not a sovereign entity at the time, and they could not agree such a thing with the Indian Empire because the Indian Empire was not a sovereign entity at the time. Now, the first part of that is true, Tibet wasn't. The second part, not so much, because the way India was governed is very, very, very complicated. So India was kind of a patchwork of territories that were ruled directly by London. And there were also about 650 what are called princely states, which were sovereign entities run by local rulers who had a treaty with the Honorable East India Company and later a treaty with the Crown. That said they would not engage in foreign affairs, but they were still nominally sovereign, right? So it was theoretically possible for them to renege on these treaties, and they did have rights that were due to sovereign princes. This created a bit of a problem in Hyderabad when India became independent, but that's another story. So the Chinese position on where the border should be is basically, well, we think it should be somewhere else, but we definitely don't think it should be where it is now. And anyway, the treaty that says where it should be, the McMahon Line, is a load of rubbish because Tibet was not competent to negotiate it on behalf of China, which is absolutely true. So they fight about that, and they have brawls up in the Himalayas between unarmed military personnel armed with like sticks and stones. It's like prehistoric battle. It's totally nuts. But they do have a treaty that says they're not allowed to militarize the disputed area, so they can't use proper weaponry. But because of the circumstances up in the Himalayas, it's very remote and very poor. The military is the only organizations that are able to deliver public services and aid to the people who live there. So it's absolutely heaving with soldiers. It's officially demilitarized, so the soldiers are unarmed, and every couple of months the soldiers decide to have a great big fist fight. Basically, it's really silly, but the key takeaway is India and China are at war. South Africa buddies with the Russians, I guess, but kind of they have this kind of Gandhian, kind of cod Gandhian neutrality thing going on. They're very, very, very post-colonial. They took that particular piece of retarded philosophy and really made an ideology out of it after the old system went down. Brazil is kind of more chilled out. I don't think anybody has anything unpleasant to say about Brazil. It's just kind of big and there. So it's not really part of the tanky sphere in the same way as China and Russia, and to a lesser extent South Africa are. So there's they have nothing in common. They don't particularly get along with each other. It doesn't make sense as a trading bloc. They don't trade very much with each other, and it doesn't. There's no desire to create any kind of common institution, because there would be no agreement about who gets to run the institution, right? So basically, what does this mean? It means every single initiative they begin fails. So they've tried to do various things. So far, the only thing they've managed to do successfully is build a really, really, really ugly office block in Shanghai. Right? It really is fuck ugly. I like to say it looks like Sir Norman Foster designed a tower block for Lord Sauron. Right? It's awful. So they managed that. There's a bricks tower in Shanghai. Well done. And they've tried all sorts of other things. So there's an organization called the New Development Bank, the NDB, which is also called the BRICS Bank. Now, it's kind of it's a multilateral development bank along the lines of the EBRD, which was created to fund the reconstruction of Eastern Europe after they received the blessings of communism for so many decades. And the problem with the NDB is it sanctions Russia. So Russia is like 15% of the capital of this new development bank, and it can't do anything in Russia because the bank itself sanctions Russia. Because if they didn't sanction Russia, then no other multilateral development bank would be able to work with them, right? So it's absolutely absurd, right? This BRICS alliance, this great challenger to Western hegemony and imperialism and all that tanky bollocks, can't do anything in Russia because it's too scared of the Americans, which is just absolutely hilarious. Anyway, so they haven't achieved anything else. There's talk of them having some kind of common currency to challenge the dollar's reserve status. It's like, well, no, actually. It's for a start, reserve currency status is a symptom of economic power. It's not a cause of economic power, right? Everybody accumulates dollars because everybody trades a lot with the United States. Nobody accumulates renminbi or yuan because everybody trades with China in dollars, right? Because China are currency abusers, so they peg their currency artificially low. That means they settle their international trade in dollars. So you can't really create a reserve currency. Like reserve currencies create themselves because they're about patterns of trade. Like, so there's a reason the biggest reserve currencies are the dollar, the euro, the pound, and the yen, because these are the countries that do all of the trade, right? So these currencies naturally accumulate in foreign places because of the trading patterns. So that's kind of how that works. You can't You can't pull that out of your ass. And even if you did, it's not really a lever of power. It's a symptom of having power. So does that make any sense, Jenny? I just want to make sure I explained that properly.
It makes perfect sense, and I've been laughing my ass off over here. I have no ass, and that is your fault. Okay, so you're both smart and funny. Damn it.
No, he's so sweet. So that's not going to work because you can't create a reserve currency, and even if you did, it doesn't really matter because they're not, they're not a thing you can use to exercise power. They're just a symptom of the power you already have, and that is economic power. So they've tried to do other things. Nothing has really materialized. As I've said, there's no appetite for any kind of political union beyond having backslapping conferences and talking about how evil the Jews are and all of that tanky stuff. Sorry, I mean how evil the Americans are. But you know what I mean. They're all kind of, you scratch the surface, they're basically anti-Semites, and that was the joke. So yeah, it's not going anywhere. What exactly Turkey are doing? Well, the Turks are no fools. So one of the things the Turks are very, very good at is they are sitting on a really, really nice piece of property, and they know it, right? So civilization has been engaged in pretty brutal warfare for their little bit of land for a couple of millennia, right? Because it's really important because it controls the Straits of Gallipoli and the Dardanelles. And that's how you get to the Black Sea. And the Black Sea has a lot of fans, right? So they're in, they also have, an advantageous position in that they sit in the middle of Europe and the Middle East and Asia. So they're kind of a really well located country for a lot of different things, and they know this. And so two things immediately spring to mind. Number one is they are very, that their policy is basically to play sides off against each other, right? Because of Turkey's strategic position, everybody wants to be Turkey's best friend. So they can play power blocks off against each other, and they can be slightly prickly and slightly unreliable to everybody as a way of currying greater favor with the other ones. So there's that. There's also the fact that the Turks aren't stupid. So they know BRICS is not a real thing, right? They know that the BRICS is just this silly meme. So why would they be talking about joining it? Well, they're not joining the European Union, right? That much is abundantly clear. The only country that really wanted Turkey in the European Union was the UK. And the UK is not in the European Union anymore. And without the backing of one of the big dogs to bully everybody else into accepting a new member, then that's just not happening. So they're never joining the European Union. So shit bust, I'm afraid. What do they have with the European Union? Well, they do have a customs union with the European Union. So they are in a sort of ongoing process of economic alignment that basically allows them to piggyback off European trade policy and European tariff policy without actually being a member. So that's if you're happy not to have a trade policy of your own, which Turkey clearly is happy, then that's kind of quite a cool thing. And the thing about that is that could be ended, right? So the European Union could unilaterally end that arrangement. And that would likely do horrible things to the Turkish economy because it would mean that a very natural trade flow would stop looking quite so natural. So this kind of to me looks like their usual tactic of playing blocks against each other. This is something that our friend Doman, late of this parish, remarked, is that whenever the Turks start talking about power block politics, it's probably because they want something from Brussels, right? So this is probably some kind of flex. It's probably some kind of power game that they're playing. It'll be Brussels has done something that Turkey doesn't like. And asking Brussels nicely hasn't worked because it usually doesn't. And so now they're talking about BRICS, and they're talking about it in a way that they obviously know is untrue. So the Turkish Foreign Minister, Mr. Hakan Fidan, that's a good name, isn't it? Hakan Fidan, I like that. Sounds kind of Star Wars. I like it. So Mr. Hakan Fidan has said that the BRICS offers a good alternative to the European Union. According to him, Turkey would like to join the BRICS. Now, he knows this isn't true, right? The BRICS offers absolutely nothing even remotely comparable to the European Union. Even the advantages of a close relationship with the European Union, short of membership. Like, there's just nothing BRICS can bring to the table that offers anything like a viable alternative to that. He knows that's true, therefore he's making stuff up. Therefore, I think he's playing the game of, I want something from Brussels, I'm not happy, and I'm going to go and play in the other playground for a bit just to make you like me again. So yeah, that's my take on that, Jenny. I hope that made a small amount of sense.
It made a lot of sense. I just wanted to hear because I had the same opinion. So I guess I'm smart too, huh? Uh, and so I just wanted to hear your opinion. I got a short take from Ming earlier this morning, and now I got your take too. And we're all smart because we all think pretty much the same thing, that this is just something that Turkey does. I'm going to kick it over to Martina because she's had her hand up for ages. Go ahead, Martina, and welcome up.
Hi, Jenny. Hi, Tim. So I wanted to tell you, so I watched a talk show yesterday. It's called Lanz. There were some interesting people there. So one was Roderich Kiesewetter, which is a CDU politician. And he's like very much pro-Ukraine. So he always tries to convince the current government to do more for Ukraine. And then there was Paul Ronsheimer, who is a journalist who is always in Ukraine. So very often currently he's directly at the front lines in Kharkiv. And he also had several interviews with Zelensky. And then there was Daniela Schwarzer, who is like a scientist for politics. So like two things I thought was very interesting what they discussed. So one thing was that they said that now in Germany the political landscape shifts with regard to how they think about the Russian-Ukraine war. And I always feel like they're like 1 year behind what MriyaReport already said like a year ago. But they said now that much more focus is on the helpers of Russia, namely China, North Korea, and Iran. And so they said that somehow it was overlooked, the support by the other parties, and that there was too much focus only on Russia. And now more and more people beginning to understand that no, it's not only Russia, it's all the others who help Russia and enables them to do what they do. And then Daniela Schwarzer said specifically regarding the dual use chips, for example, or dual use goods in general that could be used for civilian purposes, but also for military purposes. She said that the US is now taking a much stronger stance on it and starts to sanction companies in China who sell stuff like this. And then she also said that last week the finance minister of the United States was in Berlin and had their very long speech, and that he told the people in Berlin, and she didn't mention who was invited to that speech, but so he informed, she said in very strong terms, and she has not heard it as clearly as that before, so that the US is now doing the sanctions, and that it might be possible in future that then also like European companies have to kind of decide if they like follow the sanctions from the US or from China. If now, I think it already started, so that the US sanctioned some companies in China, and then China in return have sanctioned some managers from the US and some companies. So they mentioned, for example, Lockheed Martin, and so that some assets were frozen now in China. So, and I think that again, I mean, I thought it was very good because, like in the talk show, a lot of people are watching it, and so it now becomes, so that kind of thinking becomes more and more transparent for the broad public, like also for people who not are so interested in Ukraine and listen to MriyaReport all day. You know, for some people, it's a war relatively far away. From their perspective, it's far away. So I also see that in social media. So it's not our war. What does it have to do for us or with us? But so now it more and more becomes transparent, I think, to a broader audience that yes, it will impact us directly. It might happen that from a European perspective, if we have to decide, can we do business with the US or with China if there are sanctions and all of that, it has a big impact. And then also, what they mentioned is that that was also for Mr. Pistorius, which is our German defense minister, and he said now in public 2029. So I don't know exactly how he worded it, but I think the essence of what he said is that Germany has to be ready in the year 2029 to be able to defend ourselves against Russia. So I think that is also kind of a shift, so that now they are talking about, yeah, it could happen that Putin, not maybe today or tomorrow, but maybe in 5 years, will attack NATO, and we have to be much more resilient, and we have to be able to defend ourselves. So I think that idea is also now more and more in the public discussions in Germany, which I thought is good. And then what Mr. Ronsheimer said was also interesting. So he said with the soldiers, he talks to, and as I said, he currently is in Kharkiv, directly at the front lines, and he was there together with the drone unit, like 3 or 4 people, and so they were like flying drones with explosives, and then they were placing them near the border to Russia. And then there was even a video from next morning where they showed that 2 tanks were destroyed with these explosives that were planted with the drone unit in the night before. So he was there, and so he said what he hears from the soldiers he talks to is that they have been on the front lines for a very long time, like 2 years or even longer, since the war started originally, like 2014, and so that they think that they should have much more soldiers in the front lines to be able to be replaced at a certain point of time. But so that there are also a lot of people who don't want to contribute and who don't want to go to the military, and that this becomes more and more a discussion within the society in Ukraine. So what is it, the people who don't want to go? But on the other hand, more soldiers are needed. So he pointed that out as a problem for Zelensky to decide, because he introduced a new law regarding mobilization, but so one side thinks it's not strong enough, the other side thinks it's too strong. So that's what Paul Ronsheimer said, that that becomes more and more a discussion, because also a lot of men are outside of the Ukraine and do not help in the country. And yeah, so that's what he said changed, like during the last 2 years, that now that becomes more and more part of a public discussion. Yeah, so that was the update I wanted to give you.
Thank you very much for that, Martina. Yeah, there's a few interesting things in there. I think the secondary sanctions is a topic of fascination, not simply because of the impact it could have on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but for the broader geopolitical impact it could have, right? So you'll notice from the you notice if you've read both of the Chinese peace proposals for Ukraine. One of the things that the Chinese put in there, the peace proposal, they're a load of rubbish, right? I'm not endorsing it. But one of the things they put in there is a clause saying we shouldn't divide the world into blocks, right? And this is very important for China, right? Because China was kind of brought in from the trade cold in the early 90s when they were allowed to join the General Agreement on Tariff and Trade, which later became the World Trade Organization. And that gave them certain rights in international trade that they didn't have before, and that the Soviet Union didn't have either, because these countries were not fairly participating market economies, right? So by giving China that status, right, we've kind of enabled China to be the abusive trade player that she is, right, with her unfair currency practices, her industrial scale theft of intellectual property, and her the way she doesn't let foreign organizations and companies participate in her economy on equal terms, right? So if you want to do business in China, you have to form a joint venture with a Chinese company. Now, this creates an uneven playing field between China and the rest of the world. I don't know why it's tolerated, but apparently somebody thinks it's a good idea to tolerate it. And maintaining this status quo is very, very important to China. And one of the things that they're particularly afraid of is this idea of secondary sanctions, which would basically, as you say, Martina, force the world to choose between doing business with the West and doing business with China. Now, what is interesting about this is the sheer scale of the split, right? So this sort of thing has happened in the past. It happened with Iran, for instance. So the United States sanctioned Iran, and basically nobody else did. Now, this meant that a number of Western companies faced a choice, right? This was particularly true of British banks and British oil companies. They faced a choice, right? They could either go along with the US sanctions and withdraw their business in Iran, or never do anything in dollars ever again, right? And sacrifice their US business units, right? And so I mean, okay, the first part's not quite correct. They wouldn't have been forced not to do anything in dollars ever again. They couldn't have done any Iranian business in dollars. But these were companies with significant interests in the United States that Uncle Sam would have got very, very ballsy about if they hadn't gone along with the sanctions on Iran. So what happened? Well, these companies had to choose between the importance of their business in Iran and the importance of their business in the United States. And it basically forced quite a large slice of the British economy to sanction Iran simply because they didn't, they valued their relationship with America more than their relationship with Tehran, which makes sense, right? Because America is a quarter of the globe's economy. Iran basically basically barely moves the needle. So it's that kind of situation, but it's on a much larger scale. So what the threat of secondary sanctions does is says basically you have to choose between business with China and business with the West. And it's still, it's still a very obvious choice, right? You go with the West because you're probably Western anyway. And if you're Chinese or whatever, or a company that does business in China, you're going to value that relationship too. It doesn't really matter where you're from; it's still going to be very important, unless you are kind of small or very narrowly focused on certain non-Western markets. So what it could trigger, and this is what I would kind of welcome, is the kind of drastic realignment that China is so afraid of. This dividing the world into blocks of countries that are okay with genocide in Ukraine and countries that are not okay with genocide in Ukraine, right? I'm going to make that slightly facile, but you understand why I'm doing it. And I think this would be a very, very welcome development, mostly because it annoys the Chinese Communist Party, right? They'll get all grumpy Winnie the Pooh about it, and they'll stomp their little feet and they'll huff and puff, and it'll be very, very funny. They'll probably say rude things about Lithuania. They do that a lot. But also because it makes clear a dichotomy that I think should exist, right? Is that you, as a country that is not currently aligned, so say you're nominally democratic, but you're very corrupt, and you're perhaps a third world country. You're kind of you're saddled with a corrupt government, but you do have elections. They're not perfect, but they're not, you're not Russia either. You're up to your neck in all of this post-colonial nonsense, and you think everything is the fault of the French, which, to be fair, it usually is, just not in those countries. And you're kind of looking for a framework in which to do foreign relations, right? Currently, that framework looks like the West and various bits of the tanky sphere competing for favor in these places. And I find that kind of, I find that humiliating, and I find that very, very short-sighted, because we offer these countries something genuine, and the Chinese and the Russians do not. We offer these countries genuine goodwill. The Chinese and the Russians do not. We offer these countries genuine security. The Chinese and the Russians do not. We offer them free and fair investment and aid. The Chinese and the Russians do not. So how do the Chinese and the Russians curry favor? Well, they corrupt their political systems, right? So it becomes a kind of self-licking lollipop that drives the third world further and further away from their goals. And that's bad for everyone. And it's like we discussed with our friend Ola in Ghana, right? The great thing about the Brotherhood of Free Nations is it gets better the more people join it, right? The more people join this kind of I call it an empire of conscience, right? The more people join this empire of conscience, the better it is for every single person who lives in it, right? Because we get a new country that does things in the best way possible, and we get more markets, we get more scientific research, we get more effective militaries for our security, Every single country that joins strengthens every other country in it. And so it's profoundly to our disadvantage that countries in the third world are languishing in this kind of state of limbo where they're being thoroughly corrupted by the tanky sphere, and they're just not, they're not being allowed to leave this kind of intermediate state of development that they're in. And so it's to every free country's disadvantage. The more global South places stay in that state. So one way of solving that is to force a choice upon them. Now you can say, right, you can either have all of this rubbish that comes from Russia and China, but you get some ideological comfort out of it because they're not imperialists or whatever rubbish that they're talking these days. Or you can have the genuine advantage of your friends in the free world. You can have the genuine advantage of joining in that project, and you do have to choose, right? We're not playing this game anymore, where you force us to compete for your favor with everybody's enemies, right? They're your enemies too. They don't have your best interests at heart. They really, really, really don't. And all of the Marcuse, Franz Fanon bollocks in the world doesn't make that true, right? They are the baddies, we are the goodies. There is no serious debate about that at all, right? So we're not going to be forced to compete with our enemies for your favor. You can either have all of the good stuff that we offer, or you can have them. You can throw in your lot with our enormous markets, with our colossal wealth, with our genuine security, and with our genuine goodwill. Or you can get crappy railways that don't work from the Chinese, and you'll be in their debt slavery for the next 50 years. But you have to choose. You can't have both. And if you don't choose us, then that's it. You're done. So I think there has to be that kind of blockification. I think it's the only way to prevent our enemies from aligning, or rather completing the process of alignment, right? Because they're kind of trying to do that, but I think what we discussed about the BRICS earlier on is important, right? They don't have very much in common, and the harder we poke them, the more those differences become apparent. So it'll prevent their alignment into any kind of meaningful force, because really they don't, they're competitors to each other. They're not really allies in any meaningful sense. And it will, as I say, it will be to the benefit of everybody. And it could lead to the same kind of policy of economic isolation that we collectively inflicted upon the Soviet Union and China during the Cold War. And we won the Cold War. So, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of my take on that. Did that make any sense, Martina?
Yeah, you said it perfectly. So thank you so much. So one more thing I forgot to tell you about the talk show yesterday, which I also thought was interesting. So they said that because then there was like a journalist who usually reports out of Poland, so was there as well with a video conference. And so they were talking about the European elections, and so what are the hot topics people talk mostly about in the country. So there was like France, Poland, and Germany. So the lady from Poland, she said that the biggest thing is the war, and so the person from, now I forgot his name. So there's, and you certainly know Tim. So there's like the peace party, right? And then so the other person now in charge. But so he makes it a big thing to protect the borders, and so he has like a lot of plans how to do that. And so they listed all the details. I can't remember everything they said now, but So he wants to make it like much more secure. And then they also said that they found out in Poland that Russia, so there came a lot of refugees came to the Polish border, and they had even some weapons like sticks with knives on it. And so one of the border guards were stabbed like last week or this week, so very recently. And then they found out that all of these refugees had like visas from Belarus, and that so they take the people into a plane and then fly to the Polish border on purpose to make it difficult for Poland. So that's also something I think was a little bit new to me, that they actually like fly people there from Belarus, and that they have visas in order to be a refugee in to the European Union then. So that's also what they mentioned, that that's something they do.
Has it? This has been going on for some time, though, hasn't it, Martina?
Yeah. So yeah. So she mentioned it, that it has been an issue, and that's that all of the protection of Poland and the borders is like one of the main topics with regards to the European elections that take place on Sunday. And yeah, so I don't think it's like super new. But yeah, I wasn't aware that that's people, because I saw like a video in X or Twitter like recently about the people trying to get into Poland and how the border guards try to fight them off. But I wasn't aware that they were like, or at least partially flown there by Belarus. You know, I thought they would come, I don't know, so uh, wherever. I don't know where they come from or how they travel or what that looks like. But yeah, so that was what was the thing, that basically refugees as weapon, right, to destabilize the societies. And that's what you have told us before many times. But I didn't realize how active, so they are, that they really say, hey, you get a visa, come all to Belarus, and then we put you on a plane and fly you to the Polish border. So that's, yeah, it's really unbelievable what Russia does, and how many people still think they are on the good side somehow, and only the West doesn't want to negotiate, and only so Ukraine is, yeah, that upsets me more and more. But I was glad that it was so clearly said in this talk show, so that a lot of people hear what happened.
Sure. Yeah, it's a very interesting one. I mean, like I said, it's nothing new. It does seem to have taken on a new level of sophistication. But you remember there was a similar crisis at the Finnish border last year, where there were certain border crossings in Finland where you could only cross them in a vehicle, right? So foot traffic would be turned away, and a bicycle counts as a vehicle. And all of a sudden, these thousands of refugees magically got bicycles from somewhere. I mean, they didn't steal them, they didn't buy them. How do you buy 5,000 bicycles in buttfuck nowhere on the Finnish border? No, they were given them by the Russian government so they could cross the border. And there was almost a kind of miniature humanitarian crisis, right? Because it was winter, and it's bloody cold up there. And the kind of no man's land between Finland and Russia, if the Russians just dump people on there and refuse to let them back into Russia, they become a humanitarian problem for the Finns, right? Because Finland is probably not the kind of place that will allow people to freeze to death for want of a visa. So there's been this kind of deliberate weaponization, and but it does seem to have taken on a new degree of sophistication and a new degree of aggression as well, right? We've seen violent incidents on the Polish border with Belarus, for instance. I think some policemen were injured or possibly killed recently. I can't remember the exact details, but there are problems there. It's good that this is a European election issue, because this is a problem to which there are European solutions. So the European Union does have resources that are supposedly dedicated to precisely this sort of thing. So there's the European Gendarmerie Corps, there's Frontex, the European Border Force. Now Frontex, from what I've read, is a bit of a farce. So it's not the best organized police force in the world, but nevertheless it is there. It does do stuff. It does have responsibilities, and this is the kind of thing where if there was sufficient political will in Brussels, then there could be a lot of assistance for Poland in dealing with this problem and neutralizing this kind of weaponization. Because, as you correctly identify, Martina, the whole point of this is to polarize and destabilize European political systems, right? That's the whole point, and it has knock-on effects for Ukraine as well, because Poland hosts a couple of million Ukrainian refugees. And okay, so Ukrainian refugees are probably in a class above refugees from the rest of the world. I think that's probably fair to say, because they are European, and we are a social species, and we are instinctively more sympathetic to people who are more like us than people who are not like us. So the differences globally perhaps are not enormous in the grand scheme of things, but nevertheless, the differences between a Ukrainian and a Pole are far more slight than the difference between a Ukrainian and a Nigerian. So nevertheless, they do belong to the same legal class of people, right? Like, they are refugees. Okay, so the framework is slightly different for Ukrainians. It was more of a kind of special visa scheme than it was a refugee settlement scheme. But nevertheless, they are people who occupy, they're people who use resources, right? Fundamentally, they're people who use resources, and those resources are scarce. And if Polish public opinion starts to become polarized against, or rather marshaled against, the presence of large numbers of foreign people on their soil, that will surely have an impact on Ukrainians as well. So there's a kind of detailed, kind of onion layered strategy at work here by the Russians, and it's a European problem and it needs a European solution. We can't let poor old Poland sit there dealing with this on their own. I'm really glad to hear it's an electoral issue, Martina, because that's actually quite helpful for European politics, I think. Jenny, what do you reckon?
I agree. And the problem with the Finnish border is actually all the way from, I think, 2022, at the end of 2022, but it culminated at the end of 2023. They did weaponize, and just it's horrible that they're using other humans to further their war. And I remember one of my Finnish friends on a different app at a different time, when this culminated, and she was absolutely heartbroken. She's like, these people are there at the border. We're not going to let them in, and Russia's not taking them back. And it is minus 25 in centigrade, and Americans get to do their conversion. And these people, it's a matter of how long can they survive out there in the elements. And in the end, I think that they set up like army tents or something for them. And for those who haven't done tents with the military in Arctic climate, these tents have like a built-in furnace kind of thing. So it comes with a furnace. It is actually quite nice and toasty, even though it's minus 25 outside the tent. It's about 20 degrees on the positive side inside the tent so that these people would survive. And one of the things also, this made Finland look like the asshole, even though they weren't. They were not the one creating this. And and the fact that a lot of the refugees that came from Russia were actually from Africa. There is no simple route from Africa to Russia. They got to Russia in one way or another, and then they came on bikes once, towards the Finnish border so they could get into the EU. And this was a part of the war that Russia fights. And when Finland kind of turned their backs and said, "We see what you're doing there, Russia. Nice try. We're not falling for it." So not only is the Finnish border towards Russia closed for Russians, it is also closed now for everyone. I am not actually positive that if, for Lord knows what reason, I would have to cross into Russia, I am not sure I could cross back into Finland from Russia, even though I'm Swedish. And I, because I'm Swedish, I have a residency that allows me to work and live in Finland for 99 years. But I'm not sure I could pass through because they have shut their border for everybody. It's like it I think they only take in Finnish citizens at this point. You have to be Finnish and probably have a name that ends with nen something. So you have to sound like you are from Finland. So they have become really strict, and this is this one border. They don't have the same controls and the same. It doesn't look the same when you cross from Sweden into Finland or Norway into Finland. And I'm pretty sure that if you take the ferry over from Estonia, it doesn't look the same. But Russians are not welcome in any way, shape, or form, or through over any of the border crossings. But the Russian one is closed for everyone. It's sad that it has to go that far, that Russia is willing to go this far when they're waging their war. And this is part of the low key war that doesn't trigger Article 5 that Tim talks about all the time. It's just below the threshold. So you can't start a war with Russia because they're sending refugees to your borders. You can't start a war, Poland cannot start a war with Belarus for sending refugees to their borders. Although I think that the fact that they are killing a border guard there, that should be open to discussion, because as far as I know, there hasn't been any physical violence along the Finnish side, along the Finnish border. Oh, so I just got a message from someone who lives in Finland and obviously knows more about the Finnish border. Not even Finns can cross the border between Finland and Russia. If you end up on the wrong side of the border and you end up in Russia, you're screwed. You're not getting back into Finland, even if you're Finnish. But obviously there are other routes. But if that's the closest route that you have, you better take the long way around. So the border is completely shut down. And my birthday is soon. I'm over 50 years old. I've never heard of this in my entire lifetime, that Finland has made it that hard of a border crossing. So this is something to take very seriously. Just saying. Anyway, that's my input.
You see, I'm struggling to see why any kind of international travel between Western countries and Russia is permitted at all. Like I don't see why that's something we apparently still tolerate. Like Russian citizens still live in European countries. Like I don't understand why that is permitted. Like why do their wives and daughters get to Instagram trips to Biarritz and all of that bollocks. I don't understand. This seems like a very easy lever we could pull, and lose absolutely nothing. So I don't get why that isn't more of a thing. Martina?
Yeah, I think because I know in Germany, so there are a lot of like German, Russian people who live in Germany for a long time and also have like German passports, but then they have a lot of family in Russia. So I know that that's why they also travel back and forth a lot to visit, I don't know, grandma or aunt or family, other family members in Russia. I think therefore it's also difficult to restrict and to control, but then everybody has family, right? So that would be kind of the situation where you really have to force people to decide. So either you live in Europe and then you can never see your relatives again if they can't travel, or you go back to Russia. So that seems to be a relatively difficult decision to enforce upon people, right?
Seems the easiest decision in the world to me, but maybe I have a heart made of stone. I don't know. What do you think, Jenny?
Well, if you have a heart of stone, then I have a heart of diamond. So, you know, so I don't have a problem with all Russians. Just wanted to say that I do have a problem with a lot of Russians. And if you want to live in the West and everything, and you think that this full-scale invasion, this genocidal war that Russia is right now waging in Ukraine is absolutely shit, and this should be ended right now. But you are just Ivan living in Sweden at the moment. Fine. But if you are one of those bastards that on, was it May 9th or something? I think it was May 9th. You were part of the motorcade that drove through Stockholm waving the Soviet flag out of the window of your car, or the Russian flag. You know what? I'm pretty sure that Sweden is willing to sacrifice one plane and send you all back there, if that is how amazing you think that Putin is and that the country of Russia is. What are you doing in my country if you think it's that fabulous? And for anybody who says that I hate foreigners and I don't understand the blah blah yada 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 bullshit, I have been a foreigner. I have been an immigrant. And I decided that my country was a country I preferred to live in, and so I moved back. I didn't sit in the other country going like, "Oh my gosh, this is a shithole." The prime minister of Sweden is so much more excellent, and he is like the excellence of he is the Kalles caviar is the best caviar in the world, even though it costs like €2 in the supermarket. I don't care. Beluga caviar has nothing on it. I didn't do that. I made up my mind and said, you know what? I think that my country is slightly better than the country that I currently live in, and I am going to go home. Did I? I didn't even wave the Swedish flag because I frankly didn't have one. But to wave the Soviet flag is actually not okay in my world. And if you think that Putin is such an amazing leader, and you think that Russia is such an amazing country, what are you doing in my country? We had a troll come up on stage this morning saying things like F Ukraine, long live Russia, or something, glory to Russia, or something like some nonsense like that in Russian. And in his profile picture, there was like a bunch of Swedish flags, or in his profile name, the screen name that you see, there was a bunch of Swedish flags. Easy peasy. I'm pretty sure we can sacrifice a boat or a plane and send you back home alongside with the other people who obviously have this fascination for Putin. I don't understand what you're doing in Sweden at the moment. And everybody who gets their panties in a bunch now thinks that I hate all foreigners. I don't. But I pick a country that I think is fabulous to live in. Not perfect, just better than the others. And I live there. It happens to be the one I was born in. at the moment. And it doesn't mean that I need to trash any other country. I'm pretty damn sure that Finland is just as fabulous, maybe even slightly more fabulous because of Sisu. And every country has its own charm. I am just struggling to find out what Russia's is at the moment. Give me a century or so, I'll probably come up with something. But yeah, I have a problem with regimes like Russia's. I really do, and I don't feel pity for the people who supports the war and are suffering right now, in with more sanctions and secondary sanctions on countries who still do business, and sanction LNG gas as well while you're at it, and other things too. I'm more heartless than you are, Tim.
Thank you for that, Jenny. Yeah, I mean, the way I see this, like, I don't hate Russians either. Like, I mean, I don't have any, like, I don't bear them any personal ill will on an individual level. I feel like if I can torture an analogy, if it were 1943, I wouldn't hate Germans like on some personal level either. But would I want them kicking around the United Kingdom? It's like, well, no. Sorry. You know, it's nothing personal. I don't hate you, but you are citizens of a country that is our enemy. So sorry, but tough. So it's kind of that. Like, I don't share this contempt for for Russian people as people and all of this like kind of civilizational level contempt for them. But they're in that club. They're on that team and we're on this team, and they don't get to they don't get to play the liberal game with us, right? They don't get to exploit, and this is an issue I have with the wider tanky sphere, and also with also with Islamists as well, right? Is no, you don't get to come and enjoy the fruits of liberal society while acting seditiously towards that society, right? If you're not going to play our game, then you don't, we don't have to play by the rules, right? We don't have to tolerate you. If you you're not, if you're not interested in accepting our way of doing things, you can't claim the protections inherent in our way of doing things. And I would apply this to Russian citizens as well, right? If you want Ruski Mir, and this war is overwhelmingly supported in Russia, right? It's genuinely popular. If you want Ruski Mir, then sorry, you don't get to go to Biarritz. Your children don't get to go to the best boarding schools in England, right? You don't get our stuff. You don't get the fruits of our civilization and Ruski Mir. You don't get the tolerance of Western liberalism and your caliphate, right? You can't have both. You want to you want to you want to enjoy the fruits of our societies. Boom. Okay, great. You're very welcome. But you also have to accept the rules of our societies, and that means if your country is doing a genocide in Europe, you're not welcome here, frankly. And I don't know why this isn't a greater topic of policy. We can just switch their visas off. We can just send them all home, and that would be a big lever. Like, we talked facetiously about this conference in St. Petersburg, about how how they're going to serve McDonald's, authentic McDonald's, as the most luxurious item in Russia. It's like, well, we were doing a joke, but this is actually a serious point, right? Is that we can take away the things that matter to elite people in Russia, and that is the right to participate in civilization. And that is a huge lever to pull, because they really do love their Instagram, right? They really do love the trappings of the civilized world that we have created, not them, we have created. And we can take that away from them. We can deny them their right to participate in that by simply not letting them travel to our countries. And that would make them very, very, very pissed off. And an awful lot of very well-to-do Russians would probably start becoming just a little bit disillusioned with their country's direction of travel. And I think that could be an enormously powerful thing. But anyway, that's my little rant. I see we have IT fella up. IT fella, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree completely with what you were saying. It's been occurring to me for a while now that the problem here isn't any one specific person in Russia. It's the culture. And furthering that problem is the fact that it's not a cultural problem that just popped up with the current conflict in Ukraine. It's a culture that has existed since 900 something. It's over 1,000 years of this culture of marauding and pillaging their neighbors. It just they have a mindset. You know, culture is your language, your food, your beliefs, and your practices. And I don't have a problem with the language or the food in Russia, but their beliefs and practices are simply not acceptable in the free world. And they need to be isolated. And like you said, it's a matter of they seem to feel they have the right to pillage whatever practices and customs we have in the West, or the free world more broadly, but no obligation to abide by the rules that we live under in the free world. And it's not a good fit. It's disruptive and it creates friction. And they have this superiority complex that is just extremely divisive. And it needs to come to an end. And the only way to really do that is, like you said, they need to be isolated away from Europe and the rest of the free world until they realize that they can't get the goodies if they're not willing to abide by the rules. They have to accept our customs and beliefs at least to some extent, before they're allowed to enjoy the fruits of those customs and beliefs. That's really it. I mean, it's not a matter of hating any particular Russian. It's a matter of somehow figuring out a way to alter their culture so that it's more in line with the rest of the planet.
I couldn't agree more, IT fella. And I think this is another area where we as a civilization need to be a lot more muscular and a lot more assertive. You don't get our stuff if you don't accept our way of doing things. That seems just trivially just to me. But as I said, maybe I have a heart of stone. Okie dokie. So our relief is waiting in the wings, Jenny. So I'm going to drop. And I will say thank you very much for co-hosting. It's been a really interesting afternoon here in the North Sea Empire. As always, I will see you not tomorrow afternoon because there's no North Sea Empire on Fridays usually, but I will see you on Monday afternoon. I will see you on Monday afternoon. I'll see the rest of you tomorrow afternoon at the same time, where I'm co-hosting with Jon. So we could probably do another Empire title with that, couldn't we? Because he's like the Empire of the Rising Sun or something. Anyway, we'll think of something. Slava Ukraini, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Heroim Slava. Yes, you get a break from me. For 2 weeks in a row, I have been annoying you even on Fridays because I can. I am that amazing. And I would like to, because my relief is also here, I would like to say thank you to everybody who came and listened. And a massive great thank you if you have been with me for the entire 6 hours I have been here today. Kudos, you deserve a medal. you put up with me for 6 hours. That's almost more than what my kids do. I'm joking. My kids have to put up with me for a lot longer. But just massive thank you to everybody who participated in the discussion, because you do add a nuance I don't have, and you always teach me something. And so for that, thank you so very much. And you guys will see me tomorrow, but not with Tim. I'm going to be here for 3 hours with Ming at 9 a.m. East Central European time, 10 a.m. Eastern European. And I see that Teresa has made it up here, so I'm going to hand it over to her. And thank you. See you tomorrow morning, my time. Could be evening, afternoon, anywhere else in the world. And as always, Slava Ukraini. Bye, everyone.
Hello, Slava, and thank you so much, Jenny, and thank you, of course, to Tim as well. Hope you both enjoy the rest of your day. So, hello, everybody. Good day. Alan and I will be taking you away for the next couple of hours, as usual. And whilst we wait for Alan to join me, let's go to Kerry. Hello, Kerry. Welcome.
Hello, Tracy. Guess what I'm doing? I'm in the gym for the first time in a very long time, walking on a slope. So I think I can talk to you. I'm not too breathless. I don't know if you heard Tim, Tracy. I thought he was very generous to the Russians personally. Thought he was very, very forgiving. I'd be a lot harsher, unfortunately. Something else was never really said on here, but goes through my mind often. And it's not really what this space is for, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's like post-COVID. In my brain, I was always thinking, fantastic, COVID's over, the whole world can start thinking about environmental issues and working as a world community to solve sustainability and the environment issues, etc. And who pops up but Putin, choosing precisely that moment to stick a spanner in the works, which is exactly, what he's done. So really, at a time when we have been globally united, we've come out of something as extreme as that, and our focus could have been so positive elsewhere, and that's exactly the moment that he chooses, clearly because everybody was in recovery mode, and also by that stage they built up their war chest. Yeah, it's a very cynical moment to choose, and that was very deliberate. But it just angers me because all the energy and effort that's being put into, quite rightly, defence and security production, all the bombs that are going off, all the dams that are being destroyed, all the people that are being genocided, just purely from an environmental point of view, and the impact that's going to have on many people worldwide, island nations, scarce water resources, etc., etc. Now's the moment you pick to absolutely screw things over for the human race. Great idea, Peter. No, I need to breathe.
Thank you, Kerry. I absolutely agree with you. And today, of course, as well, it's 1 year since the blowing up of the Kakhovka Dam. So even more significant that he pops his head up. I like the way you said that, Kerry. Who pops up at that particular time? Well, that's indicted child snatcher, of course. But yes, today is a particularly significant day, of course. And I don't want that to pass us by. I think that's something that we should mark. And President Zelensky and many of the Ukrainian officials' accounts have posted videos and one thing and another today from that. Actually, I'm going to find the one from President Zelensky and pop it in the nest so everybody can see. There's also one from Andriy Yermak, the head of the president's office, showing just the scale of the blowing of the dam at the time, where all the floodwaters were from above. That aerial footage that's shown from the drones above, and a collection of clips that they've put together just afterwards, and what it looks like now. So yeah, I think it's a very significant day. Thank you very much, Kerry. Did you want to add anything?
No, I'm just trying to breathe. I'm listening in.
Well, I'm very impressed, Kerry. You carry on and don't forget to breathe. Alan, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Tracy. You know, I remember a year ago waking up to the news of the destruction of the Novakhovka Dam and feeling almost as astonished as I did on the first day of the invasion. It was such a monstrous crime. That's what it was, a monstrous crime. I was just aghast. And this is part of the feelings that you have throughout this war. Uh, Everything the Russians do, everything you learn about, just leaves you more and more aghast and horrified, and it just it seems inexplicable to me that people could take such actions as these, and in some cases proudly show it to the world. It absolutely makes my head spin.
Well, that's a very good way to put it, Alan. I absolutely agree with you. To be aghast, it really is, isn't it? Because it's staggering. Here we are again on a very significant day as well, of course. And President Zelensky is on his travels because of that day today, which I think we should, of course, speak about that as well, Alan. But I remember those feelings as well, waking up, seeing that. Just a destruction, and that's a very good way to put it. I was almost as shocked as the day when the full-scale invasion began, having to watch the destruction from that. All the people again in that same situation, having to flee. You know, in those first days, of course, we saw people fleeing to train stations because of bombs falling. A year ago today, we saw people fleeing because of floodwaters. On many occasions, people were not able to flee the destruction and the damage. I was looking at something from the Kherson military administration this morning. So this is from the city administration. Roman Morocho is the head of the Kherson city military administration. He posted some things this morning and a video. 2,240 objects of housing fund and communal enterprises of the Kherson community were damaged as a result of the Russian army blowing up the Kakhovska HPP dam. Of course, it's important to point out here as well that they are not able to quantify all of that damage as yet. So this is just what they are able to assess up to now. More than 2,500 people were evacuated from the disaster zone in the Kherson city administration there. But then in the wider region, of course, more were evacuated. Utility workers pumped out 40,000 cubic meters of water. Volunteers and rescuers also worked around the clock in the micro district, cleaning the areas, helping to rescue people and animals. More than 100 hectares, 20,000 tons of garbage, damaged items, silt and sand have already been removed since the beginning of the works to eliminate the consequences of the flooding. And the Minister of Internal Affairs reported today when he marked, I don't know what to call it, Alan, because again, we always have this having to mark these occasions, and it's not nice having to mark these occasions, of course, because it's ecocide. More than 80 settlements were flooded. 16,000 people were in the disaster zone. More than 2,000 employees of the State Emergency Service, National Police, National Guard and Border Service helped. Hundreds of pieces of watercraft were involved. And actually, it was possible to evacuate 3,800 people from the wider area, 280 animals as well from affected areas. 716 people were rescued. So those are rescues that took place from the tops of houses and buildings and places like that where people had to rush and flee to safety. and 455 people still receive psychological help. But again, those numbers, of course, are very, very low, Alan, because this is only what they can quantify. A lot of the damage is going to take years and years for them to be able to really properly quantify. But as well, yeah, it's a very significant day for a number of reasons, Alan.
Yes, but for a number of reasons, indeed, this being the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings in Normandy. President Zelensky is there at the commemorating ceremonies, as are Presidents Biden, Macron, Schultz, Maloney, many leaders of Europe are in attendance. And very shortly they will be meeting again at the G7 summit, and President Zelensky will again be present at the G7 summit. And this is where we expect Europe, the European nations, and the United States to agree to a 50 billion euro or $50 billion loan to Ukraine that will be secured by the frozen Russian assets. I am quite certain they're going to agree to a plan that gets that done, so that money can get to Ukraine this summer, which is pretty important.
Yeah, I saw some things about this. I mean, all the ways that that these cooperations, deals, whatever you call them, can be done. It's a help, isn't it? And it all makes a big difference. And I like to see it when those kinds of things are going on. People looking at ingenious ways to support other partners, to support Ukraine. If we can all do that together in a chain, if necessary, then so be it. We've seen some quite ingenious things happen in terms of weapons supplies, where they've, I don't know, gone to one country and then gone back to Ukraine via another country, for example, or things have been given to one country and then that country has other stocks that they can then free up to give to Ukraine. I like to see all these things happening, and I was interested in talking about that, Alan, so I'm glad that you mention it, because I really hope that this actually comes off now, because of course we've got Hungary, haven't we, and all the things that they're trying to block in the EU. So it's really, we have to deal with this, don't we? We've got to find ways to be dealing with this, because I cannot believe, like you, that we're at this stage and still having to deal with these issues. We should have really dealt with them up to now, especially in terms of, Hungary. I don't know why that Article 7 is not being pushed out further, but yeah, certainly let's hope that this is going to be, well, it's a considerable amount of money, isn't it, Alan? And is it specified what it's going to be used for?
I think Ukraine is free to use it as needed, but that will be announced when the loan itself is ratified at the G7. But from everything I've read, it will go to Ukraine with no strings attached, Tracy.
Well, I hope so. I really hope so, Alan. But of course, indefinite sanctions is a good thing as well. I don't know why we don't have indefinite sanctions anyway. I mean, it's not like we need to examine what Russia is doing every year, because they're not changing what they do. They're not changing their intentions. There's no turning back now. The only way Russia is going to turn back now and to stop now is to be made to be forced to by Ukraine. So I think indefinite sanctions should have been something that we looked at right from the beginning, but that's just my opinion, of course.
Indefinite sanctions are needed. They play a role, but I will also say I was listening closely to Kim and Jenny discuss Russian culture. Sanctions are not going to change Russian culture. What will change Russian culture, as Professor Timothy Snyder of Yale says, what will change Russia is losing this imperial war. That only then, by losing this war against Ukraine and losing it decisively, only then can Russia give up this imperial dream that's part of the Putin regime's ideology to resurrect the Russian Empire, the Soviet Empire. Only by losing this war will Russia have an opportunity to change its culture. They go hand in hand.
Well, yes, but that's going to take a very, very long time indeed, Alan, and they will have to be left to their own devices to do that, I am afraid. But you are indeed right. They need to lose, and they need to lose, well, badly.
Absolutely true, Tracy. Yesterday, and this is something I wanted to bring forward to listeners. Yesterday, I translated. Well, I didn't translate. I used a translation program, a bit of software that's pretty good, and it's not Google Translate. It's something else. But I translated a story that was written in Ukrainian. It actually was a press release from the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. Ruslan Strelets is the environmental minister of Ukraine, and he was.
Alan, I watched that too.
Well, Tracy, great minds think alike, don't they? Now we have to compare our translations because as I read it, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me in some places. But what interested me are a few things. First of all, Strelets says that because of Russian mines in Ukraine, the Ukrainian countryside is losing its biodiversity. This is at a climate conference he's speaking that was held in Baku. So he says this is why demining is so important. One of the key components of Zelensky's peace plan, actually, it's I think the 8th point in the 10-point peace plan is about environmental safety. So this is what Strelets says. Ukraine's success in humanitarian demining is enormous. By early 2023, so that's more than a year ago, we had no demining machine. There were 6 demining operators, so 6 deminers, 6 sappers. Today, there are more than 60 cars. These are demining machines, 36 operators. The number of sappers has increased from 1,500 to 4,500. And those involved in demining are using the latest technologies to find mines that contaminate Ukraine. That they even are relying on satellite imagery to find these mines. So he's also making the point that until all this demining takes place, they can't actually assess the environmental damage that has been done to Ukraine. That's the primary point. But what interests me is how the demining operation has grown. And now we have an opportunity to equip 100 deminers working in Ukraine through our new fundraiser and equip them with a specialized tool, a multi-tool, and equip them with high-tech headgear that provides both communication and ear protection or hearing protection. So out of the 4,500 miners now working in Ukraine, your donation can help 100 of them. You can help 100 out of 4,500 miners become better equipped and more efficient at what they do and safer while they do it. So tap on that first tweet up in the nest and watch the video, follow the links to the donation page, and see what you can do to help out here. Tracy?
Absolutely, Alan. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was looking at that as well, and I'm glad you pointed that out because that stood out to me. The difference between the people that are now trained in Ukraine to be able to do demining, and it's a staggering increase, isn't it? So yes, we can help 100 of those newly trained sappers, or maybe these devices will go to already trained sappers. Who knows? But either way, we will be helping 100 of them, and so we will be equipping them with these multi-tools that they need. Now, these are really important. We spoke about them yesterday. They do a variety of different things, and that means that these sappers can carry just one tool instead of several tools, which of course makes a huge difference to their ability to get around faster, their ability to do their job easier just by not carrying lots of bulky things. And also you can just have that one tool in your hand all the time, or in the relevant pocket, or wherever it goes. Sometimes these things are clipped onto people's uniforms, combat gear, things like that. But wherever it is, it's easy to get hold of, it's easy to have in your hand, and it's easy to use, and that makes a huge difference. It means that they can do their jobs quicker, faster, more reliably, and these multi-tools are especially important. They're essential for sappers for performing, well, a variety of different tasks, Alan, cutting wires, disarming devices, all sorts of different things, even down to conducting minor repairs on equipment that they already are using, because imagine something breaks down, it just needs a minor repair, and you don't have the tool to fix it. So having one of these multi-tools, of course, makes it easier. Again, it's right in your hand. It's right there for you to be able to use. You don't have to go searching for various different types of tools. And so, like I said, that makes it easier, quicker, and that means that they can respond to different situations much faster, which is, of course, incredibly important. Speed and efficiency are critical anyway in demining. But then on top of that, they've got to consider that Russia makes them a target as well. They like to target them. They like to try and hit them with missiles whilst they're doing their work. And we have had people be killed this way. There have been sappers that have been killed by Russia targeting them. So let's get them these multi-tools, and also to go with that, 100 sets of hearing protection. Not just hearing protection, though. It's a little bit more than that. This is hearing and communication equipment. It filters out harmful noises, really damaging noises to the ears, but at the same time, it allows the deminers, the sappers, to be able to communicate with each other. And of course, that's really crucial for maintaining concentration and being able to really ensure clear communication, between their colleagues, which of course is absolutely vital for safety, and coordination as well, really, during the demining operations. So we are trying to raise $23,000 to be able to get these 100 sets of demining equipment. So that's multi-tools and hearing and communications equipment. They kind of look like big old headphones, right, Alan? But they're not, are they? They're much more sophisticated than that.
Yes, these are not the headphones that you might wear on a transatlantic flight to cancel out noise. They're much higher tech than noise canceling headphones that you might find in a shop at the airport. Or these are much different than that. They are specialized in this way as well, Tracy. They fit to the helmet. So sappers wear helmets just like the soldiers on the front line, and equipment that, like these headphones, have to be fitted to that helmet. So they are designed to latch into brackets or guides that are already in the helmet that sappers wear. But the amazing thing here is, we can help 100 sappers, 100 deminers. Just over a year ago, there were only 35 sappers working in Ukraine. Now 4,500, and we can equip 100 of them. So I think it's a no-brainer. We ought to do it as quickly as we possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. We are asking everybody to dig deep again. This wonderful, generous community that we have here of people across the world, Alan, and we are asking you all now to dig deep if you are able to, and let's get some demining equipment. Everybody did so amazingly, incredibly well at our last fundraising campaign. Well, we do at all of them. We always reach our goal, and that, of course, is because of every single one of you here, and without all of you we would not be able to help our friends in Ukraine. So let's really help get this equipment to them as fast as we possibly can. The quicker we can donate, the quicker that we can get that equipment there. We can buy that equipment for them, and MriyaReport can get that equipment sent to them. So go ahead and click on that first post in the nest. There is it's not, and we will change it just for a moment. I nearly caught myself out, Alan, then because I did put a post in the nest, but now I've popped the fundraiser right to the front where, of course, it should be. The second post in the nest is the video showing the footage of the explosion of the Kakhovka Dam afterwards. And thank you very much for putting that there, Alan, because I think it's really important that everybody sees these things and remembers these things, because so much does go past us all the time that we have to mark these very sad occasions, unfortunately. But in this occasion, it's not going to be sad, because on this occasion, we are going to do everything we can as a community to help our friends in Ukraine. So get clicking on that link in the first post in the nest if you are able to make a donation. If you are not able to make a donation, please just retweet, reshare, tell somebody about it, tell your friends about it. Even if they can't donate and they don't come to MriyaReport, you have at least had that conversation, and that's something that we must all do as well. We have to keep these things in the public eye, in the international community. Like Alan said, all the scale of the things that we talk about every single day, we have to raise awareness for this, and demining is one of those really important things. We always say the war will not end until the last mine has been destroyed, but Ukraine is doing incredibly well at their goal. They are on target to achieve their goal. 156,000 square kilometers of Ukraine is mined now. So that is a reduction. It was 180,000 square kilometers. It increased from 174 to 180,000, but now thankfully it's dropped a little bit, and that is because of the incredible work that Ukraine is doing in terms of demining, in their sappers that are already there, the work that they've been doing, well, not just since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, of course, but on a much more intense level since then, given how Russia pumps these mines out, throws them out everywhere with no idea where they put them, all sorts of different types of mines. And we do see mine-related injuries every single week without fail, and deaths every single week without fail reported in the military administrations. Unfortunately, it's very often that we see them on a daily basis, but not every single day, but not far off every single day in a week. We see these injuries and deaths reported from mines. So we can help those sappers clear those mines, as particularly in these cases as well, because these tools can help with defusing booby traps and things like that. And who we are collecting for here, the emergency teams that we are collecting for, the State's Emergency Service, they actually go into newly liberated areas. So once the armed forces of Ukraine say that that's safe for them to go in and do that, they go in and start doing their clearing in terms of demining, because as we know, Russia likes to just literally litter the place with booby traps everywhere, every single step pretty much. I've seen the videos of these things. I've seen videos of what seems to be just a lighter laid on the ground that would be seemingly, well, unimportant and not really cause a problem, you would think. But then I've seen them, the sapper that was showing it in the video, and he was explaining because these lighters were booby trapped. And this is something that they found often, Alan. I don't know if you've seen that video. I mean, how disgustingly evil do you have to be to think about doing something like that, for that to enter your head? Let's just get this lighter and booby trap it and put it on the ground. But let's not just do that with one, let's just do that with every lighter we find. This is what they do. So we can help the sappers in the State Emergency Service by getting them these 100 sets of multi-tools and 100 sets of hearing and communication equipment so that they can do their jobs a lot better. Now, you can click on that payment link in the first post there, or you can go to MriyaReport.org, whichever you prefer. Either way, it's exactly the same payment link and payment page. And you can also consider setting up a monthly donation, a recurring donation that you don't have to deal with. It just comes out of your bank nice and easily at the, of course, payment and date that you choose. But you can also do manual one-off payments as well. So please, like I said, be as generous as you possibly can. Many people actually expressed an interest in if we were going to have another fundraising campaign for demining, Alan. To me, anyway, I had some DMs from listeners and people expressed an interest in that. So I do think everybody will be very pleased that we are raising funds to go towards demining equipment again. You know, it's a huge task, and with all those newly trained sappers, they're definitely going to need a lot more equipment, right, Alan?
Yes, they are going to need more equipment. And, you know, originally, and I can't remember when the first demining fundraiser was, Tracy, you may remember, but I think we delivered 17 very high-tech mine detectors. And as I was just reading from Minister Strelitz's remarks in Baku, to think that just at the beginning of 2023, so this is about a year and a half ago, let's say, only 35 deminers working in Ukraine. We equipped half of them with 17 mine detectors, Tracy. Again, I'm not sure exactly when that first demining fundraiser was held, so but 17 would have equipped half of all the deminers working in Ukraine 18 months ago. Now there are 4,500 trained and working, and more being trained all the time. We can equip 100 of these deminers with what they want, what they need, what they have asked for. Uh, it, the, this might seem like very simple stuff, but it's stuff they don't have. So the multi-tool, the ear protection and hearing protection and communication earmuffs, I call them high-tech headphones. This is exactly what the emergency defense services asked MriyaReport for. We talked about it last night with Robin and Beneficial, and I said, you know, it seems as if you're in a store with a Ukrainian soldier. Let's say you're in a tactical store, and you say, you know, is there anything you want? And the soldier says, well, I'd like these really good high tech socks, maybe 2 pair. And I would say to myself, really, that's all you want? You know, what about this bit of tactical gear over here and that bit of tactical gear over there? You know, you must want something much, much bigger and better and more important. No, I just want the socks. So it's important to fulfill uh, the wishes of individuals in Ukraine, and also the ministries of the government that we work with in Ukraine and deliver exactly what they say they need most of all.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Alan, isn't it? That's exactly what they need. And you make a very good point. Well, is that all you're asking for? Well, they're asking for that because that is exactly what they need. That is exactly what requires them to do their job. And of course, that should show really how important it is, because if people do think it seems very basic at this stage, and maybe it might seem, well, not important because they may seem like minor things, that just shows you how it's exactly the opposite, because if they're asking for this kind of equipment now, and then we have to remember what we've been told previously about how the supplies get handed out, whether you're in the military or you're in the state emergency service, all the supplies of course come from national government, and everybody gets their equipment and their kit handed out, and when that kit gets used, there isn't always more kit to come, right, Alan? So that's why we have to do what we do here as a community and fill those holes wherever we can, and help Ukraine's national government. We help on a local level, but we help Ukraine's national government in turn, because of course that means all those supplies on a collective whole are going to Ukraine as a country, and that's what they need. And it really is an honor and a privilege to be able to help in some kind of small way, just to know that you are doing something, because it's not about us, is it, Alan? But at the same time, to sit here and feel powerless to help, it's not very good, and it makes you want to be able to do something. It makes us all want to be able to do more, and the way that we can do that is by donating, by sharing, by retweeting, by telling everybody about it, and by helping on a small local micro level like this, but nevertheless with our small yet mighty community, because that's how I've come to think of us, Alan, because we achieve mighty things here together. Thank you to all these wonderful people.
The unfortunate thing, of course, Tracy, is the longer the war goes on, the more damage Russia does every single day. But in addition to the missile strikes and the artillery bombardments, the drone strikes on Ukraine's cities, the longer this war goes on, along the zero line, so this is the battlefront between Ukraine and Russia, Russia has an opportunity every day, frankly, to lay more mines, and they do. So if you just look at the Kharkiv and Sumy region, look at the zero line up there between the village of Vovchansk and the village of Lipsy, and the border between Russia and Ukraine, which is several kilometers away. Russia wants to turn all of that land into a minefield. They want to take as much land from Ukraine as possible right along the international border between the two countries, in order to create a buffer zone that will be filled with mines, by the way. So Ukraine's obviously succeeded in stopping this attack across the border towards Kharkiv and towards Sumy and Chernihiv, to the northwest of Kharkiv. Ukraine succeeded in stopping that. Had they not succeeded, this area, several hundred or thousand square kilometers, would have been deeply mined by Russia. You go down to Avdiivka, around Bakhmut, or you go down to Kupiansk, same thing. More and more Russian mines being laid in Ukraine's land. All these mines need to be cleared before rebuilding can begin, before farms can go back into production, planting and harvesting. All these mines have to be removed before bridges can be rebuilt and roads repaired and rebuilt. It's a huge job, and demining is pretty much step one in the process, Tracy.
Well, yeah, Alan, nothing can be done, of course, until demining takes place. So, yes, absolutely. And of course, we've seen many people, you know, losing their lives because of that. Farmers in particular, you know, the agricultural land, a lot of that, of course, is mined. You know, they were talking about forests, I noticed as well in that report, Alan, that the forests which are mined, so the war destroyed 30,000 kilometres of forests so far. Of course, again, always saying that's only what they can quantify up to now, of which 4,500 kilometres were mined. 12,000 kilometres of protected areas are potentially mined. They, unfortunately, will be demined last, which of course means, as you said, Alan, that Ukraine is losing its biodiversity all the time because of the mines. So, you know, demining is a very important component. I notice even in terms of when you look at on a local level, for example, thinking about Zaporizhia today, I've seen that they're talking about the beginning of laying of a new road. Now, this is a road that's vitally important, Alan, you know, to connect communities, for children to not be cut off and things like that. Ivan Fedorov was talking about. But of course, these things cannot happen either without demining taking place. That's the first thing that has to happen before any of these roads can be rebuilt or bridges can be replaced or any of those things. Demining, of course, has to take place. So it really is an extensive task. So I think, you know, I'm really pleased that MriyaReport is having a fundraiser to help with demining. Again, I think many people are. There's always lots and lots of need, of course, and we try to share that need around wherever we can. And there are always fundraisers waiting, queuing up in the background for their turn. But Alan, like you said, we did help with demining already with those 17 devices. And I was looking, actually, I popped a post in the nest about that, if you would like to have a look at that. So that's the second post in the nest, and you can see a picture there because on the post, if you click through to it on that post thread, you can see just when those demining devices were delivered, and that was in October when we raised funds for the mine detectors, and then they were delivered, I believe, in January. So because you've got to remember, we raised the funds, the things have to be purchased, and then in many occasions they have to be sent to Ukraine. Sometimes equipment can be purchased in Ukraine. That's increasingly more so happening now with the defence industry building up and everything else that's going on. You know, Ukraine is also starting to manufacture their own demining machines in country as well. That's something else, a project that's going along with the Minister of Strategic Industries and various other partners that are helping. But you can see that post in the nest there where all you people, all you amazing, lovely people here helped to fundraise for those mine detecting devices, 17 of them. And they look like metal detectors, but of course they are a great deal more, well, I don't know, sensitive, I guess is the word, than that. And they pick up a lot more different materials and a lot more different things, have more sensors on them than just your traditional type of metal detector. So they got delivered. So that was fantastic. And that was, of course, thanks to the amazing War Doggo, who's a very good friend of MriyaReport, if you do not know, and Gaz EOD as well. He helped to deliver those, and that's why they actually got there to Ukraine much quicker. Now, I don't know where these multi-tools are being bought from. I'm not privy to that type of information, and maybe it's operational security anyway, because, of course, these supplies are in great demand. But anyway, wherever they are being bought from, MriyaReport MriyaReport will get them there just as fast as we can and just as quickly as we can raise that $23,000 that we are targeting to be able to buy those 100 sets of multi-tools and protection, ear protection and communication equipment. So let's use the power of this community and keep doing more good. That's what I say, Alan. We don't need to ask people really, do we, though? We just need to tell them about it, because everybody here is so amazing. They choose to be very generous on their own.
And we need that generosity. And I also think that on days like today, this is not only the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and I know that the world, in a way, focuses its attention on that anniversary, especially because that's where the world's leaders are gathered to commemorate what happened 80 years ago, June 6th, on the beaches of Normandy. But this is also the 1-year anniversary of Russia's destruction of the Novakhovka hydroelectric power plant and dam. And so that's an anniversary that needs to be acknowledged as well. When Ukraine succeeds in fully liberating the area around the Novakhovka dam, it'll have to be demined. And I was just looking at how long it could take to rebuild that dam, because it was such an important part of Ukraine's energy grid, also such an important part of Ukrainian agriculture. The reservoir supplied irrigation to hundreds and hundreds of farms. So really tens of thousands of acres of farmland. When it was destroyed, the damage from the floodwaters was extensive, but to rebuild it could take as long as 7 years. As long as 7 years to rebuild that dam, and restore the land, restore the energy that was generated by that dam. That will be one of the most significant reconstruction projects that Ukraine undertakes, Tracy. So it's important to think about some of these anniversaries now through almost 840 days of war. They're not anniversaries to celebrate, and sadly, these are anniversaries of terrible destruction that need to be acknowledged. And we don't want the war to continue and continue and continue, because that only means there will be more and more of these days that we acknowledge this destruction, this terrible thing the Russians did happened a year ago. And then another year will go by, and many other such anniversaries will be marked in our calendars. The terrible anniversaries of death and destruction. I don't want any more of that. It's going to become overwhelming, as the destruction of the Novakhovka Dam was a year ago, Tracy.
Well, I think it already can be, can't it, Alan? It's very difficult to sit here, isn't it, and to see these things happening, and for us all to be crying out for more to be done. And I understand all the reasons why, NATO and all the wide reasons why we haven't gotten involved, etc. And I agree with some of them, and I disagree with others. But I think at this stage now, where we are now, Alan, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, we're a year later. I don't even really believe that it was given enough airtime, enough talking about by politicians, enough airtime in the media. It wasn't discussed enough. It wasn't made enough about that when it actually happened, when the Russians blew the Khovka Dam and all that destruction, and we all woke up to that devastation and that absolute aghast, like you said, Alan, almost the same equivalent feeling from the beginning. It was almost brought it all back again. And I was thinking about this recently, you know, with Kharkiv and with what's happening with the electricity and Russia attacking the electricity and, you know, the power supply in general and energy sector in general. Of course, it's not just electricity now, is it? They're attacking gas, the power lines. More and more I'm reading in the military administration reports that they're attacking things on a local level that provide these types of power in terms of gas, power lines, that type of thing. Where was I reading? It was at Dnipro this morning, gas furnace, power lines. They seem to be specifically targeting them there. Poltava seems to be a specific target. There's clearly something there. I think there's one of the possibly a thermal power plant there, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it's staggering. Here we are marking this absolutely heartbreaking occasion of something so devastating. And I don't even feel like it's been highlighted, emphasized, talked about, or dealt with enough by the international community. Then, never mind now. I was just reading from the. So this is from Ihor Herorovich, I hope I'm pronouncing his surname correctly here, from Ukra Hydro Energo, who are the people that deal with the hydroelectric power plants. This is what he says about that day when he discovered what happened a year ago. I learned about the explosions at the situation at night. Around 2:50 a.m., the Russian military blew up the station. My colleagues immediately called me. I was in so much shock, I could not believe it. I could not believe that this was really happening. Later, it became known that the Russians had completely damaged the structures of the Kakhovka HPP with explosives planted in several places. This gradually led to the destruction of the entire hydraulic unit and the uncontrolled discharge of water from the Kakhovka reservoir. On the same day, early in the morning, President of Ukraine called an emergency meeting of the NSDC, that's the National Security and Defence Council, in view of the terrorist attack on the HPP. There were a number of other urgent meetings, and all the attention of Ukraine and the world was focused on this disaster. Representatives of the media kept calling and went on video call. Everybody was waiting for comments. We at the company updated the data every few hours and gave operational information so that people knew how this catastrophic explosion had become. We were company employees that were present at the station at the time. By that time, our employees were no longer there. They were no longer allowed to enter the territory. The Kakhovka HPP was occupied on February the 24th, 2022. Then, on the first day of the full-scale invasion, Russian armed formations occupied all the buildings of the station. Although the Kakhovka was accessible to Ukrainian workers until the end of September 2022, all this happened under the total control of the Russian occupiers. Remember, they tried to say at the time, of course, that it was Ukrainians that did this. They tried to come out with that nonsense. And that's why I think it's important to mention that, you know, that was occupied from that time. And they had extremely limited movement around the station. And that was carried out under the constant presence of Russian personnel, much the same way that it was for some time at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, because, of course, Russian forces occupy that as well, Alan.
Yeah, and I think you're making a very important point here, Tracy. This is an opportunity for the media